Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Yas Marina. It's day 2 of round 5 of the UAE RMC, and we're out on the Grand Prix circuit. Well, part of the Grand Prix circuit at the Yas Marina track. Welcome along. My name is Joe Bradley, and as ever, alongside me is my erstwhile colleague, Henry Baudet. Henry, day 2, and if day 2 is half as good as day 1, it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joe. Good morning to everybody watching on Karting Live TV and the UAE RMC Rotax Max channel. Sun shining as it was yesterday. The temperatures already rising, and the drivers, over 130 of them, are enjoying their final day of the season, are racing around a circuit that their F1 heroes competed at just a couple of months ago. And yeah, it's going to be a good day. A lot of drivers spoke to them this morning, you know, saying, "Oh, we've learned a lot from yesterday."
Yeah, I bet they did. This track is unique. It's in complete contrast to where we were for round 4, for instance, which was the the point and squirt nature of the Dubai Cardrome. This is a massively fast. Even the slow corners here are massively fast corners, and I think the stat that you used in yesterday's trophy presentation, Henry, really emphasises that, and that was the lack of bumper penalties.
Yes, because there's not that sort of heavy braking zones that give the opportunity for drivers to accidentally run into each other. We had very few nose cone penalties yesterday, just the fast-flowing nature of the circuit. You can see how fast and flowing it is. We're following Zhu Quan Yi around. Zhu Quan Yi, he has only been racing for 5 months, and yet yesterday in the final he was up at the 5th position. I was speaking to Karol Dabski and Shogo Endo, the guys that run him for Sam Pollitt Racing, just saying how much he's progressing. And Adam, who was his English name, he was sort of looking a little bit down in the dumps because he got up to 5th and then wasn't quite, then had a bit of a thing of, oh, I'm up to 5th, and panicked a little bit.
Well, I tell you what, Henry, we have got 2 minutes. We're in the midst of qualifying here. Yes. Micromax class out on track at the moment, and at the moment, with less than 2 minutes. So at the moment, qualifying underway, 5-minute sessions at the moment. Micromax out on track at the moment, and we're following this up with our Senior Max. Now, Senior Max, when under race conditions, we split them into 3 groups.
Yes.
However, for qualifying, every single one of them are out on track. That's coming next. That's going to be a crowded track. After that, we've got Mini Max, followed by the Gearbox class, the DD2 class, and then Juniors. But at the moment, it's the Micromax class, and I've got to say, Henry, the Micromax class has been all about 2 drivers, Sama Chopra and Liam O'Hanlon, it seems.
Yep, in terms of championship, yes. Liam O'Hanlon, 4th win of the season yesterday for Liam, beating Samar by 4/10 of a second, and it came down to the very last lap. But there's a number of other drivers in this class I think that we can look at as potential winners, round winners certainly. Maybe Adam Al-Sheikh, Saif Al-Khalifa, Ivans Voronins, and Alex Fryenstein, to name just a couple.
Let's not forget that round 1 at Al Ain was won by Adam Al-Sheikh.
Yeah, who then went to break his arm. Missed 1 round and has come back, is firing on all cylinders again. And
they're right up there, and if anyone's going to challenge the 2 championship protagonists in the form of Chopper and O'Hanlon, it's going to be Saif Al-Khalifa and Adam Al-Sheikh. There's a few, Alexander Freinstein, for instance, he popped up, didn't he, not so long ago, and popped up. Enzo Falzarano is also a name that you can't really discount, and there's a lot of drivers that are ready to pick up any crumbs should the front runners trip over themselves.
Yeah, indeed. Checkered flag is out. I'm going to be going down to speak to our pole sitter. The timing screen, the timing bar down the right-hand side of your screen, that's showing the race times. It's not showing qualifying times, but I will go down. We will unpick our qualifying order, and we'll be able to give you provisional starting lineup and a provisional pole sitter. So the question is, how many of our young ladies from Turkey will make it in? There are 3 young ladies from Turkey and 1 young boy that have come over for this event. Yesterday, 2 out of the 3 girls got within the qualifying delta that they had to. That was Ella Yasilte and Tugba Yasilte, Fatima Yasilte, and Sina Ozanoglu didn't make it. I don't think Sina has made it again today, but he's tiny and he knows he's just at the practice. But I've got to say, Fatima, that's not a bad.
Well, they've improved through every session.
Yes.
They've improved. And in fairness to these youngsters, they are complete novices and they have brought themselves on board with perhaps the most competitive national series. They've thrown themselves into the mix and thrown themselves into the fire, so to speak. We've got the qualifying sorted now, and I can announce that the pole sitter for the first heat for Micromax is going to be on pole Ivans Voronins. Ivans Voronins, the XL driver, on the pole position with a best lap time of a 36.454. Here's the rundown. Ivans Voronins then, a 36.454 for him. Just 34 thousandths of a second slower was Liam O'Hanlon, and behind Liam O'Hanlon, starting on the second row of the grid, is that championship protagonist, as we said, Samar Chopra, not that far behind. Saif Al Khalifa, we knew he was going to be up there as well. Third row of the grid, Rudrapatap Shekhawat with Cameron Harvey alongside. Row 4, Adam El Sheikh will be starting alongside Tadeusz Prochaska. Alexander Semenov will start on row 5 alongside Jensen Kelly, and on row 6, Roddy Harris over from South Africa. Great to have Roddy and the Telios team with the War Racing, of course. Alexander Feinstein starts alongside him on the 6th row. Vayav Ponna and Rofhiwa Didwambi start on row 7. Zukanyi and Enzo Falzarano on row 8. Row 9 is Amar Tabatsa and Saif Almina. Row 10, it will be Felix Sousa Jebjerg with Taya Baroon. Sebastian Storer will start on row 11 alongside Leah Reutman. And then on row 12, Tugba Yeselte, great drive from Tugba, getting better and better all the time. Kilian Kudu Mabida starts alongside. Row 13, Ella Yeselte with Fatima Nilhan Yeselte alongside. And then Sina Ozgenoglu will start on the final row of the grid in 27th slot. Henry is going to pop down there. We'll get a chance to speak to a new driver. I'm not sure how many times we've seen Evans Voronins on pole, but that was an outstanding lap to be 34 thousandths of a second on the pole from Liam O'Hanlon, and then just 18 thousandths of a second between O'Hanlon and Chopra.
Yeah, great performance there. I think Evans was on the podium, wasn't he, last night?
Yes, he was.
So
yeah,
he's
really on. Yeah,
he's the Yas Marina circuit.
He's riding a wave of Yas Marina, isn't he?
Success at Yas Marina.
Yes. It's great. It's great to see these. And what you see in the Micromax class, this is the Rotax Cadet class, of course, is that as the season progresses, you see the midfield drivers progress and get better and better and quicker and more experience. And by the end of the season, and I'm pretty sure by the time we get to round 8 at Alain in April, we are going to see more challenges being put to the front runners.
If you think about it, during the course of the year, they've aged about 10 or 12% of their life. So
that is a horrific stat to put. Yes, I suppose 10%.
For a year for us, it's like 1.5%. For these kids, it's like 10 or 11%.
Yeah,
8 months is 10 or 11%.
And they are little sponges, aren't they? They take everything on board. They are just soaking up the knowledge, soaking up the experience. And as I say, Evans Voronins on the pole, then Liam O'Hanlon. Liam will be, in his debrief, no doubt, will be talking about how to get around the outside into turn 1. Samar Chopra, though, he's in a good position, actually, to follow Evans Voronins down the inside into turn 1. We saw that yesterday, didn't we, where the left-hand side of the grid has that advantage of being on the inside line into turn 1. Turn 1, of course, here, using the former Grand Prix circuit of the chicane out of the West Hairpin, where they go through the left and right, which is where, can you remember, infamously, that's where Nico Hulkenberg ended up on his roll hoop not so long ago. I think we're ready for Henry down in the post-race interview area. Let's head down to Henry.
Well, we're here with Evans Voronins. Evans, Is that your first ever pole position here in the UAE RMC?
Yes,
And are you really happy with it?
definitely.
Okay, talk us through the lap. How did you find the correct amount of track freedom, and then also anyone that you work with to get that lap time?
It's like you have to get a big gap to the guy in front. I was following Samar, and I just did a very good lap time. The last sector, the first and the second was very good. So with the track position, it was a very good lap.
Now, you qualified well yesterday, had the incident at the start of the heat, but you fought back to finish on the podium. As long as you get through the heat of the pre-final, okay, have we got the speed to win this race today?
It matters about how the race goes. If nothing goes wrong, then we see how the speed goes, and I think that we can win it.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Everybody that I thanked yesterday.
Who did you thank yesterday?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my whole entire team, my coaches, everybody.
There we go. Everybody, consider yourself thanked early on this morning. Ivan Svaronin's provisional pole sitter in Micromax.
Thank you, Henry. With Ivan Svorinens there on the pole position. We've got people along for the ride already. Welcome to our UAE RMC live stream, and welcome along on Karting Live TV live stream feed of this, the UAE RMC. I want to say hello to Noah Kart Racer from India, Gul Rudra, a supporter there. George Geddes, wishing GNKD team well today, supporting Austin Gray from a very cold Aberdeen. From Grandad George, great to have you up very, very early, George. It's very early in the UK. We'll have Austin Gray out at, I'm going to give you a time here, scheduled for 9:36. You'll see Austin out for his qualifying. Deborah Wong, morning. We are watching Jensen Kelly from a very wet and flooded southwest France. Yeah, you're up early this morning, or are you going to bed late? We know how the party scene down there in the southwest of France. Yep. Priyanka Mehta, good morning, cheering for the number 310, the Adish Mehta. Yeah, we'll have him out for, Adish will be out soon. Good luck to the Mumbai Falcons. That's from India. Noah Kart Racer wants to give the Mumbai Falcons a lot of good luck. And yeah, what time is their qualifying? I was just saying, it's great when you're able to observe these youngsters who are developing as the season progresses, and you literally see them go faster and faster every time out. And then Nick made a great point about it being, in the space of time over a season, it's probably 10% of their life.
Well, yeah, when you're
they're only 9 and 10 years old.
Yeah, when you're 8 years old and we've been following them for 8 months of a season, so to speak. Yeah,
little sponges as well, aren't they?
Information, everything. In terms of little things like interviews, which is great, because Ivan spoke very, very well. But of course, I said, who do you want to thank? Whatever I thanked yesterday. Oh, yeah, no, but you want to thank them again.
Which is logic to a 9-year-old.
Which is logic to a 9-year-old.
Yeah, it was like, Henry, were you not listening to me yesterday?
Yeah. Well, there might be some other people. This is this is Q Race Directors Ken Potter and Paul Heath getting upset.
This will be to the chagrin of our stewards and clerk of the course, Ken and Paul. What are they doing? We're not in slow motion. We haven't lost the cameras. No, this is actually the walking speed. I'm not quite sure.
There's the problem. There's the problem.
There's a cart that's come through and come around onto this pack.
And still trying to come round.
What they're trying to do is find space instead of just getting on with it. I can never really think why that is the way to go about this. Come out of the collecting area and get on with it is the way that we used to go racing. But now the trend is this.
Well, the outlap is the outlap. The problem is 38 carts on a 900-metre circuit, all doing exactly the same thing. Now they haven't got a choice. Now they've got to go for it, and they're all in and out of position, in the wrong position. I mean, they crossed the line to start their first qualifying. That's 3 wide. That's great for a race, not great for qualifying. All these drivers, about 20th on back, their teams, their mechanics are now cursing these front runners. They're the ones that have done the best job.
That orange helmet there is George Nasser. And
Yes.
he was at the front of that pack, and he split away from that pack. Everybody in the pack behind him, as you see there, 3, possibly 4
Yeah.
wide down the back straight. That's not an optimised lap there, guys.
No,
that is not optimising your lap. Meanwhile, the driver at the front there is on an XL card by the looks of things.
364.
I think that is Ryan
Ryan
Carews.
Ryan Carews, yeah.
He's got a clear track. And bizarrely, guess who's quickest on that second lap, or on that first flying lap? Ryan Carews, George Nasser. Oh, here comes Ryan Qureshi.
No.
We saw how quick he is yesterday. Ryan Qureshi goes quickest, however, very early in the session, only halfway through.
Yeah, and you could probably pick, the top drivers. Let's see who got mullered at the start and has been forced back, because I'm looking down the order. You'll be able to see Andrea Remy, Oscar Lambert, 28th, 29th. They are the ones that are in front. Now, we've got 37 drivers. One of the CRGs, Alexis Alzia, hasn't gone out. And unfortunately, she was never booked in for today. Zara Karua is not racing.
Right. Okay.
Now, if Alexis Alzia is here but has not gone out, that gives us 37. If Alexis Alzia is not racing today, that gives us 36, which then potentially gives us we'll see if there's a timetabling issue.
Well, that's not our job.
Well, no.
Thankfully, it isn't our job to work that out as well. This session has got just under 90 seconds remaining, and at the moment, it's bouncing around. We've got a Mumbai Falcons 1-2 at the top of the screen as Connor Clancy. Dominant performance from Connor, I've got to say. That's the only word I can use. It was so dominant yesterday.
And you look at that. Now, there's luck and judgment, and yet throughout all that scramble that we saw at the start, who emerges fastest, regardless of where they are? Connor Clancy. Now, you make your own luck. Somehow, somewhere, in the midst of all the chaos, Connor Clancy, the 394, we're following and going through turn number 1. He's got a teammate behind him, but he was right in the middle of that pack. He's maybe about 11th or 12th cart in line, and yet he was able to find the track position that he needs at the moment, although it's just changed. Yeah,
it's going to change all the time, another 30 seconds, and I was just contemplating it and perhaps speculating as to whether or not the tour around here at Yas Marina is better. Somebody having to take a shortcut there, running out of space there at the final sequence of right and left chicane to end the lap. They've had their lap ruined. Ryan Damadasa goes to the top of the screen. The all-plate winner from Dubai last month is quickest with a 32.393. Great to see Trofim Krotov there, Sokol Racing Junior, and in addition to the series this round. Absolutely. Here, and hopefully he's with us for as is Daniel Breath in third at the moment. That's going to change though, Henry, as the checkered flag is unfurled. We wait for this pack of karts to come through to finish their qualifying. Up to the top of the screen has gone Armani Kanua. Armani Kanua, is anyone going to beat him? The answer is no. You are going to be speaking to Armani Kanua, who is on the pole position, provisionally, of course. We've got to get through tech,
but
right.
We can keep this one.
Yes, because of course he lost it after Dubai Kart drove for track limits.
That's right. Well, there's track limits might not be as big an issue here at the Yas Marina track.
Can I make a request to the wonderful officials here at Yas Marina? More bandwidth, please. Because when Kenya and South Africa realise that their man, Armani Kanua, is on pole position, the viewing figures are going to be huge.
Yes,
right, I'll go down and speak to Armani. What a top 5. Jules Dumont, Rian Damadasa and Krotov. Where's Connor Clancy? 8th. Well, his bid for an 8th straight win will start from 8th. That's poetic, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a nice little synergy there, Henry. Well spotted there. Let's have a look at this. Are we ready for a rundown, Nick? Let's have a look at how that grid will form up then. Fantastic drive from the George Gibbons Motorsport driver there. Armani Kanua, the whole of Africa will be going wild. Jules Dumont, where has he got this? All of a sudden, Jules is really, really liking Yas Marina. He's going to start on the front row. Second row of the grid is Rayan Damadasa. He's found some pace that he had very early in the season. He's back to where he should be. Trofim Krotov, great addition. He'll start on the second row as well. Oscar Lambert, back to where he should be today after yesterday's qualifying debacle. Oscar will start alongside Nathan Kappen on row 3. Row 4, We've got Daniel Breath, another addition, a fine addition to the series. Conor Clancy, he's got a bit of a job, hasn't he, from 8th on the grid. Ryan Qureshi and Eni Asachi start on row 5. Jerry Montgomery Swan will start alongside championship leader George Nasser down in 12th. He'll not be happy with that, will George? Jamie Ezra is going to have to find a little tweak to get him up the field. Kian Kreinbull and Shivan Kartik start on row 7. Row 8 is Adish Mehta and Zailhem Hormasani. Faisal Nashko and I'm being given some information here. Fastest lap invalidated for, who's that? Impeding drivers. All the drivers. So what? So we're saying all the fastest laps have been invalidated. Only the fastest lap. You are not kidding me here, are you? So Amani Kinua has lost that lap. Eh? Yeah. Only 4 drivers have escaped penalties. Right, okay, so this is very much a provisional grid that I'm reading down. So I'm going to leave it at that, right? I'll leave that to... So a very provisional grid here. Yeah, well, what I'm going to... Let me just clarify then. Only 4 drivers have not received penalties. Everyone else has received a penalty for impeding drivers. The only 4 drivers that haven't are 350, 312, 322 and 304. They're the only drivers that that lap times will stand. That's going to mix the grid up, so I'm not even going to go anywhere near the grid. I don't know who Henry's going to speak to. So the number 350, if I have to look down my long list of drivers here, 350 is Oscar Backhouse. His time will stand. Alicia Kanisa is the number 304. Her time will stand. 312 is Manaf Al-Balushi. And Philip Dinu, 322. They will stand. So on the pole position then will be Oscar Backhouse. Is that? No, I need to find him, don't I? I need to find which of those 4 drivers are the fastest. And at the moment, Oscar Backhouse with a 32.642. Alicia Canessa, 32.663. My quick estimation here is that Oscar Backhouse is our pole sitter. And that's just a quick scan of a very, very long list of drivers there.
Joe, I think it's Oscar Lambert. Oscar Lambert, I think, has pole.
327 is not on my list
no,
of drivers.
No, but his second lap's fast enough.
All right, he's set. All right, that's even more complicated for me. Right. But the second best lap times. Right. Okay, so we're going to be... So that needs a lot of clarification before we can tell anybody out there in YouTube land exactly how that grid is going to form up. So we'll wait for that clarification.
I'm saying
to
now,
come forward.
Oscar Lambert.
So we're going to take a punt at Oscar Lambert.
I've told Henry, so we'll see if we can have a chat with Oscar about it.
Okay, so controversy and drama as ever in the UAE RMC.
Well, we saw them being spoken to by Ken at the end of the pit lane, and they all walked back after their conversation with Ken and qualified exactly the way he told them not to.
Yeah, yeah.
So what do they expect?
It was all of those. It was everybody who was going slowly, which I don't know where this trend has crept in, but it's not a very good trend.
You're told not to do it.
And it's quite an alien concept to me, to be honest. So we're going to provisionally call it as Oscar Lambert, who had a terrible qualifying yesterday and had it all to do throughout the process yesterday. Want to say hello to Andrea Remy fans. Come on, Andrea. He's the number 3 for Andrea is 345, who didn't escape a penalty for impeding other drivers. So the grid is going to look anything like what we've got on our timing screens, with second best times being adopted as the quickest.
Let's go with Henry, who's got more information.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've got a bit of a situation down here, as you've been explaining. We think that 32 of our 36 drivers have had their best lap time deleted, including Amani Kanua. Now, the delay is, obviously, we're working out, we think, as you said, that Oscar Lambert has the best second lap time. However, because of the delay, there are, just behind off camera, a line of 36 drivers. Oscar Lambert is quite far back in the line that have to go through the Way Bridge and then go into Tech. Now, I'm not sure we're going to have time to speak to Oscar. We can't bring him away from his cart before he goes through Tech. That's against the rules. And if he leaves his vehicle to come and speak to me, then that'll be an exclusion because, what's to say that I don't add weight to him or give him something, which can happen in karting, or that's the risk that you run. So we think that Oscar Lambert is. He's not sure. None of the other drivers are sure either. They're all frantically looking at their second best lap times. What we do know is that of the second best lap times, Amani Kanua, who was provisionally pole, he's around the top 5. Rian Damadasa has also got, I think, the second or third best lap time. And Daniel Brith also looking good as well. Provisionally, very, very provisionally, guys, we think Oscar Lambert has pole with his second best lap time. Race director Ken Potter has opened a book. It's entitled The Riot Act, and he might be about to deliver several passages of that book to the drivers. Certainly the juniors are all still sitting on the grid looking very, very nervous. But we think that Oscar's on pole. He hasn't gone through weigh scales yet, so we will have to maybe catch up with him later.
Thank you, Henry. We think we've clarified. There's all sorts of conversations going on behind me here because we are in part of race control as well. So we are party to a bit of information.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
So we think, these numbers there are where they are, yes? So provisionally, we're going to call Oscar Lambert as the on the provisional pole. Ryan Damadasa was second. Third was Ryan Qureshi, and then fourth was Daniel Breath. So that's the first two rows. The other the other part of the grid will be clarified. All 16 other rows will be clarified.
I got a question for you.
A question?
When was the last time somebody had 2 pole positions at different events and they lost them?
Well, I mean, the lap was, you could argue the lap was quick enough and the quickest lap in the session. However, the regulations were breached, so we can't do that. So Oscar Lambert on the provisional pole, all to be clarified by the officials. Meanwhile, we've got track action already breaking out on track with Minimax qualifying, and certainly this is a class that has got a lot of drama and controversy and intrigue as ever, and yesterday was no stranger to all of that, with a very, very fine win by British driver LBJ Stubbs, who is out there for Sam Pollitt Racing. Easy to spot LBJ. Mohammed Mubarak. I see that. I see, not Mubarak Mohammed. It's Mohammed Mubarak. Okay. Yeah, that's the way they've gone down in the entry. Austin Gray's got some fans out there, haven't they? All the way in Aberdeen in Scotland, up very early. Austin Gray at the top of the timing screen at the moment. His time coming on his first outlap. That's going to go quicker. Everyone's going to go quicker.
I've got to say, that was an incredibly bizarre situation
for the seniors
down there. Yeah, but though the reaction afterwards, because of course nobody could be let onto the weigh scales until the scrutineering team, Gary Walker and Gaynor Heath, knew who to put into the scrutineering line and who just to put into Parc Ferme. So all the drivers, 36 of them, nearly up to the very top of the hairpin, were sort of all standing there looking around. They had all been told in no uncertain terms by race director Ken Potter. They had been explained the folly of their ways, shall we say.
After the session, you mean?
After the session.
Even though he'd had a bit of briefing with them before the session.
Yes, because, but that was more than 12 seconds ago. How could you expect any self-respecting senior Rotax driver to remember what you'd been told 12 seconds ago? Dearie me. But yeah, Oscar, as I was coming up, the word came through that, Oscar Lambert is the provisional pole sitter. I said, look, we've got to go. He said, That's fine. They all look like rabbits in the headlights.
The infant from race control just behind us, the conversations and,
Yes.
the way that it evolved across. As I was giving that provisional rundown, everything like right, scratch that.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's start again.
Unfortunately, poor Deborah, the photographer who works. Well, she's Amani Kanua's houseman. Amani lives with Deborah and her husband over here. She sprinted down to take the photos because she's media, and I turned around and went, he's lost it again.
Yeah, I know.
So third time lucky for Amani, whenever that will be.
Yeah, got to be, hopefully. Right, Minimax now qualifying, and hopefully these drivers have got straight on with it, so they haven't incurred the wrath or the chagrin of our clerk of the course clerks of the course, I should say, is the plural. Maxim Zoyner has just been pipped by Austin Gray and Oliver Butchard at the top of the screen. Austin Gray with a 35.007, 44 thousandths quicker than Oliver Butchard, who is with Mumbai Falcons this weekend. Oliver had a podium yesterday. Benjamin Kracikovic in third at the moment. He's just demoted Maxim Zoyner back to fourth. So Kracikovic had a bit of a character building day, I've got to say, yesterday.
Yes, yeah, but the final was a reminder as why he is the Grand Finals Micromax champion, because he drove from the back of the field up into the top five after a nasty accident in the pre-final. Speaking to Oliver Butchard's parents at the end of the podium presentation yesterday, and Oliver's dad was saying that Mum had to go to IKEA to buy another shelf because they had run out of room for the trophies that Oliver is accruing.
Yes, Oliver's dad stood next to me gloating about Liverpool beating Sunderland's home record.
Yes,
the other night. Yeah, he got a lot out of that.
Yes. Well, the season they're having, everyone's allowed to have this small moments, minor moments.
The current champions is not a bad effort in February of a season that started in August. So I'll take that, having just been promoted.
Yes.
Yeah, so, but he did gloat.
Austin Gray, he said yesterday all he cared about was beating Benjamin Kracikovic this weekend. That's not a slight on Benjamin. That's because Austin is third in the championship, clinging to contention by a thread. So he has to take points off Kracikovic. Oh, and a spin.
And the biggest thing, Henry, is they are both teammates at GNKD.
Yes.
So the first thing you've got to do, have a look at the carshop.me. I don't know, somebody
just missed. Exit stage left, but what's the following driver?
Just somebody getting it wrong, and then somebody going off in sympathy, I think, for that spinner. Just turned in, and the back end just gave up there, didn't he?
Yes.
So maybe just didn't. Maybe he was experimenting. I'm not sure who the driver was, by the way, but an experimentation is to see whether you can go through turn 6 and 7 flat out without any brake.
Very possibly.
The answer is no.
No, the answer is no. But the checker flag is out. Who is top of the
Get
pops?
away. Aberdeen is lit up. The cold and dark wetness of Aberdeen is bright at the moment because it's Austin Gray on the pole position.
That's right, 37 days of consecutive rain in Aberdeen.
Yeah, that's right, and without sunshine.
And it's been broken by Austin Gray, a ray of sunlight over the mists of Pitodry.
Guess what? 6 thousandths of a second quicker. That is all. This boat's very...
Rabbi Burns with us.
It's quite poetic.
Been called Rabsy Nesbitt before, I know that much.
Henry is heading down there. He will get a chat to Austin Gray. Hang on, Aberdeen. We're coming to you with some insight as to Austin putting that lap together. Like I say, 6 thousandths of a second. Yesterday's race winner for Sam Pollitt Racing, Albie Stubbs, will start alongside him on the front row. We'll have a look at the rundown in a moment, as the rest of the times have come through. All 21 drivers, 20 drivers have qualified, all 20 posted a time. There's your front row then, Austin Gray and Albie Stubbs. On the second row, he's on a bit of a wave of success as well. Yesterday's podium set a third on the grid for the race this afternoon. Oliver Butchard alongside championship leader Benjamin Kracikovic. Third row of the grid is Maxim Zoyner and Max Payton. On the fourth row of the grid, we've got Francesco Lignoli, William Mazzali alongside. Fifth row is Kurt Ivanov and Mikhail Mitrokin. And then on row 6, we've got Adam Fleury and Hamad Faisal Al-Maina. Row 7, Gleb Obyukov and Luwashu Mathebula. Louis Bataille and Mohammed Mubarak, that's around the wrong way on the timing screen. Zuhai Turki and Mikhail Tervoklubov share row 9. Row 10 is Aaron Essen and Vivian Chuan, and Charlie Page is not here, unfortunately. We've had a family bereavement, so Charlie was a deleted entry. We wish Charlie and his family all the very best of our wishes. I have got a clarified grid for seniors.
In the words of 1939, I have in my hand a piece of paper.
I have.
You are Neville Chamberlain of timing.
Right. I'm gonna. We may as well leave this until the heat, and then we'll have a rundown of the grid
because we're exciting, won't it?
Yeah, we're about to go down to Henry, who will get a word with Austin Gray. When Henry's ready. We have got a clarified grid, though. That's the best news. Let's head down to Henry.
Well, just discussing, it's 5:30 in the morning in Aberdeen. In Aberdeen, they have not had sunlight or sunshine recorded for 37 days. It hasn't stopped raining. Well, the sun's shining for them now, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks to Spencer and all my cousins for watching me at home. Yeah, it was a really good session out there. Really tough, really challenging. Trying to catch everyone, trying to get better every lap.
Now, just come and stand here a little bit. Now, after you saw what happened with the seniors, did that have an impact on how you approached qualifying, knowing that people slowing down on the opening lap were getting their times deleted?
No, not really, because I knew it's very... I knew there was always going to be penalties for rolling over, so I tried to stay calm and tried to, get on with it. Like Albie, he got on with it, so I went with him. Yeah.
Now, yesterday you said that this weekend your focus was on beating your teammate Benjamin Karachkovic because you're third of the points and you have to start taking points off them to stay in championship contention. You beat him in the final yesterday, you've got your championship points here. Are you looking at the championship or do you still think it's between Benjamin and Albie?
I'm always going to fight for that championship no matter what, but, it's unfortunate that Ben crashed out, but I still think I can win it, yeah.
Still thinks he can win it? Well, he's won pole, and for the first time the sun's shining in Aberdeen.
Of course he thinks he can win it. He's got to go out there with that driver's mentality
He's
going to win everything.
History of Scottish champions.
Absolutely. He's following in some footsteps there, isn't he?
Yeah. Jackie Stewart.
Jim Clark.
Dario Franchitti.
4-time IndyCar champion and multiple Indy 500 winner. So, yeah, I mean, and his brother Marino, of course,
yes.
won the American Le Mans Series. So, yeah, for such a small...
Alan
McNish.
Yes.
Yeah, Le Mans winner. Yeah.
Not mention the other one, who don't like him.
Who's that? Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, you had personal experience
with him, yeah.
Mr. Coulthard, didn't you? He's just a Grand Prix winner, though.
13.
13 Grand Prix
A media mogul, which is really ironic considering how bad he was in the press when I was working there.
Scotland, though, for such a small part of the world, of the globe, has produced some prolific race car drivers.
I think it's got the second best concentration of champions to population after which country?
Finland.
Finland, absolutely right, yeah. And that obviously encompasses both rally and road.
World champion.
Motorsport
world
Finland per
champions,
capita is the most successful motorsport country.
Mika Hakkinen, Kimi Räikkönen, and then all of those.
Both the one Rosberg and
Rosbergs,
half
of
a
course,
Rosberg.
yeah.
And the other Rosberg fully.
Keke Rosberg.
But then it's all Juha Kanken and everything else,
And all the rally drivers, yes. Yeah, absolutely. I was there to witness Keke Rosberg's only Grand Prix win in his World Championship year. I
Dijon?
went on a bus ride to Dijon for the Swiss Grand Prix.
The only reason I know it was Dijon because you told me that story before.
Have I?
I don't mind hearing it again. But otherwly, I wouldn't have known which track it was.
The story's not for you, Nick.
No,
the story's for
that.
everyone out there.
That's true. No Welsh champions, are there, Henry?
No, sadly.
Well, we were robbed of a Welsh champion in the form of Tom Price in 1977 when he was tragically killed at Kyle Army.
Well, but actually in the books.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
but I think we were robbed of a British champion who was certainly going to be coming to the fore, wasn't he?
Is this where we plug that wonderful book called The Lost Generation?
Go for it.
Brilliant book.
Yeah.
That exactly is.
Because it was
typifies.
Tom Price, Roger Williamson, and Tony Bryce. Yeah.
Yes.
Tony Bryce, who died with Graham Hill.
Yes.
The Lost Generation by David Tremaine is still available.
Unlike David Coulthard, David Tremaine's a lovely man who I've met many
He's
times.
from Darlington.
Well, that's why, isn't it?
That's exactly why, yes.
Yes. So, the Lost Generation, none of these aren't lost. They're heading out on the circuits. This is the current generation. But, yes, for those of you that want to enhance your historic motorsport knowledge by reading about some dead Formula 1 drivers, that'll be a great book for you. Here we are. It's the Ultimate Rotax class. Later on today, we are going to be joined by DD2 royalty, aren't we?
Well, he's retired at the moment.
At the moment.
Yes.
Yes.
However, I have got some inside information.
Yeah.
That he will be, and he probably confirmed that.
Well,
so exclusive announcement coming. We're going to be joined by Tony Hogg.
Yes.
In the commentary box for the DD2 heats and pre-finals and finals.
Can I just say that we talk about DD2 royalty? We've got 2 Grand Finals champions sat in the paddock, Zendaru and Nicola Pico, who have just gone, oh.
Well, we could have them fighting.
Tony Hogg.
We could have them fighting over that seat behind us.
Yes.
DD2, if you're new to the UAE RMC, DD2 is the gearbox class of Rotax Max karting. It's a gearbox insofar as it has 2 gears to choose from. Paddle shift mechanism will get you into first gear. The paddle on the left is to click into first gear. The paddle on the right is to engage second gear, and you basically flick between first and second gears to keep that engine on the rev band and keep it maximized power output.
So as long as you know your left from your right, then you're going to do okay, which was my problem.
Nick would be absolutely. This morning on the way in, left ear Nick, we're in the left-hand lane to turn left ear Nick, he indicates right and goes to pull off to the right.
Well, I mean, but that's the Basil Fawlty, not that left, the other left.
Yes.
Yes, there we go. Tyler Harris is leading the way.
That's the number 484 who's gotten out first and is putting in the fastest lap. Now, Tyler has been, you know what, I think that basketball injury has been more of an issue for Tyler than he's let on.
Yeah, he's okay now, but it certainly bothered him for a good 2 events.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where Saad Al-Hababi is, whether he is out on circuit. I will look to see Majib.
He's not at the moment. He's showing that he hasn't posted a time. The other drivers have got 3 laps in the bag. Saad Al-Hababi from the Mumbai Falcons team showing still in the he may not be in the collecting area, he may not be in the paddock, he may have gone out on circuit but have not done 1 lap. So
I thought
at
I
the
saw
moment we haven't
him on my wander through the paddock. On my wander through the paddock, where Reese Hunter was telling me that they couldn't hear the commentary in the paddock yesterday.
Yes.
He said it was a shame not to hear you and a blessing not to hear me. But he is from Gordon Law, so I thought...
Well, he can understand what I'm saying, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah, different conditions next weekend for us, me and Reese. A little bit cooler, I think, than what we have here. Under 2 minutes remaining in the DD2 and DD2 Masters qualifying. At the moment, Tyler Harris has posted the best time of a 32.323. Mark Bassier, these are the 2 drivers that were battling it out at the front of the field here. However, Bassier just demoted to the second row of the grid by Morris Canopes, the first of the Masters. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2-3, but it's a little bit of a mix with Morris Canopes getting in there and will, at the moment, there's over a minute to go, so that's at least 2 laps for these DD2s. So whether that will remain, it'd be nice to see Moritz starting on the front row, I've got to say.
He's got his eyes on an overall win, and that's every time I interview him after winning the Masters class, or when he does win, because obviously Kyle Blockley is pushing him all the way, and Greg Watts is an ever-present to pick up the pieces. Morris Canopes he's got his eyes on the overall win. There's a slight difference in weight, I think, for the two classes. That isn't relevant for Morris. the fact that he is over 50 is irrelevant to Morris. He is a champion and he wants to beat the main category runners on the road, and he will not be satisfied truly until he has.
Yeah, and in fairness to Moritz, he's, very, very competitive to be in the top three at the moment. Adam Malik for M&M is the first non-Mumbai Falcons, or as they were, wasn't it Tyler Harris who named them the Mumbai
Pigeons? Yeah, yes. The Mumbai Pigeons.
That was funny. That was funny. 0 time on the clock, the checkered flag unfurled. Marc Bassier takes the checkered flag first. He is currently on the front row of the grid alongside provisional pole sitter. That man there, Tyler Harris, has got another lap. So he's just missed the checkered flag. He's got another lap. Nicolo Cacciatore is out there. He crosses the line. Tyler Harris has come in. So Tyler Harris is in the pits and is on the provisional pole. It'll be Tyler Harris again, Henry, who you get to chat to.
Yep.
In the post-race interview. We'll have a look at the rundown of the times when they become official in front of us. Still all provisional, as we've got to get through technical inspection, etc. The carts and drivers have to be weighed. DD2, just to remind you, they're on the Mojo D5 tyre, and they're 175 minimum weight, 175 kilograms, that is. There's your grid, though. Tyler Harris and Marc Bassier will start again on the front row. That's going to be a battle that's from yesterday, continues into today. Morten Knoppers with an absolutely outstanding lap time there to get him on the second row alongside Adam Malik for Matthias Najem Motorsport. Hamza Ashisho up there on the third row alongside the second of the Masters drivers, Kyle Blockley. He's with the KAA team. And then on row 4, Sami Al-Assad and Greg Watt, third of the Masters. Nicolo Cacciatore will start on row 5, and Saad Al-Ababi, he didn't put a time in, but he will start in 10th for his start of the DD2 heats, which will be coming up at the first of the heat will be 11:20 this morning. We have got one more qualifying session left to get through. Another 5 minutes of optimum laps needed from each and every one of our drivers. It is the Junior Rotax field that will be out next. DD2s, as I mentioned there, the fastest and perhaps more complex. Now, Nick, is Marc Bassier in the Paddock show today, or was that yesterday?
Yes, he is.
He is in today.
Marc Bassier, because part of my editorial decisions is what is the most interesting interview, so he gets to be first.
It's a great interview. Marc Bassier, we find out some very, very interesting facts about, because Marc has transitioned from Rotax Max racing to DD2 racing, and to add the complexity of a 2-ratio gearbox in there, paddle shifts left hand for first gear, right hand paddle for second gear, just adds a complexity into how he goes racing and how he goes driving. And it's a brilliant insight as to the difference of the senior Rotax and the DD2 Rotax. Let's head down to Henry. I think we've got the Tyler Harris Paul interview.
Thank you very much. Well, it's another double pole in DD2 and DD2 Masters for the Mumbai Falcons, Tyler Harris and Maurice Knoppers. Now, Tyler, yesterday you said that you felt that you and Marc had a clear pace advantage over everybody else. Not so much this morning. Maurice, just a 10th of a second behind you, third overall. First of all, give us your thoughts on qualifying.
Well, I thought it was very good. I did a 32.20, which seemed very quick. So I came in a lap early because, well, I'd messed up my last lap.
Yeah, and I suppose everyone else had taken the checkered flag. You didn't need that last lap. But just come this way a little bit. Now, yesterday, Tyler, you christened the team the Mumbai Pigeons, yes?
Yeah.
Now, as the leading pigeon, I need your best pigeon impression for the people. Come on now. I'll do mine. Morris. Well, Tyler, don't go away. Morris will come in here. This is third. Now, every time I interview after winning a Masters race, there's that look in your eye. Yes, but I've got my eyes on the main prize. A 10th off. You're starting third, directly behind the pole man. Could today be the day?
I hope not, because I'm really happy for Tyler. Obviously, I always want to win, but I wish the best for him. He helps me a lot, in the team, in the data, all that, and we get along very well. So I'm more than happy to finish first and second.
First and second. But best pigeon impression?
I'm not going with you. I'm done with the pigeon. We're Falcons. We're king of the air, and hopefully we can show that today.
Yes, your fault. Best Falcon impression?
I don't know what a falcon sounds like.
They sound like pigeons. Go on. Here we go. The Mumbai Falcons, first in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Normal pigeon.
How many sugars do you put in his coffee?
I think he's had an energy drink, hasn't he?
Yeah, someone's given him a Prime
He's
or
had
a
an
Red
energy
Bull.
drink. Yeah, he's had something, or other energy drinks are available.
He was revoicing some stuff for Lelaine earlier, and he sounded like he was.
It's Lelaine has given him sugar.
Yeah, he had his 5 o'clock. He had his 5 o'clock.
Actually,
voice
Matt
on.
Norman, our chief steward, has been in distributing sugary lollies.
It's the lollipops, isn't it?
It's the lollipops
Yes.
that's done it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all DD2s are the same weight, by the way, same minimum weight of 175 kilograms. Albeit some of the over 40s can't quite get down to that weight.
I don't think either of us
I
would
wouldn't be down to that weight.
I need the
No,
cart
no.
to weigh about 70 kilos.
Yeah, I think 200 kilograms. We should have a 200 kilogram class.
Well, we did. We
expand
drove that
stand a
2-seater.
chance.
There's 200 kilograms of us in it.
At least 250 kilograms.
On the camera, we see all the juniors sitting in their carts.
Maybe
but a
that's
moment
what
ago,
it was. I'm not used to driving something as heavy as that.
Thank you very much.
Maybe that's what it
That's
was.
what it was.
I'm used to more nimble, whereas you just clattered across the curbs. I'm going to have another look at the data.
So these guys have been read the right act as well, haven't they?
They have. They've been read the riot act. They were yesterday. Now, the seniors didn't heed the riot act and have gone out, and everybody, apart from 4 drivers, incurred a penalty. That's why we had to deem the second fastest laps as being, we've got the clarified senior Rotax grid. We're going to have a look at that when we get them out for their heat.
Excellent.
The juniors, Henry, were taken out of their carts and given a spoken to by the clerk of the course, Ken Potter, and they've gone out. Now, yesterday, we saw that happen, and the juniors got on with it.
Which they appear to be doing exactly the same today, getting out and, by and large, getting on with it.
That's Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, who gets out first on the orange and white Mumbai Falcons liveried cart, at number 217, getting on with it, fighting those cold tyres. They'll not be cold for very long, though. The temperature's already beginning to rise here at Yas Marina.
It is warm indeed. Joe Murad behind him, Mitant Jain, Antonio Husari and Harrison Stevens also among the early pace. And look at the difference. Look at the difference. Now, they're not all at 100%. They do have to warm their tyres up, but that is how you do an outlap to Ken Potter's liking.
Well, that's how you do an outlap on a 5-minute session where
yes,
you've got
it's not about Ken Potter, it's about the time. Yeah.
Well, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to get everything right. And I mean, I know there are some really, really excellent and experienced drivers who can deliver when your tyres are going to come on lap 3. That's when you're optimised. Bang, they can do that on lap 3. But generally speaking, the majority of that field just will build up time and go quicker and quicker and quicker as we get through the session. And that's pretty much down the order. It doesn't matter what class of racing it is. You will see that is going to be the case. The tyres will get better. The tyres will start working and operating, certainly within 5 minutes. It's after the 5 minutes that the tyres maybe plateau or maybe lose a little bit of optimum performance, because they're on brand new tyres, let's not forget as well.
Yes, they are.
And these tyres on the junior Rotax Mojo D2s are the regulation tyre for this class. And brand new set yesterday for the qualifying heats, pre-final, final. Same thing today. We are on brand new tyres into this session. I believe the brand new set unscrubbed will be starting qualifying. So
they would have literally, they're fresh out of the wrapper.
So even more reason to get to not dawdle in your 5-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, you don't want to lock them up and flat spot them.
We've got to get them scrubbed in before they get optimised.
Yes, we're looking at Derek Rivera, who I have to say yesterday did very well. His best run as a junior, Sam Turner, Arhan Qureshi. Now, we talk about what does a first win do for a driver's confidence? Well, yesterday Arhan Qureshi won, and he was briefly top of the pops. Faris Haroon in the Yas Heat colours. The only Yas Heat.
He had a torrid day yesterday,
Yes.
didn't he? Massively carried about. A huge accident did Faris. So it's nice to see Faris Haroon and the Yas Heat at their local track here. They're based here, aren't they? Yas Heat.
Yep.
And nice to see them. With 2 minutes remaining, though, it's a big ask to have the Yas Heat driver Faris Haroon still at the top of the timing screens. 33.2. That's been beaten by Derek Rivera for GNKD, who goes through with a 33.1.
And Giuseppe Montanari
Yes,
again.
he's there again. He's there again. Faris Haroon, by the way, just demoted to the second row of the grid in third, and alongside him at the moment, Gabriele Baraccordi for GGM. 32.205, 32.202 for Faris Haroon. That's how tight it is at the front of this field, Henry.
I think that Murad Bayramov, the Azerbaijan-based driver, might be the kart that is parked on the outside of the circuit there. Yes, that's a KAA kart, and that is Murad Bayramov, so he'll be starting shotgun on the field. We've been following the number 217, Abdul Aziz Al-Qureshi, for Skyline Racing. Well, he's running with the Mumbai Falcons, but that's the Saudi team, Skyline Racing. I've got to say that we've been following him. He got out early,
13th.
and he's doing pretty well. 13th position. He's got the white and yellow FIA CIK Academy race suit on. He was one of Saudi Arabia's representatives in that championship.
Into the top 10, Sam Turner for the KAA team, the Kart Advisor Academy team there. He's the driver that kindly gave us footage of his onboard, from his onboard camera that we'll be showing after this qualifying session to get an idea and a great insight from Sam. Great to see Sam. He had a bit of a character building day yesterday. Didn't quite see him feature at all, but he's inside the top 10 now with that lap time. With 20 seconds on the clock, we are getting the checkered flag readied and unfurling it right now, because in about 10 seconds' time, we're going to be calling a day on this qualifying session. And Aaron Qureshi's time of a 33.011, that's the target for everybody. Not everybody going quicker, Henry. People have started to peter off here, so we might see, once again, Qureshi riding that wave of success. He's took the checkered flag, one of the first drivers through. Louis Radcliffe appears up there for Sam Pollitt. Louis Radcliffe on the front row of the grid at the moment. The checkered flag pretty much for everyone now. Paul Schutzman takes the flag there. He's down in 22nd. Remember, Paul this weekend just moving up from the Minimax class to his first weekend in the juniors and just finding his feet in this grippier, faster class of karts, bigger karts as well, of course. There's the checkered flag flying. It's Aaron Qureshi. Aaron Qureshi, 33.011, 15 thousandths of a second quicker than Sam Pollitt Racing's Louis Radcliffe, who is with us once again. And again, Louis, a new addition to the series. I don't know what his plans are, Henry.
This is a one-off.
It's a one-off,
I've
okay.
spoken to the family. They were looking at Alpha San, and certainly Sam Pollitt were looking to try and get them back here, but I think they have got other commitments. You know, the race calendar builds up in Europe.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
I know they want to come back. Whether we'll see them at some point before the end of the season.
Weather being the operative word there.
Weather being the operative word, yes. I'll go down and speak to Aaron Qureshi.
Right, brilliant. There is the grid then for the junior Rotax class. Aaron Qureshi riding that wave of success, putting the kart on pole position for Mumbai Falcons. Sam Pollitt Racing's Louis Radcliffe making a guest appearance here, and great to have him along. He's going to start alongside. The second row is the championship protagonists, Veer Chopra and Mitansh Jain on row 2. Row 3, Johansa Seninyaki and Derek Rivera. Derek was all the time up there on the timing screens. Fourth row of the grid, Giuseppe Montanari, another good performance from him, and Faris Haroon putting yesterday aside, trying to forget everything that happened yesterday, and a great time from him. Gabriele Baraccordi and Aaron Mason are on row 5. Saveli Kojai is on row 6 with Jaden Hidding. Row 7, we've got Harry Radcliffe and Ray Harbour. Sam Turner ended up in 15th with Harrison Stevens alongside in 16th. Row 9 is Floris Schenkenberg and Pierre Abu Diwan. Row 10, Abdul Razik Al-Qureshi and Erin Ortak share that one. Leah Arna and Paul Schutzman on row 11. Row 12 will be Vladimir Gushu and Damien Nort. And then we've got Antonio Hussari and Joe Murad, Raffaele Zagati and Kaba Kidwai, Lev Tolstith and Aaron Setti are on row 15. Row 16 is Elif Yagma Yezelte, Romy Sabali alongside. Saif Al-Alobadi and Murad Baramov is on the final row of the grid. 34 carts in Junior Rotax. And we had we had everybody. Everybody gave us a lap time. Some drivers only able to do 2 or 3 laps. Let's head down to Henry, though. He's got our pole sitter.
Well, thank you very much. You just said that was tense. Intense, or do you feel tense?
I mean, kind of both, because coming out in turn 1, 2, I knew everyone was rolling over. They were trying to, I'm nearly certain they were trying to get a chase, and so when I saw they were really, really slow, I knew what was going to happen. It was going to be a mess, so I knew I should go alone and get my laps in.
Yeah, because especially after what happened in seniors, do you think that, I mean, obviously you had another briefing before you went out for qualify. What was told to you, or what did Ken Potter say to you?
Well, you can roll over in the first 2 corners, but in the rest of the track, you have to get on with it.
And do you think that everyone did?
For me, I believe so.
I believe so. Now, yesterday, first win, okay? Did you feel any different coming to the track this morning, sitting on the dummy grids, looking at your fellow drivers, knowing I have beaten you all, I am a winner? Did that have any impact on you? Do you feel more, a bit more, bounce in your step?
For me, I just felt a bit calmer today. I could have done it yesterday. I just need to keep focused, just be alert, be aware of my surroundings, and just focus.
But you felt a bit calmer this morning coming to the track?
For sure.
A little bit of pressure is off your shoulders?
Yes.
Excellent. So I suppose Louis Ratcliffe is starting alongside you. He, finished second yesterday. Are we going to do the double?
The what? Sorry?
The double?
I have one word for that. Inshallah.
Inshallah, indeed. Well, that's it. Qualifying is over. Arhan Qureshi, winner yesterday, pole today. We're going to go racing next.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, indeed. Qualifying done and dusted in the bag. We've got all of our grids formed. We've got our senior Rotax grid formed, which we will give you when we get to that. At the moment, though, it's all about Micromax. Micromax already lined up in the collecting area, ready for their first heat. And the Micromax class, of course, the cadet class here. Mojo C2 tyres. This is for the 8 to 11-year-old category. 105 minimum weight, 105 kilograms minimum weight, I should say. This is the Rotax cadet class, and certainly here at Yas Marina, it lends itself to some very fast laps. This is a very, very fast track. It's quite different to all of the other venues that we go to. Maybe because it's part of the Grand Prix circuit here. It's a very fast and flowing track. Even the slowest corners here at Yas are very, very quick. And another big thank you to Sam Turner from the Car Advisor Academy, who gave us onboard footage from one of his practice days, which was a massive, massive insight, wasn't it? Let's have a look at that while we wait for the Micromax grid to form. Yas Marina, a track that everybody has been excited to come to. Round 5 of the UAE RMC, and here we are on board with Sam Turner from the KA team. He's going to take us round a lap. This high-speed circuit is actually on part of what the Grand Prix takes place on here in Abu Dhabi. Out here onto the back straight, then Sam will take us down this back straight, hitting speeds of 120 kilometres showing on data before he turns left and then right into a double apex left-hander that kind of forms a hairpin here. Here we go then. This will end the lap through a little bit of a chicane and then flat out across the line. You'll notice the grid markings on the track as he crosses the line here. And then on another 120k being hit before we turn left and then right. The old Grand Prix circuit this bit is, and then into the hairpin and onto the Grand Prix back straight. Let's have a listen to Sam's engine revs. You'll just see how fast this track is and see how much throttle that Sam gets to use. It's got to be flat out in 90% throttle, this track, and it's going to be so taxing on the drivers, so taxing on the engines, and so taxing on all of our races here this weekend. Yeah, great insight there from Sam Turner, and another big thank you to Sam and the KAA team, the Car Advisor Academy. Sophia Necci,
well done,
giving us the giving us the getting our foot in the door there. A team that's certainly improved in competitiveness in all of their drivers. They've got former British champion Reese Hunter across as a kind of consultant engineer.
Was a kart advisor.
He absolutely is a kart advisor. Yes, he is. Yeah, and you've seen some improvements as we've gone through the season. That will continue. We're round 5 here of the UAE RMC.
Got some chat on the Karting Live page.
We have. Can you see that?
I can. Laurent 312 goes 232. Got the X, and he's up there. Unfortunately, I don't quite know which one it was.
232.
I think it was 2 races ago.
Oh,
and then
are you sure?
For Mama Hello,
no,
317. Go for it.
232 is a junior. Yeah. It's Elif Yagmer Yeselte.
Oh, brilliant.
It's one of our novices, I think.
There's a Yamani Kanua.
The fan club.
Yes. But thank you. Keep on chatting. You can chat with us either the YouTube stream, either the Karting Live YouTube stream or the Rotax UAE RMC one. And Henry has returned from chatting to all the top drivers.
Yes, and remembering to turn the camera off. Which was
good lad.
Yes,
yes.
Blooming heck!
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Sorry, but this is the most important thing of round 5. But round 5, day 2, Henry remembers stuff without being told.
Yes.
Well, he was told, but more than 12 minutes ago.
12 seconds ago.
12 seconds ago.
More than 2.6 seconds ago.
That's it. Yes.
Lads, you're gonna have to let that go.
Yes.
I know. I've worked it out though. I'm not used to driving something that's 250 kilograms of weight.
Well,
my driving style is more suited to a more nimble chassis.
And as a commentator, you're used to respecting track limits.
Absolutely.
I think that's where Nick went. I mean, if it was in an RMC event, he would have been penalty for track limits, times disallowed.
He mullered, and I know David Bright will be watching this. He's got nothing else to do.
The bills in the post for the painting of the curbs.
Because the damage he did to those curbs. He mullered every single curb.
The paintwork was destroyed.
Horrific. Now then, this chap here sat beside the number 7.
Shogo Endo.
That's the chap on the left with the orange sleeves, the orange shoulders on his shirt.
The coolest mechanic in Japan.
He's not just a mechanic, though, is he?
No, he was, for many years, Ukyo Sasahara was a Japanese Rotax Grand Finals champion twice in juniors. Shogo in seniors was doing wonderful things. One of the top talents of his generation is Shogo Endo. He's now the coolest looking guy.
And he's looking after Zhu Guanyi.
Yes, he is.
Who has come on leaps and bounds massively. Very promising young driver.
Trying to explain, he's been karting for 5 months, and he should not be where he is.
Well, he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be where he is in a national championship. He should still be at clubby level.
He's doing a lot of practice. He's doing a lot of testing, and that's fine. Now I'm looking down. How many of our young ladies made it? I think.
So you've got Ella,
the same two as yesterday.
Ella Yeselte, yes,
and Tugba.
Kilian Kudu. Mabida is in there as well. Tugba Yeselte has been allowed in because they've met that threshold. The drivers that have not been allowed to race, they are still on a massive learning curve. And to be fair to them, Henry, this is an environment that is at a very, very high level. Let's have a look at the grid though. Evans Voronins will start on the pole with Liam O'Hanlon alongside. Second row of the grid is Samar Chopra and Saif Khalifa. It's kind of again, we're going to do what we did yesterday. Rudrabatab Shekhawat and Cameron Harvey on row 3. Row 4 is Adam El Sheikh and Tadeusz Protaska. Alexander Semenov and Jensen Kelly share row 5. Roddy Harris and Alexander Feinstein share row 6. On row 7, Vaihap Ponna and Rofiwa Nwambi, with Zhu Guanyi and Enzo Falzerano on 8. Row 9 is Amar Tabatsa and Saif Almina. And then row 10 is Felix Zouza Jebjerg and Thayab Haroun. Sebastian Storer shares 11 with Leo Reutmann. And then we have the 2 novices, the Tugba Yeselte over from Turkey. Great to have Tugba with us. And Kilian Kudu Mabida is on the back. Ella Yeselte is the final starter in 25th slot.
Which means that, sadly, Fatima Yeselte missed out by half a second. And Sinar Ozginoglu missed out by, I think, just over a second. So commiserations to those two. I know they're going to be watching and cheering their two countrywomen on.
Here we go then. Ivans Voronins on the inside, the advantage of that inside line into one as, there they go, trying to concertina. That was Liam O'Hanlon who tried to get round. He has a little bit of a wheel banging session there, tries to struggle. I think he's about fourth now, Henry, as they come out the hairpin.
He's make that. Well, he's the third in that four wide, just pointing forward there to Rudrapatrap Shekhawat to say, come on, let's work together. Rudrapatrap up to P4 by the looks of it.
That was a very, very crowded first turn, wasn't it?
It was.
Massively crowded.
Even though the field were quite spread out at the start, it was quite a fast start. They were let go. It still got very, very crowded, but they've all made it through safely to complete lap number 1.
And it's Samar Chopra who slotted in behind Voronins. He's got onto the rear bumper there. Now, this is significant from the sense of the championship because Samar is currently behind Liam O'Hanlon in the championship. However, in this heat, the first heat of day 2, he's ahead on track and looking like he's going to perhaps gain some points if it stays the same. But by all intents and purposes, Henry, he's not going to settle for second, is he?
No. He certainly was a bit aggrieved yesterday after the last lap move from Liam O'Hanlon, although, to be fair, it was all is fair in love and war on the last lap. Samar Chopra to the race lead. We have a new lead of the O-Plate.
That was textbook, wasn't it? That was absolute textbook. The carchop.me replay will show this. Just moving to the inside at the hairpin. It's a very wide entry to that hairpin. You've got a choice of lines, really. And it was Samar Chopra who, I'm not going to say it, chopped down the inside.
Very good, very good.
He's carrying the O-Plate, of course. He won that at Dubai last month. And now we've got a 3-kart train developing with Chopra, Voronins and O'Hanlon developing that, using the science of aerodynamics to go forwad very, very quickly.
Yes, and the more they battle, the closer Rudrapatrap Shekhawat, Cameron Harvey, Adam Al-Sheikh and Saif Al-Khalifa will get, because they're not far. Well, certainly Rudrapatrap Shekhawat is only about 10 kart lengths behind these 3 drivers we're looking at here. There is Shekhawat taking a nice tight line through turns 6 and 7. The leading Synergy driver, Cameron Harvey, who put himself in a couple of wrong positions yesterday.
Sorry, Henry.
Yeah,
this is cracking racing here. We have Voronins and Liam O'Hanlon on his rear bumper just going down the inside of the leader and taking the lead. We've got Chopra from first to third in turn 1. Shekhawat, who's been urged along by all the support he's getting from Noah Kart Racer in India.
Yes.
And it's not over yet, is it, as O'Hanlon goes into the front?
It certainly is not. That's the third leader in the space of about a third of a lap. Shekhawat is right there. Harvey, Al-Sheikh and Al-Khalifa are next. Yeah, I was saying Harvey, quick yesterday, couple of wrong decisions in terms of where to put himself in certain situations. Hopefully he's learnt and is now able to put his, put the pace and the racecraft together all in a single performance. Behind the top 7, we've got Tadeusz Prochatska for the Ital Course Middle East team, new second place driver.
Down the inside there, very, very brave move that off the back straight. Let's have a look at this carchop.me replay there, and he just positioned himself really wide, did the number 12, left the gap, left the door wide open, did Evans Voronins. And Samar Chopra says, thank you very much there. I'm going to take the optimum line through this corner, which doesn't have to be as wide as Pab Voronins thought it was. And he's proved the point.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's the example of how wide you can take it. Liam O'Hanlon taking the optimal racing line. As you can see them fanning out now through turns 4 and 5, downhill. And then sort of they start going uphill now. Right at the apex of turn number 6, they keep over a little crest, and then
it's quite a different.
Yeah.
There's quite an undulation there, isn't it?
Yeah, there is.
That corner at turn 6 is quite uphill, so you can really throw the cart in there.
It's got a little bit of that roller coaster feel over it, where you
go over the top,
and your innards sort of don't travel quite as quickly as Shekhawat makes a move.
We'll have a look at it as Liam O'Hanlon continues to lead down the back straight. That's Samar Chopra. That's the championship right there. So it's this section here. We're going to go down, blast down a little bit of a straight. it goes uphill here.
Yep.
And you can really throw the cart in. Then as it goes through that left, look how downhill that is.
It's a
you
yump.
really get that, don't you? And that'll be a great feeling for these drivers.
Yeah, we call it a yump. You know,
Not a rally yump.
No, not a rally yump, but it's certainly like, you know, you get that feeling of a roller coaster. Oh, my,
a little bit of butterflies.
Yeah, a little bit of butterflies.
And this is why we race. We race for the butterflies, of course.
Absolutely. On lap 9 out of 9. This
Checkered
is
flag getting ready,
it.
Henry.
Shekawat has dropped right back. It's going to be between O'Hanlon and Chopra. O'Hanlon checks over his shoulder. Chopra has got a good run. I don't think he's got enough time, however.
No, because the last left-hander on the track in this heat, 9 laps completed, and Liam O'Hanlon continues the 100% record here at Yas Marina. He won the heat, he won the pre-final, and he won the final yesterday. And he's going to be very, very hard to beat here. Didn't have it all his own way there. You had to think about that, didn't he? Because he was hung out to dry at that turn 1 at the start of this race. And that's a very, very intelligent drive by that youngster.
Now, I'm just looking. So, best lap, once again, Ella and Tugba Yasilte, because you saw them just briefly as on the last lap. They were on the back straight, but they weren't in danger of going a lap down. Whereas yesterday, on the last lap, now I'm going to start getting upset with drivers because you can't do that. And cutting across the circuit there is a no-no.
Well, it's confusing for the drivers coming in from the right, isn't it? Who are taking the correct route.
Yes. Yeah.
That's just chaos.
That's going to be something that they're going to be admonished for, I'm certain.
There's the provisional result then. I say provisional because we've got to get through tech inspection. It's a championship copybook here. Liam O'Hanlon takes the win. Samar Chopra trying all he can to chase him down. That was a great race, though. Ivan Voronens showing the performance from yesterday and continuing that. Noah Cartracer will be delighted with a 4th place for Ruud Rapatap Shekawat there. And then we had Adam El Sheikh in 5th. 6th place was Cameron Harvey. In 7th place, we have Saif Al Khalifa with Tadeusz Prochaska just off that, just dropped off the tail of the leading group, didn't he? Zhu Kanyi is 9th, Alexander Feinstein 10th, Jensen Kelly 11th, Alexander Semenov was 12th and 13th, Amata Batsa with Vaya Ponna next, Roddy Harris, Rofewa Dwambi, Sebastian Storer, Saif El Mina, that was 18th. 19th is Leah Reutemann, Felix Souza Jebjerg, Enzo Falzerano, Thayab Haroun, Kilian Kadudu Mabida, L.A. Yeselte, and rounding off a 25 cart field, Tugba Yeselte, improving all the time.
Leo Reutemann, first race off novice plates today.
Really?
He won best novice yesterday, and he was very proud to say, he did tell me off.
He told you off?
Yeah, because I said he had a trophy for best novice, and it wasn't, it's a medal.
All right. So
yeah, I got it wrong.
Yeah, you did get it wrong.
He was like, you said I had a trophy, I got a medal. He was still happy with his medal.
Yes.
But it wasn't a trophy.
It wasn't a trophy. It's kind of a trophy.
It is a kind of trophy.
It's a trophy in the form of a medal.
Yes, exactly. I should have said that.
But when you're only 9,
well,
you can be pedantry.
Semantics.
Yes.
Now, we're looking at senior Rotax. We had Harry Hannam here yesterday. Of course, this is the start of the second half of the season. There's a lot of firsts. We're going to get Matt Norman in here because at some point because this is his farewell to the UAE Championship.
He's abandoning us.
He's abandoning us and moving back to Blighty.
I have got the official qualifying result for Senior Max.
Okay.
So at the moment, we have groups B and C in the collecting area.
Yes.
On the pole position is the O-plate holder
of Rian
Dharmadasa. This is how it was second quickest in the session, by the way.
Yes.
This is how the session finished. On the fastest, so it's fastest here because all of the groups, A, B and C, were qualified together.
Yep.
We had that regulation breach by
everybody
other
apart
than
from
four drivers who just went out there and dawdled after being told not to.
Yes.
So Oscar Lambert was quickest, Rian Dharmadasa was second, Rayan Qureshi was third, Daniel Breath, Jules Demont, Jerry Montgomery Swan, Trofim Krotov, George Nasser, Nathan Kappen, 10th was Cian Cryenbull, 11th Conor Clancy, Eni Asachi was 12th, Oscar Backhouse, Shivan Kartik, Faisal Nashko, Alicia Kanisa 16th, Mohammed Menemate was 17th, Adish Mehta, Amani Kanua 19th.
Oh, that's harsh.
Andrea Remy, Zain El Amasani, Laith Momina, Alexander Bishi, Andrew Obaid 24th, 25th was Abdullah Al-Qaita, Manafal Belushi was 26th, Enzo Tesluk, Philip Dinu, Antonius Haddad, Rayan Karuz, Timofey Sevostinov, Laluma Gubemi, and Tamim Hasiba 33rd.
I'm just looking down, because it's page 2 that I'm interested in, because you've got Orlando Bentsivenga, Igor Prochantov, and Abigail Pope. I'm looking, so yes, it's the list of one-time fastest lap invalidated. And I'm just going down, did anybody...
Hang on, I've got information on Amani.
Oh.
So Amani lost 2 laps.
Oh.
As he had a drop-down bumper as well.
Oh, my cup of joy is being thrown on the floor. Well, okay, so Amani Kanua... so for Mama Julio, that Mama Julio is the nickname for his dad, who's in Kenya, busy working and trying to find sponsorship for Amani. Amani, Amani lives. Well, he's from South Africa. He's got a very touching backstory, which we will tell. I've said podium story time. That's the deal with Amani. Again, I watched him this morning. He went round every single mechanic and driver in the George Gibbons Motorsport tent to say good morning, to shake their hand, and to, give them a little morning embrace. Yesterday, he came up here to say good morning to us all. So I went down to return the favour, and I spoke to him and said, he is a wonderful kid. He's a real gem of a human being, which I suppose is why, one of the reasons he gets so much support online.
Yeah, pretty much the whole of Africa, I think.
Tim Davis, did they get a lap of the F1 track on the live chat? Well, they do, 3 corners of the F1 track.
We come out of the hairpin, the west hairpin, and use a bit of the back straight, and then we go off into the infield. We come back onto the Grand Prix track.
On the run down.
And then turn 1 here, turn 1, 2, and 3 is the first Grand Prix track configuration that we had here when the Grand Prix first came here. So you go left and right through what was effectively a chicane for a Formula One car. It's a very fast left-right S-bend for these Rotax Max karts.
We talk about the speed of the go-kart, the karts, which...
Hello, America.
Hello, America. And, of course, they are. When you watch karting in the flesh, you realise, oh, my goodness, these seniors, even the juniors, the DD2s especially, are very, very fast pieces of equipment. And yet, through that chicane, where they are flat out, in a Formula One car, it's one of the slowest corners on the entire calendar. Used to be.
These karts are actually turning into the turn 1 at 70 miles an hour, 120 kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
They're turning into that corner. As is a Formula One car, at pretty much the same speed.
Yeah.
Bizarrely.
I know it.
It is bizarre. Well, funny you should mention just how fast these karts are. There's a lot of people who kind of, when I tell them what we do, and they go, oh, yeah, karts, because their perception of karts is perhaps where they've been to their local hire car track.
Yes.
And then they come out to the track, and they go, and their minds are completely blown away.
And it was interesting because obviously there's a rental car track here on the other side of the grandstand. So the building that we're in, the building that camera is looking down on, that runs virtually the entire length of the pit lane and the circuit. Behind it, where the podium is, at the front of the venue, there's a rental kart circuit. Which is open.
Which I think they do run Rotax Max Racing on there as well.
Oh, yeah, possibly.
I think they do.
But there was obviously some arrive and drive customers who happened to be about to go onto the circuit during the time of the podium presentation yesterday, and you would have noticed that there was some interesting sort of spectators who were just sort of like looking at,
I did see
like, what's all this about then, with the fancy race suits and the young kids and the adults, and as they sit there looking down at their their fire suits, thinking, oh, I wonder.
I don't
I'm going to go and do exactly what those people did.
It is quite mind-blowing. A friend of mine who's been to many, many Formula One Grand Prix, been to many British touring car races, came along to our local track at Warden Law and for the first time saw Rotax Max karting. And he said, how did they go through the corners? Turn 1 at Warden Law is very fast. How did they go through? How did they go through the corner so quickly?
Well, it's simple.
I was like, science, mate.
Skill.
Physics.
Physics, yeah, but also skill.
Lack of imagination.
Yeah.
There's only one place I've ever raced a car where I was actually afraid, and that was the Hull Street race.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were at the Kuwait Motor Town, and we were due to circumstances beyond anyone's control, the cars hadn't arrived, so we got a free day on the kart track. And we were going round and round, and Joe was doing his normal thing, he had his race face on. And we were chatting about it afterwards. And I said, I was great. I said, I was this corner that, yeah, I did the corner. He said, yeah, I had a real problem with that corner. I said, why? It was a very big light stanchion, a big, huge lamppost right in the middle of the corner. It was putting me off. And Joe goes, what lamppost? Because he has no imagination when he's racing. He can't see the danger.
That's the thing. You don't. I mean, wow. Oh. I did a street circuit in Nassau.
Can I just say before we talk about your Bahamas story?
Well,
I was quicker than Nick that day.
Yes, a standard
by about 1.5 seconds.
1.5 seconds. How many years ago was this?
Just a couple of years ago.
It was just a couple of years ago.
I'll tell you when that was. It was the same year as the Qatar World Cup. So
2022.
Yeah.
So 4 years later, Joe still remembers he was 1.5 seconds.
4 years later, Joe's 2 stone lighter and going slower.
And yet 3 weeks after Nick's rare victory, Joe's like, let's put that one to bed, then let's leave that one.
He can't sleep. He can't sleep.
I'm still trying to work through the data. Here we go then. Let's get back to reality in the UAE RMC round 5, day 2. And we're about to go racing for the first time in the senior Rotax class. Here's the grid then. It's groups B versus C here. Rayan Damadasa for George Gibbons Motorsport will start on the pole position. Ryan Qureshi will start alongside. Jules Dumont with a great effort there. Jerry Montgomery swung back to where he should be. George Nasser, championship leader, with Nathan Captain alongside on row 3. Row 4 is Connor Clancy, who's going to beat that guy today. Eni Asashi alongside. Row 5, Shivan Kartik and Faisal Nashko, with Mohammed Menemene and Adash Mehta on row 6. Row 7 is Andrea Remy and Zainal Omasani. Alexander Bishi shares row 8 with Andrew Obaid. Manaf Al-Balushi and Enzo Tesluk share row 9. Row 10 is Antonius Haddad with Ryan Caruso alongside. Luluma Ngubemi and Tamin Asiba on row 11. Igor Prachakantov and Abigail Pope share row 12. That's 24 karts starting this one.
Abigail Pope, the younger sister of Jaden Pope, who raced in this championship last year, who is currently in university, but planning a comeback next year.
Great stuff. Here we go. The Dubai O-Plate holder, Rayan Damadasa, back to where we saw him earlier on in the season. He's found that pace again. It's just racing, he said to me in an interview for the Paddock Show. We're about to go racing. Everybody stays in the tram lines, please. Now they break free into turn 1, which is that very fast right-hander, into the equally fast left-hander, then into the hairpin for the first time.
And I was looking, there was somebody on the outside, possibly George Nassar, who went very, very wide going into, or was it a JNKD kart? They went very wide into turn number 1 to try and get a better run. It didn't quite work for them, however. As you can see, the top 3, Nassar in 3rd, so I think it might have been Jules Dumont that went wide and has dropped back a little bit.
George Nasser cracking from 3rd row of the grid to get himself behind the 2 leaders is a great effort in the start of this race. He knows he's got to get up there and start gathering those points to keep that pesky Connor Clancy away from him.
Yes, looking down, Clancy hasn't made the best getaway from the inside of row number 3. In fact, he's dropped from 7th to 12th. Right then, Connor. Time to get your sleeves rolled up and your elbows sharpened early. Damadasa, Qureshi, Nassar, Dumont, Kapan, Eni Asachi, Montgomery Swan, Adish Mehta, Shivan Kartik and Mohammed Menene, your top 10.
Things beginning to spread out a little bit uncharacteristic for this class of Rotax Max karting, with Ryan Damadasa on the O-plate, absolutely commanding that lead. Ryan Qureshi doing all he can to get on terms, and George Nasser, I've got to say, that gap is meant to, it was about 3 karts lengths. It is exactly about 3 karts lengths, so these karts are not closing up. However, behind these top 3, Jules Demont is leading an absolute train of karts, with people beginning to just they're maybe biding their time, just taking their time. It's a 15-lap race after all. It's only a 32-second lap, so 15 laps isn't much time-wise, but opportunities throughout the lap of passing are very remote here at Yas Marina.
Yeah, Laluma Ngubemi, who was the driver that arrived yesterday morning, had visa issues, literally made it out just in time for qualifying. He was allowed to race. He went through the safety briefing, spoke to him and his family this morning. And obviously he was looking to have a much better day. He's had a night's sleep to start with,
yeah, that always helps.
Which is helpful. Top 3 are clear. Jules Demont, that's something he was a little defensive. Demont holding on to 4th place with Capon, Montgomery, Swan, Saatchi, Meta, Manena and Clancy up to 10th.
And Jeremy Montgomery Swan moving ahead of Eni Asachi there to maybe have another bash at Nathan Capon as they cross the line then. 5 laps completed it is. Damadasa, Qureshi, Nazar gaining a little bit of ground and almost creating a 3-kart train at the front here. I'd say that is now, as Nasser begins to feel the toe of Ryan Qureshi. That will bring him onto the rear bumper of the Mumbai Falcons kart there, the orange kart there in the picture. But right now it's all about that O-plate holder there, Ryan Damadasa, who is absolutely on fire this weekend. Oh, and all kicking off for 4th place there. That's all change, Henry.
Yeah, that was Jeremy Montgomery Swan made the initial move on Jules Demont, but it looks as though Nathan Capon has emerged at the head of the 4th place train. Change for 2nd.
Jeremy Montgomery Swan down to 19. Something's happened there.
Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. Here's the move for P2. Nassar mirror signal maneuver P2. And he hasn't lost a massive amount of time. George Nassar would be told, okay, this is an opportunity to claw some points back on Conor Clancy, to stop the rot, as it were.
Conor Clancy up to 8th, by the way. You mentioned his name. I'm not sure. It all kicked off in 4th place down over, didn't it? Including that gaggle of karts. That included Jeremy Montgomery Swan. The J&K driver now finding himself in 19th place. So he was the driver that paid the toll there for whatever happened going in off the back straight, I think is where that incident happened.
Unusual for a debt collector, having to pay early on. I think what would have happened is they were side by side. Montgomery Swan had to take evasive action across the grass coming out of the final chicane.
Yeah, good speculation, Henry.
Which is just by looking at the 2 and 3 wide action going into that bottleneck, somebody had to, say and bail out. Nassar's not done with this one yet.
And we've only clicked by half distance here. Yep. 15 laps. We've completed it. It'll be 9 laps completed when they get through the next 4 turns here. And Nassar is coming. Nassar is coming towards Damadasa. He's drawing up. He's got momentum. Momentum drawing him up to the rear bumper. That's the fastest lap of the race. Last time by, and the gap is down to just under 2/10, but we don't need to stop much, do we? Because we can clearly see that the challenge is coming.
Yes, it's onto the back straight. Damadasa, to his credit, isn't looking over his shoulder. He doesn't need to look over his shoulder because he can now see directly in front of him the rear bumper of George Nassar's kart. Nassar just eases to the inside, makes his move, and here's the kartshop.me replay of Nassar. That is pure waft.
That's pure momentum. Now then, Jamie Zaira is George's mechanic there at Matthias Nigem Motorsport, and he'll have been working with Jamie, who's no slouch of a karter himself. Unfortunately for Jamie, he's about 7 foot tall, which has always been to his disadvantage, but put him in a 177 kilogram category of Rotax Max, and he's hard to beat. Well, he's the mechanic and he's the engineer behind that kart, and he's got that running suite, hasn't he?
He does indeed. Jamie, he used to race in the British Championship when it was known as Super 1. when it went to become the Motorsport UK British Championship. He did the first year of it in 177, still races in 177 occasionally.
He's going to do some NKC, which you'll see on Karting Live TV, of course.
Yeah, and I asked him, would you ever go for a ticket for the grand finals? He was like, no, I'm too tall, I'm over the weight. Clancy still 10th. Jamont.
Well, he's gone down. He was 8th.
Yes,
he was 8th. He's just been overtaken by Alexander Bigi.
Oh, the notorious BIGI.
Yeah, and the last time I looked, he was 8th. He's dropped down to 10th. So I was asking the question yesterday, who can beat Conor Clancy? He's not having a day of it. I'm not quite sure why he was off in qualifying, but it's clearly because they didn't get on and put those laps in, and then everyone was disqualified.
Even before the issue with all the lap times, he was still only 8th.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because I wasted a great line. The bid for 8 starts from 8th. Then, of course, he lost that time.
Shame that's been made redundant.
Yeah,
it was
shocking.
A cracking tagline.
Yeah.
There's the field coming through now. We're on lap 13, or 13 laps completed this time by. That's a lovely view of that double apex. It's 2 left-handers there, but the karters seem to, they're just taking as one sweeping 180-degree sweeping turn, don't they?
And I like that. So that was the view of the entire field, all 24 drivers who are still running. Laluma Ngubemi at the back of the pack. Abigail Pope just in front of Laluma. Tamim Hasiba, Enzo Tesluk. But yeah, great, to show, look, even the drivers that are in 23rd, 24th, they're still pushing the envelope all the way through that corner. Yeah, there are some different lines. Drivers have karts set up, depending on their driving style. But here we go. It is NASA half a second in front on the final lap. Through turn 6, up the hill, over the yump, and it's going to be a win for George Nasser.
Yeah, he's back on schedule to a championship. He's going to consolidate that championship lead as he takes the first heat. Groups B and C, of course. He's got another heat to get through, and these senior max go through a heat phase and then straight to a final. There's no pre-final for these drivers. They do get 2 races, though, to form the grid for the all-important final. Rayan Darmadasso, I've got to say, second place and a strong showing.
Yep.
He was very strong at the beginning of the season, and then he faded a little bit, or he seems to have faded a little bit. He's back on song here, as he was at Dubai for round 4. I said to him, and we'll see this in our interview in the Paddock show, which I think he's on today's show in the lunch break.
Yep.
And he says, not really anything discernible that you could sort of put your finger on. It's just racing, really.
Yeah.
And it's the way your look goes sometimes.
Oh, see. Oh,
I know. It's my OCD.
It's annoying me. I've got to say, there are things I try not to give. This, Joe. We try to we describe. We try not to opinionate.
We struggle not to opinionate.
No, we struggle not to. But I struggle to not. I don't like criticising drivers. The drivers that are going across the painted line there. Now, some of them will be told by their mechanics, you need to get back quick because we need to do pressures, what have you, or we want to get through the scales early on. I don't like it, and it's really annoying me. There we go.
It's annoying me as well.
Yes, sorry.
It's ruining my OCD. George Nasser then takes the first heat win for Senior Max. Rayan Darmadasso second. Ryan Qureshi was third. Nathan Kaplan fourth. Mohammed Menemene fifth. And then Adish Mehta from 12th to 6th.
Good drive, Adish.
He's got his fan club along with us for the ride as well. That was a great drive from Adish. 7th place then, Eni Sachi, with Jules Demont finding himself down to 8th. Alexander Bigi 9th. Conor Clancy will not be happy with 10th. Zain Holmasani was 11th.
Good
with
drive.
Shivan Kartek. Yeah, another good drive in 12th place. 13th, we've got Andrea Remy, and then we've got Manaf Al-Baluchi. Jerry Montgomery Swan recovering to 15th. Faisal Nashko 16th. Antonio Stardad next. Ryan Carouse. And then in 19th place, Andrew Obaid, Igor Prachantov, Enzo Tesluk, Tamim Masiba, Abigail Pope 23rd, and Aluma Gubemi rounding off 24 carts. Happy smiling picture there. Just happy to be here and getting delayed through customs or something, wasn't he? Was he delayed or a delayed flight or something?
Delayed getting his visa approval.
Ah, right. That was
to get here.
Yeah.
It's literally sitting watching last practice from your house, knowing that you've got to beat the next. You've got to be there next on track. It's terrible.
I'm going to dive into the pits, guys.
Okay, fair enough. We've got Minimax coming up next. Steph Mostef on the live chat. Team Amani. Amani Kanyua is in Group A, so he wasn't in that senior Rotax race. He will be in the next 2 senior Rotax heats. So, yeah, plenty of comments coming in.
The next senior Rotax heat goes out in about an hour. Exactly an hour.
Exactly an hour. There we go.
One.
So Team Amani, 1 hour. But, don't go away. Stay watching because, I know you're supporting Team Amani, but South Africa have got a number of drivers here, including in this next race. So if you tuned in from the continent of Africa to watch Amani Kanyua, well, you can also watch Lwashu Mathibula. In cart number 115. He is one of the number of drivers, 4 drivers in total, brought over by Wesley Orr, the War Motorsports team boss.
I think that interview is in today's Paddock show as well.
Which will be a great.
So we're going to chat with the legend that is Wesley Orr, and also a little chat with Rodri as well. Radri, sorry.
Roddy,
yes, Roddy.
You got it, but inside it's Roddy. Roddy Harris. I'm hoping that my friend Kyle Lawrence, who I commentate with, will be approving of my new South African.
What about friends you commentated with? You got a lot of messages from.
Oh dear.
Jack Doe, who said,
Hello,
I was
Jack.
in the combox at the O-Play. When he came to chat with us, didn't Jack Doe?
Yes.
Why not racing, Jack?
I had a message from Jack's dad asking could he have Joe Bradley's phone number to discuss something, because Jack's had to stop karting for the time being, but is very interested in commentary. And he just reminded me, because I forgot to pass on that message.
You've now passed on when Joe's not here.
Yes.
Joe, there's a message for you from Henry. Henry has a message for you.
Jack Doe's dad, formerly of this parish, who you interviewed, messaged me saying, can I have your number? Can he get Joe Bradley's number? And I forgot to reply to him. Now I've remembered, I will make sure that happens. No. Jack wants to discuss media because Jack's not racing at the moment, but he's very interested in our side of things.
But he's quite good at talking, isn't he, Jack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, sorry. Next generation.
So, yes, I will now pass the message on. Apologies, Jack Joe, and to Jack's dad.
So, you can just give him my number,
Saw the message, didn't respond instantly because I'm generally rubbish.
You are absolutely rubbish at responding to messages,
Yes.
You're the second worst person I know.
Second worst?
Oh,
yes.
Johnny Palmer, way worse.
You know when we were talking about our odd friends in motorsport?
Yes.
And you were up there with them all.
Yes, I'm wear it as a badge of honour.
You're not always top, though, Henry.
No.
You're not top oddest person all the time.
No, Johnny's our oddest friend.
I am, after Nick Damon and Joe Bradley, their years of working across the motorsport spectrum at the highest level, and I mock and joke all the time.
And spectrum's a great word.
Genuinely, both Nick Damon and Joe Bradley have worked at the highest level of all motorsport.
Still am.
And they still are.
This is it.
And they have named me as in the top 3 of the oddest people they know. I wear it as a badge of honour.
You should do.
Who doesn't love lists?
Motorsport's full of odd people.
Yeah.
You've got to be odd to love this sport.
Wow.
It's horrific.
Maybe that's what makes me so odd, because I can't understand why not everybody doesn't love this sport.
It's horrific. This sport is horrific. It tears your heart out. It tears your wallet out. It ruins your bank balance. It ruins your life.
And yet...
But it's great. I love it. It's fantastic.
Yet you cannot live without it.
No, you can't.
You
can't. I sometimes wish I'd gotten into heroin or something, because I'd be on a methadone program now.
There's.
And I'd be cured.
At least,
I'm not cured though. I'll never ever be cured from my motorsport addiction.
There is no other sport that you say
it was me in the
you got
hotel last
bitten
night
by the bug.
when I should have been sleeping. I thought I'll just have a look at YouTube. Oh, there's the Bathurst 12 hours. An hour and a half later, and one very splattered kangaroo. I was still watching. I thought I really possibly should try and get some sleep.
Yes. Whereas as you were watching the Bathurst 12 hours, after watching rugby match.
How'd you get on?
Pardon? We didn't play. It was England-Scotland.
And did England win?
No.
Oh, Scotland won.
Scotland won.
Really?
Calcutta Cup 31 points to 20. Shh, we can't say it because Guy Sheffield's over there and he's a huge rugby fan. He was a little bit upset.
He's not Scottish.
No, but he would know he was upset because he's English.
Yeah.
That's why we can't mention it. Shh.
Guy was telling.
They played very well.
Guy who is the UAE RMC
organizer,
took up rugby. And
yes,
and he's nearly 50, isn't he? You nearly 50, Guy. How old are you, Guy? 30. And he took up rugby because the first time we met you,
you had a black eye.
He had a black eye.
Yes.
It's like
that was.
That was the missus, was it?
There are no other sport in the world where you say you got bitten by the bug. Because motorsport is a bug. You know, you don't get bitten by the football bug. You get into it. Or the rugby. You don't get
in your
bitten
case,
by
you get hit by the thug.
Yeah, hit by the Millwall thug. Yes, Bath. There's one less kangaroo in the world after the Bathurst 12 hours.
Is it still on? Is it still going on, that race, or is it finished?
I think it finishes in about half an hour.
We're talking about the GT3 race at the Bathurst Mount Panorama circuit.
It's either just finishing or finishing in half an hour.
Yeah.
Because the time zones are weird there, because they're X and
like
half
an hour or something, isn't it?
Looking down at the Minimax field, we're just waiting to be given just a brief holding pattern at the moment. We're talking about Matt Norman. Matt, I think,
who's our steward?
Our steward. I'm going to look at Guy Sheffield, who's standing behind, who's sort of sitting there. The UAE RMC owes a lot, and in fact, even the formation of the governing body of motorsport over here, EMSO, owes quite a bit to Matt Norman.
He was one of the formative people.
The championship owes a lot to the work that Matt has done behind the scene in terms of legislation, setting things up, putting the correct licensing and stuff in place. A guy is.
He's got some good people around him.
Yeah,
he's got some great people around him.
He has got some good people around him. Might go and drag him in.
So the Matt Norman is the person you do not want to meet here.
No, I mean,
because when you can have a beer with him this evening, yeah, great. Yeah. But if you're a competitor, the last person you want to meet is Matt Norman, because he's kind of like the judge and jury, isn't he? He's the judge and the jury.
Judge, jury, and if you're very naughty, executioner. We've got the 1 minute board to go, so we'll catch up with Matt, provided, of course, that he hasn't got a room full of drivers to deal with.
Well, he said yesterday that both Ken and Paul, Ken Potter, Paul Heath, were saying how, dare I say it, touch wood, how little incident there was.
But they're all waiting for Matt's last day. They want to make Matt Norman's last day of the championship memorable.
I think it's the way that the Yas Marina circuit runs. It's a very, very high-speed track with no real discernible heavy braking area where drivers can trip over one another or go for a lunge or be, quelled into a false sense of security. It's all about flow. It's all about momentum, high-speed momentum. I always talk about momentum in motorsport. Here's your grid, Henry.
Yes. Austin Gray and RBJ Stubbs. I'm going to make a prediction. This could be one of the best races of the day. I don't know why.
I'm a big Minimax fan.
Feeling in my waters. Oliver Butchard and Benjamin Karachkovich on row number 2. Maxim Zoyner and Max Payton on the special liveried Synergy, row number 3. Francesco Lisignoli, William Mazzali, Kia Ivanov and Mikhail Mitrokhin round out your top 10. Adam Fleury and Ahmed Faisal Al-Maina are next. Galeb Obukov and Washu Mathimbula, Louis Bataille, Mohamed Mubarak, Zuhair Turki, and Mikhail Tverdokliabov on row number 9. Your top 20 is Aryan Ishan and Vian Chowan. Charlie Page is not here. We mentioned it yesterday. We'll mention it again. Charlie, suffering a family bereavement, is back in the UK. We do wish Charlie and his family well. And a number of the drivers on the podium yesterday wished Charlie and his sister a happy birthday, because they both had a birthday last week.
Yeah, everyone thinking about the Charlie and his family as we get this Minimax grid around the top hairpin there for the start process. They're being told to slow down. That's quite an acceleration, an early acceleration. Whether that will be given the get-go, I think it has. And into turn 1, as around the outside goes RBJ Stubbs to snatch the lead from pole sitter Austin Gray. Austin Gray coming down the inside onto the back straight. Henry, it's side by side.
Yeah, and look at Karachkovic in third. 3 drivers, 3 different lines for first, second and third. Behind them, Maxim Joyner in that green and white Tony Kart for NI Racing, I think is there in third. Look at Karachkovic, 2 in 1. That's an outstanding move. Gray comes back. Oh, they skim the barriers. Look at the Tony Kart.
Wow.
3 wide, and it's the number. Who's that? That's Adam Fleury. Adam Fleury started in the car park. That's an outstanding first lap. You look at him go.
Incredible, incredible. And the part of the track here at Yas where they did that is incredible, that they all got through there without hitting that barrier. Incredible racecraft, incredible driving, and incredible entertainment for us to watch here on the live stream as they go to battle there through the double apex left-hander there, and it's down towards the chicane. That looks like, is that Austin Gray back in the lead?
It is.
It is indeed. Hello, Aberdeen. Come in, Aberdeen. You're back at the front.
My waters weren't lying. I thought this might be one of the best races of the day, and here we go. Gray, Fleury fighting back. Adam Fleury had his Weetabix this morning, for sure. He drives for McAdam, the only McAdam driver in the entire field. And LBJ Stubb is thinking, what the heck is going on? Made a great start from the outside of row number 1. Doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha at the moment.
Alby's been hung out to dry here as they come across the line. Let's get our bearings. Austin Gray, Benjamin Krachkovic, Oliver Butchard, Maxim Zoyner ahead of Fleury. LBJ Stubbs down to 6th, would you believe? Little bit of a gap for a breather before we've got Francesco Lignoli and the rest of the field. But things beginning to relatively calm down. We've got a race here with Austin Gray leading his JNKD teammate. You mentioned in the post-qualifying interview that the first person on his list to beat is his teammate, as ever.
Again, because he's third in the championship. He's hanging on to championship contention by a thread. He knows that he cannot afford to allow Benjamin Karachkovic or even LBJ Stubbs to outscore him, in any sort of regularity. So every single time he hits the track, his target, just whether we're 10th, 11th and 12th, doesn't matter. I need to finish in front of those 2 drivers.
This is the early part of the process today, though, isn't it? We've got this heat. We then go to a pre-final, and then we form the grid for the all-important final. And at the moment, we need to calm ourselves down here. LBJ Stubbs is doing exactly that and calming himself down and thinking, right, I just need to, consolidate. He's got ahead of Maxim Zoyner. He's back up to 4th, but he's got a huge gap to fill before he gets onto that rear bumper of the Mumbai Falcons driver, Oliver Butchard, who seems to have had a lease of performance here since he's moved to Mumbai Falcons. He's back towards the front of this Minimax grid.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I know Oliver's parents are watching, and I'll say it regardless. Oliver needs to find a home. And I mean that. He has bounced around several teams. I think this is the 4th team that I've seen Oliver with. And again, every family, they've got to find the right environment for them, for their driver, the right mechanic, the right relationship, the right level of equipment. Oliver now needs to find a home. He needs to find a place, a solid place where the team know him, he knows the team. That you look at Conor Clancy in seniors, he's been with Alex Gill, his mechanic, for 5 years.
Yeah.
They are as one.
Yeah, they're a team, aren't they?
They are the definition of a team.
The thing about
Oliver needs that because he hasn't won a final yet. I mean, he's done everything but win a final.
At the trophy presentation, I was standing with his mum and dad to our left. His dad gloating about Liverpool beating Sunderland, of course. And after he got his trophy, as with new leader, or is it? No, Austin Gray back, switch back.
Yes.
So we're talking about the kid in the green helmet here in 4th, and LBJ Stubbs is coming as he goes 2 wide again. Krachkovic has got the lead, and through with him, Oliver Butchard around the outside. Let's have a look at what happened here, because there's a lot to take in here on the carshop.me replay. Krachkovic goes for the lead. Austin Gray is fighting the slide there.
Yeah.
Slides wide. That's why Butchard came through. So the kid with the green helmet got his trophy yesterday for a podium finish.
Here he goes.
Is he going to have a go for the lead?
Not quite.
He was ready to leave, and then his mum and dad had to remind him, hang on, mate, you're part of the team here. That's just won the team's trophy.
Yes.
So you're part of a big team now. There's LBJ Stubbs. He was off the back of these top three. He's now, in the space of time, as Oliver Butchard says, get on with it, to Benjamin Krachkovic. Austin Gray's not too far away, and here comes LBJ. LBJ Stubbs has gained ground because these three here have been squabbling, and I said to him, didn't I? LBJ, just calm down.
Yep.
There's a lot of process here, but he doesn't need to calm down now. He needs to get by the three carts in front of him.
Last lap, Butchard to the lead at the hairpin. The crossover from Krachkovic. Oh, that was close. Now watch Butchard on the outside line. He's going to get a great run. Stubbs to the inside to P2. It's Gray, Stubbs, Krachkovic, Butchard. It's not going to finish that way. Look at Krachkovic.
Krachkovic loves that move down the inside, but it's Austin Gray for Aberdeen at the front of the field when it matters, and across the line to take the win. It's Austin Gray and Benjamin Krachkovic who make it a JNKD 1-2. Incredible racing here from these youngsters. LBJ Stubbs third and not that far behind. He'll be a bit disgruntled with fourth, but that was down to literally the last couple of corners, Henry.
Well done. Okay, Paddock beat that. Here's the kart-chop.me replay of the last run into turn number 4. Krachkovic there squeezing Gray, who lost out in that corner a couple of laps previously, holding on this time. Francesco Lisignoli eventually finished 5th, but those 4 drivers, where did Adam Fleury end up? Well, we're going to find out now as we run through the list of results.
2 of the JNKD team, Austin Gray this time at the front, with Benjamin Krachkovic in second. LBJ Stubbs fought back to third in great style. Oliver Butchard ended up fourth, but very, very close. Francesco Lignoli in fifth. Maxim Zoyner, great to have him along for NI Racing, in sixth place. Seventh with Max Payton, and then we have Mikhail Mitrokin. Adam Fleury ninth. Luashu Mathebula was 10th. Mohamed Mubarak 11th. William Mazzali 12th. 13th. On the and the results is Gleb Obakov, Ahmed Faisal Amina, Mikhail Tivoklabov with Veyan Chuan in 16th, Louis Bataille in 17th, Zurhai Turkey was next, and then in 19th place we've got Kurt Ivanov, which was the last of our finishers as we lost Aaron Essan. So 20 carts took to the start of the race, lost Aaron Essan on lap 2. And I'm joined by a chap who we were mentioning in the break between the race, who is the man in charge of everything. Hang on, I'll just switch you on. Matt Norman. Matt.
Morning.
How busy have you been as Chief Steward?
It's been steady.
Yes.
I wouldn't say crazy, but you know things escalate as you go through the day.
I don't want to tempt fate, to be honest.
No, you never really sort of want to say anything like it's going well or anything.
No, you never do. It's quiet.
Yes,
tonight's quiet was never a thing you said in my old job, because it then would come down on you.
Exactly.
So, Matt, this is your last event with us in the UAE RMC.
It is my last event with the RMC. It's been, I think it's 12 years now.
Well, it's not just about the UAE RMC, though, is it? It's about motorsport in general in the UAE, which you were a part of. You've told me the story, but I want the viewers to hear it.
23 years now.
Yeah, and you came out here when there was no ASN for the region.
There was nothing. We had some rallying. We had 1 kart circuit down at Jebel Ali, but there was no main circuits, and it really was... there was zero. There was no regulations, there was no licensing, there was no structure. So from 2003 then up to 2006, we then started to put some plans together. Then the ASN was then created, and then we built the ASN from the ground upwards.
So you've seen it sort of burgeoning sort of motorsport scene with the Dubai Autodrome, Dubai Cardrome. You saw the building of the Yas Marina circuit, which for me, I see this place as 21st century motorsport.
Yeah, I was. We were part of the process of the build of the circuit back in late 2007 and 8, and then for the opening, obviously, of the first Grand Prix in 2009. It really was. It was the paint was still wet.
I remember the Dubai Grand Prix before. I wrote a column for the Creventic magazine about the first Dubai Grand Prix, which wasn't a Formula One race, and it wasn't on the Dubai Autodrome either. It was on a makeshift track, wasn't it?
It was in Dira.
Yes,
and it was a Grand Prix. So, and it was
a Grand Prix. Yeah, you can call anything a Grand Prix. It's a Grand Prize, basically. It translates to that.
Exactly.
So what sort of cars did we see out for the Grand Prix?
That was the McLaren. I think it was John Watson who was driving at the time, and it was that era of drivers.
Yeah.
And it was a showcase of an event.
Yeah.
That was muscled together, and it was. But people didn't really understand it because they had nothing to relate to, because you couldn't watch Formula One on TV. It was really only in the 2005 to 6 could you actually watch it on TV.
Yes,
you had to normally get a videotape sent back from Europe.
Really?
Yeah, to watch it 2 weeks later. So
it didn't exist.
It didn't exist.
And now what we've got, certainly here with the UAE RMC, you've got a national karting championship that is feeding into into the car racing scene. I've seen for myself and witnessed the growth of Formula 4 here as a support race to the Dubai 24 Hours, for instance, is where we've seen it. A good friend of Paul Hardy's, who was XL, and he was there at the very formative years of Formula 4 in the UAE, and this is where acorns are formed, acorns grow into oak trees.
It's quite ironic you mentioned Formula 4, because it's the 10th year anniversary when it was launched back in 10 years ago.
Is it really?
Yes,
yeah.
It was 10 years. And we did it at the Burj Khalifa, and we had the fountains going as well, and the unveiling of the car, and that was really the birth of the next stage for generation of karters could then move up and stay here in the UAE.
Yes.
To get their circuit experience before then they go up the ranks into the higher formulas.
And it's become more than that, because it's become part of the European racing scene, because of the beautiful weather here we have in the European winter time. And I know it's the UAE winter time, but you can't really call this winter, can you? And we're seeing this in karting. The UAE RMC is certainly making noises in Europe and in England, which is what I hear, and certainly coming to people's attention about where to take their drivers in preparation for the European season. And the Formula 4 Championship, is that Guy Sheffield being a tinker?
Yes, he is.
The Formula 4 Championship has become a preparation area for bringing drivers to compete in the Middle East.
It was a real strategy what we set up
to
make sure that it was the same machinery using the same chassis and the same engine, that the European-based championships could then bring their drivers off-season here back to the region to enjoy obviously the good weather and the good circuits, and train their drivers to then send them back to Europe, so they had that racecraft. So it was a strategy.
So that was deliberate.
Deliberate, yes.
Yeah, clever.
Yeah,
that was clever. So Matt, you've been here for over 20 years. Can you pinpoint something about the motorsport in this area which you've been a big part of the growth of? Can you pinpoint something that you're the proudest of?
Starting the F4 was certainly one of those pivotal parts. And obviously here now at the Yas Marina circuit with the karting, it's something that myself, Guy and Tony sat down a long time ago and wanted to run an RMC on a modern Grand Prix circuit. And that was a real big push, and it's a big draw for the drivers. They enjoy coming here. So that's really
it was a bit of a crazy concept, I've got to say, when we're not just going to go to Yas, we're going to use part of the Grand Prix track. It was a fantastic idea. What you've also created is a track unlike any other track that we race on in the UAE series. And it's kind of the character of it, the high-speed character of it is in complete contrast to where we were a month ago at the Dubai Kartdrome. It's in complete contrast to Al Fassan, which is in complete contrast to the Al Ain Raceway, which is the home of the series. It's a massive feature and one where everyone wants to go.
What I always makes me laugh is that when you watch the Grand Prix here, if you look, you'll see going into that corner, the tram lines are still there.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's always, I remember we put those tram lines down like 10 years ago.
Really?
And I always thought that F1 would then remove them for the Grand Prix, but they didn't.
No.
So it's always been like an historical part of it that...
and they changed the track, didn't they? I mean, we're actually on the old, what is now the older Grand Prix configuration. Correct, where they went left and right. That's the configuration we use for turn 1 and 2 and then 3. Slightly different profile that they added to this corner, because now they bypass that chicane. It's a fast S for us, but it was chicane for Formula 1. But it's still fundamentally we are on the Grand Prix track.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And we're all very proud to be able to then have this as part of the calendar and for the drivers to experience something very special.
Now, the future has in store for Matt Norman a selection of anoraks and big coats, because you are, you originate from England, but you've been out here as an expat for a lot of years. But you're going back to England. Tell everybody what you're going to be going off to do.
Yeah, so I have a new challenge, and that challenge was presented by Motorsport Vision, which is Jonathan Palmer, and I'm going back to be their championship manager for the GB4 and the GB3 championship, to oversee those now, as they've grown into real high-end premier championships, which is now attracting some very, very high-level talent.
Yeah.
So I'm going back next month, and to start the mission to then really push that, because particularly with the GB3, which is like an F3 championship, is now running half the season in Europe, so it's running on 5 F1 circuits. So it's got some kudos there. So I'm really looking forward to the challenge, and also nurturing with GB4 those drivers again coming out of karting. So it's completely new, but I'm looking forward to the challenge.
It is completely new, but it's kind of same old, same old. It's motorsport, it's car racing, and it's it's where you belong.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks for talking to us.
Pleasure.
Nick and I are sorted for passes for any of the GB4 and GB3 events that we want to go and mosey around.
Just bring your hot chocolate, yeah.
Yes, and you'll need your big coat, mate. I'll let you get back to work, because we're about to go racing. It's DD2 Masters and DD2 out here. Have we got our erstwhile retiree driver here? Here is the grid, though, while I look for Tony Hawk.
No, he's not here yet.
Right.
Yes.
Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier will continue their tussle from yesterday, going into day 2 of round 5. Moritz Knopes and Adam Malek share row 2. Hamza Rashisha and Kyle Blockley are on row 3. And then we've got Sama Al-Hassad, Greg Watt, Nicolo Cacciatore and Saad Al-Hababi, who didn't post a time.
I'm just checking. Tony Hogg's he hasn't come out of retirement just for this race. That's why he's not here with us.
Might be a bit early for him, in fairness.
Jensen Chalk is wishing all the Mumbai Falcons good luck. Jensen, who came and raced for the Mumbai Falcons at the last couple of races. We do have 10 karts, so we have a full complement of drivers. Saad Al-Hababi is back out there. They're into the tram lines and underway. Harris sweeps across to take the Optimum Racing line. A good start from Adam Malek from the outside of row number 2 to briefly pass Morris Knopes, the 3rd position. Morris fighting back though, side by side, but just that first side-by-side moment has allowed these two, Harris and Bassier, to get away. And the nature of this track, Morris Knopes is going to have his work cut out to catch him. He did say that he was happy to finish second to Tyler Harris.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
I wonder if they go, if fate plays out in a way that Knopes starts the last lap of the final in second place, just behind Tyler Harris, whether he will remember saying that. I somehow think the racing driver in him may be, you have the white angel, the red devil on the shoulders.
It's like waving a carrot in front of a donkey. I'm not saying Moritz is a donkey. That's not the comparison. But yeah, the donkey's going to grab the carrot, and I think Moritz would be only too willing if the thing is, though, Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier are the class of this DD2 field here this weekend.
Yes.
And you can see just how quickly these youngsters are driving, because they are youngsters. These are young lads, whereas Moritz is in his mid to late 40s, isn't he?
Plus tax.
Yeah. It's the same as Guy Sheffield is 30.
Plus tax.
The same dog years.
At 80%.
As we've got Moritz, big ask for him to catch Mark Bassier ahead of him, and then subsequently catch Tyler Harris, that's the kart who's leading, and then overtake them. At the moment, it's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2-3 with the first of the Masters. The driver who we're talking about, that's 3rd in the screen. In fact, it's a Mumbai Falcons 4th as well.
Yeah.
Saad Al-Hababi has come through and just behind Morris Knopes, Adam Malek has been demoted to 5th place.
So you're getting a pecking order in DD2. Mumbai Falcons, I have to say, are at the head of the pecking order. I would say that Matthias Nagem Motorsport and Kart Advisor Academy are next in the pecking order. They're vying for P2 in the said pecking order. But certainly the Falcons are soaring high above the competition here at the moment. It has to be said.
I've got to agree with Moritz. Let's. I know Tyler Harris sort of used the term Mumbai pigeons, but I just think no, it just doesn't sit right. Really, these are Falcons, all right.
Oh yes,
these are there to swoop and take a victory if they can. And Tyler Harris at the moment is the quickest Falcon out there, and pulling out a gap of just under a second there, just under 9/10 of a second. Mark Bassier, again, I'll repeat this because I really want to push this today's Paddock show. We get an absolute brilliant interview with Mark.
He's a very, very eloquent and articulate.
But his description,
yes.
You know, the way he describes how the differences that he's found in jumping into a DD2. I've never driven a DD2, and it goes back to, I remember Reese Hunter qualifying into the World Finals by winning, I think, the British Championship, and then he qualified into or winning an event, the Golden Trophy or something.
Kai Hunter raced a DD2 at Sarno in 2019 as a lucky loser. He happened to be there with his helmet. He missed out on qualifying. One driver, Will Ellswood, was denied start permission at Sarno, and therefore they had 71 drivers. Kai Hunter was there and became driver number 72. That was 2019.
I remember Reese recently, and Reese British champion in senior Rotax, and just telling me exactly very similar sort of story that Mark Bassier will tell us in the Paddock show. Just how different. Firstly, what are the major differences? Well, there's the obvious one of the two gears. Left-hand paddle shift selects first gear, right-hand paddle shift selects second, and you basically flip between first and second gears on all of our drivers there. And then, of course, the biggest feature, I think, in changing the dynamics of these karts is the braking on the front, across the front axle.
Yes.
You've got a brake disc on both of those front wheels and a brake disc on the rear axle, which gives the kart a completely different feel. And Mark describes the kart braking and handling more like a race car than a kart.
Yes. Again, he's extremely articulate young man, is Mark Bassier. An engineering brain, for definite. I think that whatever Mark chooses to do, the world of motorsport could use an engineering brain like Mark Bassier's. Here's Tyler Harris running lap 10 out of 12, 1.2 seconds ahead of Mr. Bassier.
Oh, there's the battle, Henry.
Battle for third. Saad Al-Hababi didn't go out and qualify, so his tyres are a little bit fresher. And he is coming up against one of the best to do it, Maurice Knopper's. This is where Morris knows that he is in the DD2 championship. Everyone is in the DD2 championship.
Overall championship,
there is a subcategory for the Masters.
Do you think Moritz actually thinks of himself as an overall DD2 driver rather than the Masters is just something out there that I'm really not interested in?
100%.
I'm not saying not interested in, but you know what I mean.
It's no.
First and foremost, my primary objective is to finish on that overall podium.
Yes, 100%. No matter what he says here in person. Greg Watt and Nicola Cacciatore at the back of the field. We are a couple of corners from home. Another lights to flag victory for championship leader. Is it too early to say champion-elect?
Oh, I think
Tyler Harris.
Please. he's got to turn up, really, as he takes the win for the heat in DD2s. Mark Bassier second, Moritz Knopper will be delighted with a third overall.
Yes, I can say champion-elect. I can hear Tyler's dad Simon running up the stairs to greet me warmly by the neck.
Yes,
saying
come on.
Yes.
Even though I'm not a believer in commentators' curse.
No.
Or hexing someone. It's all about how you perform on the track, and it's all down to the look that you create.
Yes. Interesting as we watch another 1, 2, 3, 4 finish for the Mumbai Falcons. We'll run down the full finishing order on screen very shortly. There it is.
Go Go ahead, Henry.
Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, Maurice Knyoppers, and Saad Al-Hababi, P10 to P4 for Saad. Then, a fast-starting Adam Malik just beating his teammate, Hamza Hashisho, for 5th position. Kyle Blockley, the second of the Masters, 7th. Sami Al-Assad, 8th. Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore. Great battle between the two of them. Nicolo Cacciatore saying, I'm just going to lose a bit more weight and I'll be there or thereabouts even more. Getting some comments in online now. Jensen Chalk is in Genk, which is freezing for the BNL karting series.
Yeah.
Supercar Henry, that's Henry King. He is on his way back from Valencia, which was cancelled.
Yeah.
The X30 Winter Cup.
Valencia's on the Mediterranean.
High winds. The paddocks have to be left. No one's been allowed to take their awnings down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, because of the gale
Just
force
unable
winds.
to.
And also, all activity at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo has been cancelled as well. A severe weather warning in Valencia. And if you think back to the horrific floods just over a year ago that Valencia suffered,
of course.
They take their weather warnings very, very seriously in that region.
The sun has come out in Aberdeen.
Oh, has it?
George Geddes has said the sun has come. The sun is coming out. Well done for our rampant lion, Austin Gray.
In Aberdeen.
Yes, the sun has come out in Aberdeen. Do you want me to put the coffee on?
Oh, yes. I'll talk to Henry
have a
while you
chat
have the
to
coffee on.
It's Slate. Is it now? Tell me, George. It's Slate. Is it Slate Mines or
Who's George?
George
Geddes.
On the live chat. Is it Slate Mines at Aberdeen or
Granite?
Granite.
It's the Granite City, Aberdeen.
The Granite City.
And
That's
it was
the one.
ticking along, just being quite Victorian. And then they found oil, and it became incredibly rich.
Yeah, yes, ticking along. Yes. And I've been to Dundee with my son's basketball, and that's also a Granite.
Did you get a cake?
Pun? I did, and I went to the best bakery I've ever been to was in Dundee. And if you have seen me around the paddock, you might notice that I have frequented many a bakery.
Many bakeries
in my time.
Many bakeries.
So
I think of the best bakery I've been to. I must admit, I don't have an outstanding bakery in my life.
There is a bakery in London that does the original recipe Portuguese custard tarts.
Pastel de nata.
Yes, yeah.
The thing about pastel de nata is I've done quite a lot of RC stuff in Portugal.
By RC, you mean radio control
car racing. Yes,
yes.
This is where Karting Live TV came from. It came from RC Racing TV. The RC Racing TV crew are over in Bangkok at the moment.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw there's a
Ash, who you know is over in Bangkok.
Yes, filming.
Hopefully
And there was
he'll come back.
I mean, talk about the worst RC racing crash I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And apparently, this one circuit in Bangkok is known as the mother and father of all RC tracks, where you don't have a small accident, which is ironic considering how small
the cars can
are.
be. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, so we used to do a lot of now the thing about pastel de nata is if you want a pastel de nata in the UK, they're about £2 each, aren't they?
Yes.
Any Lidl or Aldi in Portugal, you wander in there and they're 29 euro cents.
29 cents.
Yes. So 24p.
24.
So when I'm out there, I'll have about 43 of them.
Yes, yes.
But when I come back to the UK, despite the fact I like them, I'm too tight to buy them because they're English prices and I want to pay Portuguese prices for them.
Yes. And you think, and they taste better when they only cost £24.
People who pastel de nata, it's a custard little cake with a kind of a flaky pastry base.
Yes, and it is delightful.
With coffee.
It is like groove. It's like delightful. Groove is in the heart. Now we've just seen Ken Potter is discussing something on track. While we wait for the next race, he's taking out a driver and one of the driver coaches to have a chat.
You really want to be on the right hand side of the track, don't you? Because you get to park your cart in the shade.
Yeah. Now maybe that they've gone to get a cart because in the Minimax race there was a retiree.
I can't see the rescue van out on the screen anywhere.
Well, yeah, Aryan Esan. I think that might have been Aryan Esan who has gone to retrieve. That was an amazingly quick cup of coffee you made there, Joe, without bringing any coffee on.
What's your
brewing
feeling?
It's brewing.
What's your feeling on pastel de nata, Joe?
Sorry?
What's your feeling on pastel de nata?
We're discussing bakeries.
Pasta de nata.
Pastel de nata, the Portuguese little tarts with custard.
They are probably the best thing in Portugal, aren't they? Oh, man.
We were agreeing.
Yes, what's the Italian one with the little cream? What do they call it? Cannoli.
A cannoli.
Oh. Cannoli's bad for you, man.
And now we wonder why none of us can make the weight.
No, I can't. Well, I'm off to Mugello after the next round in Dubai.
Yes.
Then the following weekend, I'm in. Am I in Mugello? Yes, I think I am. Aren't I? The following weekend
You're
in
in Mugello, then you go to Dunk as well.
Then I'm in Dunk as well.
Mugello,
But Mugello, Tuscany in the spring for the 12 hours of Mugello, the sports car race, and that is where I'll have my first cannoli of the season.
Yeah.
Because they're not. You can't. People tried to do it in England, and they're just not the same.
No.
The best thing, I always think the best thing about
oils
Italy,
and butters.
The best thing about Italy is you go out and you have a lovely pizza or a lovely bit of pasta meal, but then you go to the gelato shop after, a completely different place for your afters.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. We're talking about so from the sublime to the ridiculous. Joe going from Mugello.
Mugello Dunk as well.
Dubai, Mugello, Dunk as well.
I've got a better one.
Okay.
Yas Marina.
Yes.
Warden Law in February.
Yes.
Dubai, Cartrum.
Yes.
Mugello.
Well,
Dunkswell.
I believe I could trump this. So this is consecutive.
Living the dream, mate.
Since Dubai Kartdrome, UAE.
Yeah.
From Dubai Kartdrome to Macau International Circuit to Houston Speed Sports Park to the Sebring International Raceway to Homestead Miami Speedway to Yas Marina next weekend. Wilton Mill.
Hey.
that is.
Just, you know.
The Wilton Mill Winter Warmer. All
it's called the Icebreaker or something?
The PFI do the Icebreaker.
We've called ours the Spring Cup. There's nothing spring-like about it.
I don't know where as I grew up watching banger racing. In the UK, and banger racing have the Icebreaker, they have the Bone Shaker, which is their words for having, it's going to be sub-zero temperatures at Mildenhall or somewhere like that, watching four Granadas smash each other up. But now karting has taken on, it's the way of sort of convincing people it's a great idea to have a race meeting in January in the UK.
I remember when there was no kart racing or any motor racing between October and March.
It's not that long ago, because when we did the first Dubai 24-hour, which was in 12, it was literally an oasis of racing within nothing around it. It was before Bathurst 12-hour got big. It was a glorified small race. And then
there was always Daytona at the end of January.
Daytona
24 hours.
Landau Kart Club caused a stir back in about 2004 when they had, it was called the Celtic Championship or the Celtic Challenge, and it was the first weekend in December.
And was the challenge not to get chilblains?
But Motorsport MSA at the time, Motorsport Association, they did give us. It was an MSA event, but there was a lot of politicking going on to make it happen because traditionally it was clay pigeons turkey trot at the end of November, which signalled the end of the British karting season until February. Club championships started in February. And now they don't stop. Well, events don't stop.
They don't. Motorsport is 12 months
have a
of the
go-kart
year.
race.
Let's go. And especially when we have the UAE RMC to go through across the European window. Aaron Qureshi will start on the Junior Max pole position with Louis Radcliffe coming across with Sam Pollitt Racing. Going to spoil his day is the plan. Via Chopra and Mitansh Jain are on the second row of the grid with Johansa Seninyaki and Derek Rivera on row 3. Row 4 is Giuseppe Montanari with Faris Arun. Gabriele Barracordi is on row 5 with Aaron Mason. Then we've got Savelli Kojai and Jaden Hidding. Row 7 is Harry Radcliffe and Ray Harbour. Row 8 is Sam Turner and Harrison Stevens with Floris Schenkenberg and Pierre Abu Diwan. And then we've got on row 10, Abdul Razik Al-Qureshi and Erend Ortak. Leah Anna is next with Paul Schutzman, Vladimir Goujo and Damien Nora on 12. Row 13 is Antonio Hasari and Joe Morad with Raffaele Zagati and Lev Tolstith on 27th, 28th. 15th row of the grid is, I've lost it, Romy Sabali, Murad Baramov, and the 33 kart field is rounded off by Kibber Kidwai.
Very quickly, Harrison Stevens getting lots of support online. Bev Guest and Floris Schenkenberg took a quick trip to hospital yesterday with some back pain, is being cleared to race and is out and running qualifying 17th.
Yeah, because that was a big nasty accident, wasn't it?
Yes.
That happened, and great to see Floris out here and still fit enough to race. Aaron Qureshi on riding a wave of success after yesterday's first day of racing. You've got a couple of people out of sequence there, but we get a bit of a breakaway from Qureshi. We have gone green. I'm not sure if we have gone a false start here. But
mean,
at the moment, I've got nothing to tell me otherwise, so we are racing.
I mean, that would be. I mean, if we're racing, that is in the Hall of Fame of. How do we call this? Well-anticipated starts. I don't want to call it a jump start because he hasn't been given a penalty. But he anticipated that about 5 seconds before anyone else.
He didn't have to anticipate anything because he is the one controlling the pace. Henry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's very
so
true.
he controlled the pace, and then when he accelerated, what didn't happen was the rest of the field didn't.
Oh, okay. Well.
So when the pole guy puts his foot in, that's when you put your foot in as well. And whether you jump the start, wherever, you jump the start together.
Yeah.
But no one else did. And look at the gap he's got. He's got a gap of almost a second after one lap of racing.
I mean, and we are racing. That's we have done a complete full lap. So it is Qureshi from Serenayake via Chopra in front of his title rival, Mitan Jain, who is down in 8th. Louis Radcliffe caught napping at the start, I think is the kind word to say. Montanari slipping back to 8th. Gabriel Barracordi up into the top 5. Faris Haroun for Yas Heat Racing up into 9th. Derek Rivera is your top 10. Looking further back there, all 34 drivers, 33 drivers are running.
33, 12-lap race as well for this Junior Max Heat. We are straight into a pre-final after this one, and at the moment Aaron Qureshi has a gap of just over a second. Let's see where it is. It's gone even further distance between himself and Johansa Senanyaki. It's gone out to just under 1.2 seconds there. Via Chopra in 3rd. Savelli Kojai is getting his head down. Savelli hanging on to Chopra there, just behind him. The George Gibbons Motorsport, the blue and white cart there, chasing down the M&M O-plate holder of Via Chopra, and looking, I think, Henry, as though Savelli is lining up potentially a challenge. This is a driver that you mentioned has developed and come on massively with these. I think the word maturity comes
maturity,
into it.
yes, as well. Got unlucky, was caught out by a lapped cart in the pre-final yesterday, although to be fair the blue flags weren't waving. There's a move for second place. That's Via Chopra making a move on the Johansa Senanyake. Here's the kartshop.me replay. This is a deceptively difficult overtake because you're not really braking. You know, there's no braking zone. You can't outbrake the driver.
It's not a massive break, is it?
You've just got to get inside there. Kojai has a look at Senanyake as well. That's going to slow them down and bring Mitan Jain, Gabriel Barracordi, and Louis Ratcliffe into play.
Yeah.
But it looks like
Kojai's in the orange helmet on the blue and white cart there, challenging his teammate Senanyaki. But Kojai now under pressure from Mitan Jain, who goes down the inside into 6 and 7, and he's joined by at least 2 carters there, making it 3 wide. Let's have a look and see who this is, Henry.
Yeah, it was Barracordi and Ratcliffe who tried to make it 3 wide.
Kojai hung on to it though.
Yeah.
Barracordi ends up in 6th. Louis Ratcliffe doesn't change position at all.
They all decide at the last second that discretion, the better part of valour. The black and turquoise blue machine, that's the Yas Heat Racing cart of Faris Haroun, the Emirati Express, who had a tough day yesterday. Didn't finish the final. Well, the Express has left the station and it is in the top 10, P9.
Yeah, he had a very torrid character building day, I think is what we can put that under. Today, though, he's coming back on song as the rest of the field go through the West Hairpin turn 3 here, breaking away now. Qureshi's gone. He's checked out. He's got 1.8 seconds. He's a scrap for 4th place there, and are coming together with Mitan Jain, not coming off the best there. That was Mitan Jain challenging Johansa Senanyaki, and Senanyaki there getting it all squirrely, but just closing down. It's hard to tell from that perspective who had how much room. The kartshop.me replay really caught that well, and that is Mitan Jain, who will fall down the order and continues to fall. He's falling still. 26th is where I've got him coming through, and that is unfortunate for the championship protagonist there, Mitan Jain, falling foul of that move. And you called it, Henry. You said it's not an easy overtake going into turns 4.
It's not. And of course, Jain was so close to the inside of the track, getting squeezed there by Senan Ayake. At the start of this weekend, Jane was 11 points behind Chopra. As we're looking now at an inter-team battle between the George Gibbons Motorsport drivers, Kojai, Senan Ayake, and Barakordi. That is a type of incident that has huge championship implications, because it doesn't matter whether Mitanj Jain is exonerated from blame. It doesn't matter if there's a penalty to the other driver. Mitanj still finishes right down the order. As drivers, even if you think you're being hard done by, if you've got a championship on the table, you have to sometimes say, I'll lose this battle because I want to win the war.
Discretion, the better part of valour, is the term that comes to mind as we've got George Gibbons Motorsport 3-kart party being sponsored somewhat by that purple and blue kart there of Lewis Radcliffe, who goes through. However, the undercut is done by the number 281. That's Johansa Senenyaki, who gets that position back. The lap chart will not show any difference, and we almost go 3 wide across the line, squeezing down into turn 1. They're side by side and having to take avoiding action there. Senenyaki had to go outside of track limits there to get through the corner. It's all getting very, very busy here, and we're on the final lap as Aaron Qureshi has pretty much been a solitary but dominant run to the flag here, while it's all kicking off behind him.
Yeah, all this Faris Haroon going for a move on the last run through the final chicane. Qureshi, Chopra side by side for what was eventually 5th position. Louis Ratcliffe beating Saveli Kojai. There's a bit of gesticulating going on after that race, and this is where this is where Saveli Kojai still has a little bit of learning to do. That was Louis Radcliffe making the move, and Johansa Senenyake, who did he slow down afterwards? Well, that's something for people that aren't us to decide.
That's not for us. The CarChub.me replay really did capture that, didn't it? Showing how he ran out of space.
I want Saveli Kojai to look back at this, because this is where the maturity. He's getting very animated now. He's obviously feels perturbed or aggrieved at something. Do you know what? There's a panel of stewards, cameras around the circuit, Saveli. That you don't need, you focus on getting yourself back to the pits nice and safely, and then let the officials deal with it. Here's your results.
Aaron Qureshi takes quite a dominant win after that great start there. He was the one who was controlling the pace at the start. Fia Chopra is in second place, clawing some points back for that championship. Gabriele Barakordi came through all of that melee to third. Johansa Senenyaki finished fourth on the road. Louis Radcliffe was fifth. Saveli Kojai, an animated sixth. Seventh was Aaron Mason with Faris Haroon next. Giuseppe Montanari was ninth. Rounding off the top 10 was Jaden Hidding. Just outside the 10 is Harry Radcliffe. Ray Harbour in 13th is Derek Rivera. Sam Turner, Pia Abu Diwan, Harrison Stevens, Abdul Razik Al Qureshi, Leo Anna, Floris Schenkenberg, Aaron Ortak, Paul Schutzman 21st, Joe Morad, Vladimir Goujo, Mitanj Jain recovering 24th, Damien Noor, Raffaele Zagati, Lev Tolstith, Aaron Setti 28th, Romy Sabali 29th, Kiba Kidwai in 30th, and then we have Antonio Husari, Elif Yagmut Yeselte with Murad Baramov finishing and rounding off a 33-kart field.
Yeah, Murad Barimov failing to finish after failing to do more than a lap and a half in qualifying. It's not been a good start to the day for the there is a couple over there with my name on it. I have to say the support team that we got here, and when I say support team, not Joe. Joe's a coffee maker. Oh no, it's not mine. So the support team.
Oh, there's a cup. When there's a cup disaster going on behind us.
The cleaners, and the
trapped cat
here at Yas Marina are doing a fantastic job. They have cleaned away the cup that I left out last night, which is my fault for leaving a cup left out, I suppose, even though I had my name written on it. But I have to say, all the auxiliary staff. That's the best way to say, isn't it, Nick? Auxiliary
support staff. Not there, because they're people more that make things actually happen.
Yes. Well, that's Majib and you.
Yes,
no, they've
it
been
is.
fantastic. However, my coffee cup did not survive the night. A bit like the kangaroo at Bathurst. Did not survive the night. Now is the time where Senior Rotax Group A versus Group
It's a while away before it
C.
starts, though.
We have got a time, so we have a chance to say, well,
So I think
it gives us chance. It gives
The official start time for the next race is about 7 minutes.
Well, so it gives South Africa and Kenya a chance to populate
Yes, tell
the
everyone.
live chat. But what I want to know is this is going to be a 24-kart race. Why is there only support for one driver? On the live chat in each senior race. So come on, let us know where the rest of the support is. Now, there's 304 on our screen, one of the very few independent drivers, Alicia Canessa. This is Alicia's last season in the UAE Championship. As it stands, she goes to university in September, but she's going to university in the Netherlands to study motorsport engineering. Her family is initially from Bulgaria.
Wow.
And she has a KZ2 at a family home in Bulgaria, which, and this is important, and Alicia, I know you're sat in her cart, she needs to ask her mum and dad a question, because getting the cart from Bulgaria to where she is in university in the Netherlands, that's not the main problem that Alicia is facing. The main problem is, how can Alyssa get the cart from the garage in the Netherlands to the circuit? To any circuit in the Netherlands. She needs some wheels.
Has she not got a car? Do you have a license?
Well, she does, but she needs...
Let me explain what you do.
She needs a van, she said.
No. You buy a Ford, you get a Ford Mondeo, and you stick it on the roof rack like we used to.
Oh, right. Well, I mean, Alicia was... she's the only 18-year-old girl. Her brother is there, mechanic for her, who's asking, can I have a van?
Well,
because I need to transport my go-kart.
Yeah.
Tell you what,
you can get a cart in the boot of a Sierra, because I've done it.
Well, I mean, there's not many Sierras left in the Netherlands, though.
Can I just say...
Because it's not 1988 anymore, Nick.
Can I just say, she's very young. What my suggestion would be, I used to be a lecturer on the motorsport course at Gateshead College, and what I would suggest is, put your cart into one side for the 3 years or whatever it is, and stick in, get your qualification, get a job as a motorsport engineer somewhere, whether that be at whatever level you end up. Well, you can always come back to karting.
Yeah, no. I mean, but
the objective should be to make a living at this sport.
Oh, she intends to.
She is right now.
She intends to just to do a bit of KZ2 racing in the Netherlands on the weekends when she's not in lectures. But to do that, she needs her mum and dad to buy her a van.
She needs to be revising and.
Yes.
When did Joe become Mr. Serious
Responsible
Study Master?
I noticed that you abandoned your search for a cup with my name on it and just didn't make me coffee. I'll tell you what, I'll go and have a look.
You were the one who stole these, weren't you? Or did they
I repurposed
I never
them.
ever thought that Coffee Cup Gate would be the major part of the day.
Can I have another look at that onboard, please? Because
go on then.
So Sam Turner from the Kart Advisor Academy was kind enough to let us have the onboard footage from his GoPro from the practice day, and we've seen that Junior Rotax race that we've just seen, and we saw how those karts had to come together. We saw how tight the corners were. We saw some great overtaking go on there. This gives us a completely different perspective on just how difficult it is to race at these high speeds here at Yas Marina. Let's have a look. Yas Marina, a track that everybody has been excited to come to. Round 5 of the UAE RMC, and here we are on board with Sam Turner from the KA team. He's going to take us round a lap. This high-speed circuit is actually on part of what the Grand Prix takes place on here in Abu Dhabi. Out here onto the back straight, then Sam will take us down this back straight, hitting speeds of 120 kilometres showing on data before he turns left and then right into a double apex left-hander that kind of forms a hairpin here. Here we go then. This will end the lap through a little bit of a chicane and then flat out across the line. You'll notice the grid markings on the track as he crosses the line here. And then on another 120k being hit before we turn left and then right. That was a great insight there from Sam Turner. And Sam, on the fringes of the top 10 in his class there, Junior Rotax, and Sam kind enough to give us that. Might be a feature actually going forward.
I think so.
Henry's got his coffee cup.
Well, I've got two small coffee. I've got 2 thimbles worth of coffee.
Yes,
that equals one cup of coffee.
When we got here on Friday, when we got here on
I
Thursday,
can tell you where the big cups are.
Yeah, when we got here on Thursday, we would do that. Is basically one mouthful of coffee.
Yes, I have 2 mouthfuls of
it's
coffee.
An absolute pain. You drink one mouthful, you've got to get up and put yourself some sugar and milk in.
Yes.
But yes, Sam Turner. What the reason, Henry, while you were going off stealing coffee cups,
I repurposed them.
After that Junior Max, we saw the carts coming together. We saw some wheel banging. We saw some overtakes. We saw some great racecraft. But the perspective from the driver's perspective is what I wanted to show everybody there, and it really was. It just showed how fast it is.
Yes.
And the next time we show that, make a note of this. Next time we show Sam's on board, have a look at his brake foot. And have a look how little he uses that.
And also
even in the braking zones.
It's high-speed precision, this circuit is, because you can see at the top of the screen there, those white barriers that lean out and just to stop the drivers abusing track limits or breaking track limits. You have to literally, through the fast chicanes, I say it's 70 miles an hour going into turn number 1, you have to thread the needle at 70 miles per hour.
And it is really threading the needle.
Oh, yes.
You heard, who was it that was saying, I think it was Tyler Harris, telling us how you grip the wheel.
Yes.
Because it's so fast.
Yes.
You grip the wheel, you've got to hold it into the corner.
Yes, indeed.
Because we're going so quick and creating so much grip from the tyres.
Now, I'm wondering why Oscar Lambert, who is standing next to his car, why Oscar is wearing his old Dojo Moto race suit. Dojo Moto became Mumbai Falcons. They morphed into the Mumbai Falcons. Oscar Lambert, I'm sure, had a... I mean, maybe it's in the wash. He couldn't have outgrown it because that's his old race suit, unless his old race suit was way too big to start
Maybe he
with.
just wanted a bit of nostalgia.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a throwback, you know.
Yeah, a bit of nostalgia. It's took you back.
It's taken me back,
so
yeah.
How old is that suit then?
Mumbai Falcon, that is a 2024 race.
24.
Yeah, Mumbai Falcons came up. Dojo Moto became the Mumbai Falcons at the end of 2024.
Right.
So this is the second season. The team has been
is
running.
Is it fundamentally the same team?
It's exactly the same team.
Just a different badge.
A different name. A rebranding. I have to say, a rebranding. And they do now look the part. You know, Dojo Moto were always a very successful team, hard-working team. Lee Murray from the UK has been out there and has helped them a lot, you know, to develop. But now the Mumbai Falcons, they look like an international team, and they're performing like an international team in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, they've got some good customers as well. They've got some very, very high-level customers, competitively, I mean. Here's the grid then. Oscar Lambert, Tottenham Mumbai Falcons. There's 2 on the front of this grid. Oscar Lambert and Ryan Qureshi will form the front row. Daniel Breath, the Spanish driver from the Motorscape team, will share the second row of the grid with Jeremy Montgomery-Swan. Trofim Krotov, great to see Sokol Racing Junior team up there and in the top 5. Nathan Kappen alongside him on row 3. Row 4 is Kyan Cranebull and Enia Sachi. Row 5, Oscar Backhouse and Faisal Nashko, with Alicia Kanisa just before she heads off to university.
Looking for a van.
Looking for a van.
Mum and Dad.
Or a Ford Mondeo with a roof rack.
Yes.
Adish Mehta starts 12th. He came from 12th to 6th in the last heat. Armani Kanua, a recovery drive to 13th. He went very quick this morning. Unfortunately, regulations stepped in. Zain Al Omasani alongside him on 7. Row 8 is Leif Mominat and Andrew Obaid, with Abdullah Al-Carter and Enzo Tesluk on row 9. Row 10, Philip Dinu and Ryan Carouse, with Timofey Sevostanov and Tamim Hasib are on row 11. Orlando Benchivenga and Abigail Pope share the 12th row with Alexis Elzaya, who is there.
He is.
But is the driver that controls the pace coming onto the start-finish straight here and heading down to the starting area onto the racetrack proper. It's two trains, two lines of well-formed senior Rotax. This is groups A and C. We've split them into 3 groups. This is A and C's turn. As we get towards that acceleration zone, Lambert controlling the pace, gets the foot in now, and Daniel Breath going with him. They slot out of the tram lines into turn 1, then turn 2, the S-bend here, and into third place has gone Trofim Krotov from, I think, 6th on the grid. He's now 3rd.
Great start from Krotov there in the lime green and black race suit, lime green crash helmet, the white nose cone on that Sokol Racing Junior Lando Norris kart through turns 4 and 5, the motorscape kart of Daniel Brith there in second. Lambert, you know, he's second in the point standings to George Nassar. That's before Conor Clancy comes into the equation, which will happen later in the year when dropped scores start picking up. Lambert needs to do something. There's a great move from Trofim Krotov.
Krotov down the inside at the West hairpin there. Let's have a look at the carshop.me. It was momentum out of the second part of the starting S's here on the lap and then just slotting in the inside. It's a very wide line there. You optimise the line through the corner and therefore leave the door wide open, and someone like Trofim Krotov taking massive advantage of that and getting by Daniel Breath as they cross the line. Then 2 laps completed. Lambert, Krotov, Breath, Qureshi, Kappen, Cranbull, Montgomery Swan in 7th, Backhouse, Sachi and Mehta. Adish Mehta from 12th up to 10th already.
Yes, indeed. Alicia Canessa holding on that independent run. Daniela Rossi kart 304 in 11th position. Amani Kanua up into P12. Krotov has his sights set on Oscar Lambert. Lambert, I'm not going to say it's must win, Joe, but it's...
He needs to.
He really needs to win a race.
I'm not sure how much to the forefront of his mind it is right now as he handles this Mumbai Falcons kart around the Yas Marina circuit, but it's at the forefront of his, or at the just near the forefront of his mind, is the championship here in the UAE RMC. He's got a lead that he seems to be well in control of. Trofim Krotov, I don't know much about the Sokol Racing Junior team, but they've certainly been a welcome addition to this round.
Yep.
Easy to spot, bright green overalls, bright green helmet, and a big white nose cone there, probably to save a bit of weight on the front end of that Lando Norris kart.
Yeah, there are several teams from Russia here. Sokol Racing Junior team have gone into the Synergy awning. NI Racing have got their own team. Here's an interesting little bit tidbit. How many races do you think that Oscar Lambert has won in this year's RMC championship? Two heat races across the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 events.
Yeah, he's been competitive. That's why he's second in the championship, I suppose.
Last year he had won an awful lot more.
Right.
So 2 wins at this stage of the season, 2 heat wins for Oscar Lambert is not where he wanted to be. Yeah, second place in points is great, but you know, in terms of race victories, that's what is the tonic for every driver.
But isn't that an indication of just how competitive this championship's become as it continues to grow? You've got drivers coming through into seniors from juniors, like the George Nassers, the Conor Clancy's this year.
Yep.
But that's you've got very fast juniors becoming seniors, and Oscar now has to really fight hard for it, and he's doing a cracking job, I've got to say, at the moment, as he turns off the back straight.
He's just got to remind everybody, because of course, you know, he's being beaten by Conor Clancy, who is his teammate. You know, he just needs to turn back into that awning and remind everybody, look, I came into this season as your number one hope in senior for the title, and I'm still your number one hope for senior title. I can still win these races. Nathan Kappen, last year's junior champion, for example, he's up to 4th. We've got 3 Mumbai Falcons in the top 5. Lambert, Kappen, and Rayan Qureshi. Good run for Cian Cranbull. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is there in 7th. 8th for Oscar Backhouse, continuing his real improvement. Amani Kanua up to P9.
Yeah, strong showing from Armani Kanua, and as Sami Warati says, the day is still young. Keep pushing, Armani. He is indeed. Adish Mehta stifled somewhat from 12th to 10th. He got up to 6th in the last heat. This is an absolute ding-dong of a battle at the front, though. All it takes, we take this for granted that these drivers are going to press the brake at the right time, turn in the corner, not go too wide, not make a mistake. But it's not as easy as these drivers make this look. And chasing everybody down there, Trofim Krotov in that second place with Daniel Breith. These two drivers, brand new to the UAE RMC. I've not seen the Spanish driver before.
He's new to me.
He's with Motorscape, which is Mark Rose's team. So, you know, he's got good kit underneath him.
Oh, Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Too wide, Montgomery Swan. Let's see. That was a challenge on Kyan Kryenbull just in the background there. As they come through 6 and 7, we'll have a look when they cross the line.
He made it work. There he goes. Motorscape, a team, you know, formerly known as Birrell Art Middle East. Oscar Backhouse. Last year, Oscar Backhouse, if there was 37 drivers in the field and 36 making the final, Oscar Backhouse is at risk of missing out. You know, I'll say that. This year, up into the top 10. Best he's driving by a long way.
So he's come on a lot.
Absolutely. Leaps and bounds. Zayn El Hamassani, P11. Canessa still 12th. Faisal Nashko, Andrew Obeid, Eniasachi are next. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who won this year's Martin Hines Award for the most promising junior driver.
He's also a British champion.
And he's a British champion in Mini. Is watching, saying this looking crazy fast. It is over 90% of the lap, full throttle.
I don't personally know Emerson, but I know he would absolutely love this place.
Yes.
As a proper racer.
This would be right up his strata.
And a great preparation for your European season.
Exactly, Emerson. Or should I say exactly, Wayne?
Yes, that's who you need to speak to.
Emerson's dad.
You need to speak to the sponsor.
Well,
here we go then.
As well.
With 3 laps to go, we have got a race because Oscar Lambert, who looked very much in control of this one, has now got company. He can hear the engine revs from Trofim Krotov's Lando Norris kart behind him. The Sokol Racing Junior team have got right onto the rear bumper of that Mumbai Falcons kart now. And it looks like he's been just waiting to pull the trigger, Henry, as they come through the final turn. It's going to be 2 more laps of racing here. So penultimate lap it is. And whether or not Krotov can make a challenge here, he's going to just sneak up on him, I think.
I think Trofim Krotov, who it's very rare, I mean, he doesn't often get a chance to look at the race lead. If he gets half an opportunity, he's going to go for it. Lambert needs to be mindful of this. Lambert championship. Krotov, just a race win. You have to behave and drive accordingly. Krotov will not think, I'm just going to wait because I'm going to get another chance later on. No, I don't think that's in Krotov's lexicon.
No, not at all, Henry. Especially we're on the last lap. The opportunities are probably about to run out. This is one of them. Tick that one off. That one's gone, by the way. You know what? Oscar Lambert's going to be a tough driver to get past, and I think Krotov is going to have to settle for second as Oscar Lambert has got this in control through the final turn, flat out across the line. Oscar Lambert takes the heat win, looks over his shoulder and sees that Krotov was right there on his shoulder. Thumbs up from Trofim on that white-nosed Lando Norris kart. He enjoyed that, didn't he? As Daniel Breith would have enjoyed, I think, coming through in third as well at the line. Nathan Kaplan, Ryan Qureshi, Jerry Montgomery Swan, 6th. That was a good race. You had to look hard to see the racecraft happening. But as we got towards the flag, Henry, that thing lit up, didn't it?
Thoroughly enjoyable indeed, I say. Even, you don't need to be... Obviously, we had a Minimax race earlier that was all over the place. That was just as good in a different way. Lambert, Krotov, Breith and Kaplan, your top 4. Qureshi and Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Kyan Kryenbull and Amani Kanua up 5 places to 8th, followed by Oscar Backhouse, Adish Mehta, Zayn El Hamassani. Great drive from Faisal Nashko. Faisal Nashko finishing P12 ahead of Alicia Canessa. What a drive for one of the very few independent racing drivers in the field. Andrew Beadley, Mumina, Eni Asachi, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Enzo Tesluk, Timothy Sebastianov, Ryan Carew, Samim Hasiba, Alexis Alzier from the back of the field, up to Philip Dinu, Orlando Benchavenga in 24th, failed to finish. Abigail Pope also failing to finish. Pope and Benchavenga are at risk of being the only driver to miss out. Let's have another look at the live chat while we wait for the next race. Naomi Wariati is cheering. Well, that's Amani Kanua's Nan. Hello, Nan. How are you? Mununa Mukundi supporting Amani Kanua, so is Kagith Mukundi. Steph Moss Def, likewise. And of course, Naomi Wariati cheering Amani on from Kenya, which is where his dad is busy working and trying to piece together sponsorship to allow Amani to continue racing. And again, Emerson McAndrew Uren watching from the UK, or probably watching from Belgium, I would imagine. In Genk in Belgium.
It's probably wet, cold and miserable.
Wet, cold and miserable. But you know, I mean, I would say that obviously the only thing that Genk has got going for it that we don't out here is
chocolate, beer.
Chocolate, Leffe, and frites and mayo. However,
I see now. I'll be honest with you. I'm much more. If I'm going to say food in Belgium, I go for waffles.
Well, yes.
I think frites and mayo is just chips with mayonnaise.
Yes, we get that in the UK. Yeah. But in our hotel, there's a Belgian bar.
Ah, you're in a different hotel to me.
So there we are. Sorry, Emerson. There's nothing that you've got that we haven't, apart from maybe a slight case of pneumonia. So again, thank you for all your comments. Ian McCarthy says, I think carers is a good word, not cleaners. Carers, yes. Support stuff, ancillary stuff. It's time for the pre-finals. Well, I say pre-finals. We have got one more senior Rotax heat to go. That would be Group A versus Group
who
B.
don't have a pre-final.
They don't have a pre-final because they do 3 longer heat races. We do have now pre-final lining up on the group for Micromax.
Yes, now then, this is the Liam O'Hanlon.
The Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra
show, isn't it?
Ivans Voronins
yes.
Are leading the supporting cast. It's Oscar season. Is it the Oscars tonight or next week? I know it's the Daytona 500 today.
Is it really?
Yeah, and I want to say a big hello to Greg Ives. Greg Ives is, who I'm sure is watching. He is the crew chief for Justin Allgaier, who is the Dale Earnhardt junior motorsport driver. I'm good friends with Greg, and he managed to get Justin Allgaier into the Daytona 500 as well. If you want to know about never giving up in motorsport, how about this? The Daytona 500, you have to qualify. There are 36 places that are allocated to teams with charters. The last 4 spaces go to open teams. And you have 2 150-mile qualifying races to get in. Now, there is one underdog team. It's called Garage 66, or Motorsport Business Management. It's owned by a driver called Carl Long, who is one of the last throwbacks who not used to bring his car on the back of a trailer to the Daytona International Speedway. Casey Mears is his driver this year. Now, in the qualifying race, with 7 laps to go, Casey Mears spun and went a lap down. With 6 laps to go, there was another caution flag, and Casey Mears got what is known as the lucky dog, free pass to back onto the lead lap, but was still last and behind all the other open teams that were vying for just 1 spot on the grid. He entered the last lap still last. And at Daytona things happened. And the 3 drivers that were in front of him, who were all open drivers, crashed on the last corner. Casey Mears survived and has made it into the race. The underdog story to end all underdog stories. which is why, drivers, you should never, ever, ever give up. Because now that team have got a payday, even if they finish last in the Daytona 500, they earn enough money.
Start and park.
They're not going to start and park, but even if they did, they have now made enough money to allow them to race for the next 4 or 5 weeks. Yes.
That's the American way, though. Prize money.
Prize money.
Yeah, America's got prize money.
It do indeed.
Yes.
It's got huge prize money on offer this
Even
weekend in
karting.
karting.
Yes. Yes. Have we mentioned the chat on the UAE stream?
I was mentioning the Karting Live TV
Right.
chat.
Have we mentioned Kogap, Pete?
I'm going to make a very quick pit stop.
Go on. Great and much needed result for Oscar Lambert there taking the heat win there. Good support from him. ARC 247, good drive Abdullah. That's Abdullah Al-Qaeda, who drove to 17th place there. And Sami Warati, of course, good job Amani. That was from a few minutes ago. So that is us up to date with everybody at home watching on. We are about to go ahead with the Micromax pre-final in about 4 minutes' time, Nicholas.
I'm mid lollipop.
Oh, lollipop. I thought it was a biscuit.
I'm a bit crunchy now. Look,
Yes.
the mouthful, I feel crunchy.
Good. So,
This is Matt's problem. He's been handing out these sweets.
do we want to? No. We're not going to attempt that, are we? No, not even worth attempting. That's in single seaters. Yes. So, as I said, coming into this round, the championship for the Micromax Championship was all about, and remains all about, Liam O'Hanlon, who's that number 22 kart on the grid. I was just about to point out the number 22 there was on the grid.
I just thought we'd go for a bit of a vista shot.
There's a lovely vista shot of the West hairpin. So
when we say the karts are on the Grand Prix circuit, so is the cameraman.
The cameraman is absolutely on the Grand Prix circuit.
If he was standing there in early December, he'd be in terrible trouble.
That would be a great shot from the camera, though. Formula One cars going either side at about 150, 170 miles an hour. The Formula One cars, of course, come straight out there, come past towards our camera there through the yellow cones and on behind us. The kart track here.
Would you like camera on again?
No. Let's just talk about that for a second, and then we can go back. That's how wide the entry is to turns 4 and 5. So that's what we're looking at down the back straight, and then you see. Look at the tyre marks there, just to the left of the screen. Go way off the track, and then that opens up the corner so that you can get across to the left-hand side of the track to give you the optimum line through the second part of that S-bend turn 5, which then brings you on to, let's have a tour around the track, Nick. Let's go to 6 and 7. That brings you along a short straight there and into this. It's two left-handers, but as you can see from the tyre marks, you basically make that one big, long, sweeping 180-degree curve. It's not a hairpin, it's a flat 180-degree sweeping turn as you clip one apex after the other. And then on to the next part of the track. However, we've got the drivers out, being released. Liam O'Hanlon leads the field of Micromax karts out. It's the championship leader, number 22. And there he is on the pole position with his championship protagonist right there alongside. Samar Chopra on the front row. Second row, this is where the challenge is coming from. Evans Voronins with Ruud Rapetap, Shekawat. Adam El Sheikh and Cameron Harvey are on row 3. Row 4 has got Saif Al Khalifa and Tadeusz Protaska. Zukanyi shares row 5 with Alexander Feinstein, with Jensen Kelly and Alexander Semenov on row 6. We then got Amar Tabatsa and Vaya Ponna. Radhi Harris and Rafawa Duwambi are on row 8. Row 9 is Sebastian Storer and Saif Almeida. And then rounding off the grid, Leo Reutmann, Felix Sousa Jebjerg, Enzo Falzerano, Thea Perun, Kilian Kudu Mabaidi, Ella Yeselte and Tugba Yeselte. They should be with us, getting ready to start. They're at the final turn and about to come back towards us.
Emerson McAndrew-Uren has been coaching Liam O'Hanlon when Liam came to the UK last year briefly.
Did he?
Yes.
Here we go. Let's see how Liam O'Hanlon's coaching from our Minimax champion, British champion, back home in the UK watching on as they go through turn 1, sweeping left and then right and then into turn 3, the hairpin, and it is indeed O'Hanlon who leads, but that looks like Ivan Voronen's with a blue and white XL Motorsport livery car that is in second.
Yeah, now we said yesterday that XL Motorsport were having by their lofty standards, a slightly fallow season. I think that a lot of their drivers, they're 1 year away in their respective divisions for being front runners. And that happens as drivers move up through the age groups. You just get a season where, all your main drivers are, on the younger edge of the age group and therefore lacking a little bit of experience. But of course, as the season progresses, those drivers are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Ivan Voronen's being a prime example of that as the field spread out onto the back straight. Samar Chopra in third place. Rudraprataps Shekhawat is running in P4
and challenging for third as he goes through turn 6 and 7 there. Shekhawat, who's kind of woken up here at Yas Marina. He likes the circuit, clearly, as we've got a 4-car train across the line to complete 2 laps. O'Hanlon, Voronen's, Chopra, Shekhawat. Then behind them, Al Sheikh, Cameron Harvey, Zukan Yi, Saif El Khalifa, Alexander Feinstein, the top 10 rounded off by Amar Tabatsa as O'Hanlon gets his head down onto the back straight with carts veering off to the left-hand side of the track, and that was Zukan Yi.
Yes, Zukan Yi has learned how to defend, ladies and gentlemen. Have circuit, will defend on it.
Have circuit, will use all of it.
Yes, quite
even
right.
If it was a football pitch's length across the track.
Yes. Voronen's is looking very strong. Now, of course, Ivan Voronen's came into this weekend 7th in the championship. So, again, Liam O'Hanlon, he's got to concern himself more with Samar Chopra.
Samar Chopra's gone through.
Yes,
Samar Chopra, we were just extolling the virtues of Voronen's drive, and Samar Chopra spoiled Henry's party by chopping through and into second and looking like he's about to challenge on Liam O'Hanlon. Uses the tin opener and through has gone Voronen's. Voronen's now in second. O'Hanlon comes back at him. He doesn't take that very well, does he, Liam?
Yeah, no, and there's experience. That was a more experienced driver than Ivan Voronen's. Might have just stuck it in there. Here's the kartshop.me replay. Now, at this point, you're thinking Voronen's is on for the race lead. Double cutback, he just sort of gets the car a little bit loose mid-corner, which spoils the momentum. Here we go, side by side with the race lead. Now Voronen's gets it up into P2. Chopper back to third, Shekhawat fourth, and here comes Adam Al Sheikh into P5.
We've got 5-car train joining in now.
Soon to be 6.
Yes, this is brilliant stuff. It's a bit like the Tour de France peloton here, where they're all taking it in turns to lead. And here comes Voronen's down the inside into first place. Is O'Hanlon going to come back at him?
Yes.
No, he's not. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
And he's taking Chopra with him. Side-by-side action down the back straight.
We're 3 wide down the back straight. Here comes Cameron Harvey. And look at Samar Chopra to the inside. New leader, Chopra. Voronin second. O'Hanlon back to third. Al Sheikh is now up into P4. Shekhawat fifth. Harvey is sixth. Seventh, Al Khalifa. Watch out for Alex Freienstein. He's not in the picture at the moment. If they carry on racing like this at the front, he's going to be in the picture soon. There he is in 8th place. Zhu Quan Yi, Amar Tabatsa rounding out the top 10. Roddy Harris had a problem on the opening lap, dropped himself back to 23rd. He is now on the move back towards the front as well. The War Motorsport Telios driver, Roddy Harris from South Africa.
Can't take our eyes off this front battle, though, as they come back together. We thought for a moment there Samar Chopra was giving himself a bit of a breather. That breathing space has disappeared as Evans Voronen's is back there on his rear bumper and on his bumper as they go 3 wide across the line. O'Hanlon down the inside, but he's not got the line through too. Chopra has got the lead, or has he? O'Hanlon hangs onto the inside. It's a very, very wide line through that sweeping hairpin at the west hairpin, and O'Hanlon chose the line that benefited him the most. He's back into second.
Yeah, that move from O'Hanlon, he didn't have the line, so he made his own groove. Felix Zuzajebjerg, the Ital Course Middle East driver, sadly has retired. on lap number 6. We're now running lap number 9 out of 13. O'Hanlon back on Chopra's rear bumper. He's going to set Chopra up for the undercut coming out of turn number 3. This is going to create a side-by-side battle. Look at Voronins. What could Voronins do? He looks to the inside. Can he squeeze up to P2 at the expense of Chopra? He does. Great move.
And that was all about that very, very clever racecraft from Liam O'Hanlon. That's kind of hung out to dry Samar Chopra and disadvantage it, but not for long. Yeah. Not for long, because Chopra comes straight back. I was about to say Voronins had the momentum to get into second. However, Chopra's got back. Breathing space for O'Hanlon as they head to the hairpin now. They're on lap 10 here of 13, so time beginning to run out for this thing to get settled. It certainly isn't, though.
Traffic up ahead. This is lap 10. The two, Tugba and Ella Yasilte, are running around having their own battle, minding their own business. And again, at this point in yesterday's pre-final, they've already been lapped. The progress those two young ladies have made is remarkable. They're only 6 seconds behind the next drivers. Now
they are having their own scrap here, yes. Henry, and whether they're aware of Liam O'Hanlon, there should be blue flags out there. O'Hanlon's going to go around the outside of the two novices. The novices are going to get out of the way if they can. He has to go off track.
Oh, they don't know he's there. They don't know he's
there at all.
No blue flags again. Oh, I'm sorry. I know
Finally,
that
the top 3 make their way through there. Rudrabatap Shekawat has been disadvantaged massively there, tripping over the two novice drivers there. This has spread the field out, though, as O'Hanlon comes through to complete 11 laps. And right where we were expecting a grandstand finish, again, it's all part of motorsport and how you deal with the back markers. The back markers were having their own tussle, were completely unaware that the leaders were upon them.
And again, I can't see every angle, so I don't want to say whether there may have been blue flags. I couldn't particularly see them, but that's not saying they weren't there. So please don't think that I was unduly criticising the marshalling team here at Yas Marina, who have got a very difficult job to do at the best of times. We are on lap number 12. It's O'Hanlon leading from Chopra, Voronins, Al Sheikh, Shekawat, Al Khalifa, Harvey and Fryenstein.
And we're about to embark on the final lap of this pre-final, and it looks quite settled. It hasn't been. It's been one of the most eventful Micromax races we've had all season long, this pre-final here at Yas. As the battle for second continues, Evans Voronins looking like he's about to challenge. This is all happening behind the leader here. Liam O'Hanlon making this look like he's had an easy race here. He certainly has not, as he comes through the final 2 corners here, and he will cross the line and take a very emphatic win on paper. It certainly wasn't emphatic on the track. Had to absolutely fight and use his brain with some extreme racecraft for Liam to be used. I hope that's not going to be him going to be penalised for overtaking that novice there on the slowdown lap. Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra, Evans Voronins, Adam El Sheikh and Saif Al Khalifa ahead of Rudrabatap Shekawat at the very last there. Championship protagonists, Adam El Sheikh and Saif Al Khalifa, Henry.
Yes.
And they've got through to 4th and 5th, so they've clawed some points.
They have indeed, but they've clawed some points back on Alex Fryenstein, for example, but not on... now let's have a look. Have the micro drivers been given the memo? Apart from the one that just cut the cone there, and the 2. Most of them got the memo. Graham and down in scrutiny is going to be upset with that. Here's your unofficial results. Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra, 1 and 2. Evans Voronins, Adam Al Sheikh, Saif Al Khalifa and Rudrabatap Shekawat. Apparently the Crown Prince of Bahrain was very impressed with Saif Al Khalifa's interview yesterday.
Excellent.
I was told he was watching. Genuinely. Hello. Cameron Harvey, Alex Fryenstein, Amar Tabatsa, Zhukan Yi, Jensen Kelly and Tadeusz Prochatska, the top 12. Alexander Semenov, Vaibhav Ponna, Saif Al-Maina, Rafiwa, Ndwambi, Radi Harris, Sebastian Storer. The next in line, then Enzo Falzerano, Leo Reutmann, his first race off novices, Tayab Haroum, Kilian Nkudu Mambida, and then Tugba and Ella Yasilte, Felix Zuza Jebjerg failed to finish. Yes, I was told the Crown Prince of Bahrain was watching yesterday, and Saif Al Khalifa's father said that he was very impressed with the coverage and with Saif Al Khalifa's interview.
It was a good little interview. It's as if these are born racing drivers, aren't they? I'm not sure if he's had any major training, but it was a lovely chat. I mean, it's when the driver, when the kid can relax and just tell you their story of their race. You know, that's what it's all about, or their event. That's what it's all about.
Now, my last pit stop, which is universally derided as being a cigarette break, it is not. It's journalism. Sokol Racing, named after team boss Dmitry Sokol. The Falcon is the same graphic as the Atlanta Falcons NFL team on their logo. Emerson McAndrew-Uren taking complete credit for Liam O'Hanlon's victory. No, he's not. He's just saying that was really calm and composed.
He is a calm and composed kid,
and he did need that calmness and composure when dealing with the lap traffic, because he was at the disadvantage. He was the first leader to come across the lap traffic. Once the one leader goes past, then the back markers like, oh goodness me.
The thing is, Henry, with a kid like Liam O'Hanlon leading the championship, he's expected to win. He's expected to win, and when he's not in the lead, that can a driver of his age can easily be overwhelmed by the necessity and the desperation to get back where I'm expected to be.
Yes.
However, whoever's coaching Liam is doing a great job. Just to when that happens, you stay calm, you stay cool. That's how you win a championship. If you can't get the lead back, you try and get the lead back. If you can't get the lead back, then second is better than being in the gravel trap.
Exactly. Speaking of gravel trap, you can see the gravel. Now, that is where Felix Zuzajebjerg went off. So, and again, please don't think that I was being critical of the marshalling team here. I didn't see the blue flags, whether they were or not. But between the races, you've got the track staff out here removing bits of dirt and stones from the circuit, which of course is vital. When you're sitting, 6 inches off the ground, the last thing you need is a stone hitting any part of your body, let alone it's in your visor. Speak to Helmut Marko about said stones. That was a French stone at Clermont-Ferrand.
I've experienced that quite a bit. If you're on a motorbike, you often experience having stones flicked up on you from the road.
Yes.
It's a little bit painful.
That's why I can't understand these kids that you see with the motocross helmets, which have no visor, and they're not wearing goggles.
Yes, but they're idiots because they're riding around on their e-bikes, and there's always the Darwin Awards, which filters some of those idiots out, or at least filters them off the roads temporarily. Yes, what you need if you're a youth in the UK, you need your black bally, which is balaclava, by the way. You need your bally on.
You really are with the kids, aren't you?
Well, yeah, you need your bally, and then you need, your motocross helmet, all in black at night on an e-bike with no lights, and then you get really upset when you get run over by a driver that cannot see you in the dead of night with no street lights in all black. There we are. That's just youth of today.
We are getting ready for our Minimax final. So if you enjoyed Micromax, these kids
now
are
getting slightly bigger.
They are. They're slightly older. They're slightly more experienced. I mean, I'm not sure how old Liam O'Hanlon is or Samar Chopra.
9.
Well, there's every chance that next season, I know I'm ahead of myself here, 26-27 UAE RMC, we're likely to see Liam O'Hanlon and Samar Chopra moving up into this class.
Yes. Oh dear. Liam Smith International has at the front there. You can see him standing next to Benjamin Karachkovich kart.
Yes.
He's having the same hair problem that I am, as in he's losing it Liam, at the top. So Liam Smith, that's why he wears his baseball cap backwards when he's Liam Smith International.
He's been out here a long time.
Look, he's got his sleeves rolled up. His Ashtia sleeves rolled up.
He's confident to leave his driver there, the number 183.
Well, he doesn't know he's just been caught making a pose.
Yes, he doesn't know.
Now, the JNKD, you can see the text. If you look at that, that is made up of racing terms. All the letters have got small. The big J has got maybe 30 or 40 smaller race words, like Apex, and it's got Yas Marina written on it. All designed, very, very nicely designed, I have to say. When I went there to get my JNKD
But why have they
Italian
gone
coffee
gold
this
from
morning,
their blue and black?
they wanted to look more regal.
Oh, okay.
They wanted to country of riches. No, she's married. Can't.
I have no idea who that is.
I know.
Nice
exactly.
Is that an Apple Watch?
Yeah, it's an Apple Watch and an Apple phone.
Yeah.
That is actually Philip Dinu's mother.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Here.
From the Apple Watch? What do you mean hair? I didn't see any hair.
I was chatting to her earlier. She's standing.
Right, she's
standing
across
there.
in the balcony.
When I was doing my bit of research, my investigative
So
journalism.
you're basically doing either side of some sort of nicotine intake.
Just either side of an ashtray.
yeah.
Standing around the ashtray.
Finding out, finding out lots of interesting things like Dmitry Sokol and the Atlanta Falcons logo.
So whereabouts are they from exactly?
Russia.
Did you find? Yeah, whereabouts? Big place.
No, didn't get
It's a
into
big
the
place.
Didn't get this side of the Urals.
Right. Okay.
Is it not this? No, not this side. The other side, the European side of the Urals.
Right. East.
Because
Western.
Western Russia.
Yeah.
Yes. This side of the Urals would be Eastern Russia because we're this side of the world.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Okay, now I'm geographically confused.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great to have them along. Did you find out whether or not they have committed to the rest of the season?
They appeared infrequently last year.
Did they? Right.
Yeah. Obviously, with racing, which doesn't take place in Russia, Kyrgyzstan is now a big hotspot of drive. Well, yes, that's where all the licenses
Which one
are
is
issued.
that?
It's red and gold.
With Kyrgyzstan, because you got all the stans together. Is that next to Azerbaijan?
It's south
Tajikistan.
of Azerbaijan. Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan are not far below China and Mongolia.
Anyone here? Obviously, Stan stands for something. Is it land?
Must be.
Yeah.
Must be. Yeah.
Must be. I suppose the land of the Uzbeks, the land of the Kazakhs. Yeah.
Yes.
Gosh, we're learning with each other today.
Well, it's. Do you know what? It's This is a Emma. I mean, yeah. Obviously, there was a karting mum on screen, and that's I got a PhD in being friendly with cars. It was Valentine's Day yesterday, and I got away without getting punched by anybody in the paddock. It's time for the grid, ladies and gentlemen. Austin Gray and Benjamin Karachkovich on pole position. LBJ Stubbs and Oliver Butchard on row number 2. Francesco Lisignoli and Maxim Zoyna for NI Racing on row number 3. Max Payton and Mikhail Mitrokin are next. Adam Fleury, who made the best first lap of any race I've seen in a long time, starts 9th, alongside Luashu and Mathibula. Mohamed Mubarak and William Mazzali are next in line. Then it's Glenn Obukov, Ahmed Faisal Al-Maina, Louis Bataille, Mikhail Tverdokliabov, Zuhir Turki, Kir Ivanov, Aryan Isan and Vivan Chowan are your 20 starters.
Are you watching Aberdeen?
Oh, yes. Oh, well,
the sun came out for the heat. This is all about the pre-final. It's slightly longer. We've got 14 laps. And whether Austin Gray can continue beating his GNKD teammate is what's on everyone's lips, especially in Aberdeen. Behind them, though, LBJ Stubbs. And that green helmet there is the youngster Oliver Butchard, who this weekend is with the Mumbai Falcons team.
Hopefully for the rest of...
I think that's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's really, really going very, very well here at Yas.
Yeah, he is. And anyone will tell you, young drivers just need, time and familiar surroundings to excel. Now, well...
Well, he hasn't gone to excel.
Not yet. That's one of the few he hasn't been to yet. Yes, Nick, you said that it's the Granite City. Well, Austin Gray needs nerves of granite for this one.
Especially considering who's alongside.
Oof.
We know how quick. Micromax World Final champion as we've got the JNKD team
Yes.
well represented. We know how, I want to say, hard a driver Benjamin Kracikovic is. He takes no prisoners, does that young man. But then again, neither does the Scotsman.
But you can't take prisoners. You know, nice guys tend to finish, if not last, generally not first. Nice guys on the track.
That's right.
You could be the nicest person in the world. Off track, on track, you have to be absolutely stony-faced as the Granite City King leads them to the line.
And he caught them. He caught Benjamin Kracikovic on the hop here as LBJ Stubbs down the inside and looks like he's about to wrest the lead from our pole sitter as they go side by side now down the back straight and then into turns 4 and 5, and it's LBJ Stubbs.
Fleury's at it again from 9th to 5th in the number 111 cart. Let's have a look. P4, Adam Fleury, take a bow. 9th to 4th on the opening lap. He went a lot better in the heat. He led briefly, but still, that's an excellent dive. The only driver for the McAdam team here. Can he now hold on? Oh, Karachkovic is already back to his inside, though, Joe.
It's that left-hand side train that followed Austin Gray into turn 1 because we've got Francesco Lignoli, the Dubai O-Plate winner, carrying the O-Plate here, going with them and into 3rd place there on the George Gibbons Motorsport blue and white cart.
Yes.
3-car battle now as LBJ Stubbs with Sam Pollitt leads out across the line. But Austin Gray biding his time. All these youngsters know that there is 14 laps of racing, so no need for any urgency quite yet. Let's just get on with this.
Indeed, out of turn number 3. Onto the back straight. There's the NI cart and Maxim Joyner and Max Payton going side by side for 7th position. Butchard is 6th. Fleury still in P5. There goes Fleury on the green and white Tony kart. Butchard with the lime green crash helmet chasing him up at the front. Austin Gray and LBJ Stubbs. It was it was a really wholesome moment after I interviewed Austin Gray, for pole position. LBJ Stubbs was there giving big high five, and that's LBJ Stubbs high-fiving a driver that has just taken championship points off him.
These two know each other from UK karting, though, don't they? They don't.
Austin Gray, I haven't seen Austin Gray racing UK
really?
karting at all.
I thought I recognised the name from the UK, but no, he's obviously a UAE resident, isn't he? Here we go then, these two breaking away because Austin Gray has shown no urgency to get by LBJ Stubbs and has quite readily sat there using the 2-cart aerodynamic train to pull out a gap. But here he comes, about to spoil the 2-cart party. It's Benjamin Kracikovic, got caught on the hop at the start of this race. He's bringing Lignoli with him. Behind them, Maxim Zoyner in 5th and Oliver Butchard, who I'm afraid, Henry, got a little bit hung out to dry at that first turn.
Yeah, the top 4 are breaking away. Why is Austin Gray sitting behind LBJ Stubbs and trying to work with him? Because he thinks the longer that we do that, the smaller the chance that Karachkovic has of catching us. However, with 8 laps to go, Karachkovic, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, 35.227 seconds.
He's on a
Karachkovic is going to catch them. In fact, look at LBJ Stubbs beginning to edge away. Karachkovic and Lignoli, they sweep wide just to get a cleaner run into turn number 4, which gives them more momentum all the way through this section, and Austin Gray is going to be in trouble before long. Gray is going to come under attack. Watch for Karachkovic. If not at the hairpin at this corner, watch for him going down the back straight into turns 4 and 5.
LBJ Stubbs' fastest lap of the race. He was fractions of a second, thousandths of a second slower than Benjamin Krachikovic's fastest lap on the previous run by. This time he puts his foot down, looks over his shoulder. Nobody there, really. That's a gap, the biggest gap we've seen between himself and Austin Gray. If Austin Gray's not careful, and he's not going to be careful because Kracikovic is now sucking up that slipstream now and being dragged along by his teammate through turns 1 and 2, and now into the hairpin. It's all about speed down the straight with a little bit of turning oversteer I saw on Austin Gray. That's going to cost him time.
Yep.
And look at that, Kraczkowicz right on his rear bumper now.
Did you see the little signal there? Gray turned over his shoulder. Kraczkowicz gave one finger says go forward. Austin Gray nodded. I wonder how long they'll work together. Will the urgency for Kraczkowicz trump his the team player aspect of this race? There's plenty of time to go. It's the kind of track where if Kraczkowicz and Gray go side by side, even just once more now, Stubbs will have gone.
Yes.
And it'll be game over.
I can see Austin Gray, he's got turn-in oversteer as he turns into the hairpin at turn 3. And that's costing him a fraction of a second there. It's just scrubbing a little bit of momentum. Kraczkowicz sees that. It's not really made much of a difference there down the back straight.
Yeah, no, because you look at the, next time by, we'll watch the line that Kraczkowicz takes. He runs completely off the track to the outside to get a faster turn in to the, but he doesn't actually
need to turn into 4? Yeah,
he doesn't. It's so wide, he's actually just travelling a little bit further, and it's not helping him. Watch him here. Now, he will go out wide.
Yeah, oh, wow, that's really wide.
Normally, that would help him. But because it's such a fast corner, he's actually just...
well, he's giving himself more metres of track to cover, isn't he?
Yeah, it's actually not working for him. If it was a slightly slower corner, then, turn in, he'd be in clover.
Well, there's no speed difference between himself and Austin Gray at that
He's
point.
Just doing 5 metres more.
He's just doing 5 metres more.
Yeah.
And it's not working for him. We're on lap 11, and as we say that, they've swapped places.
No,
they're back. No, they're back. Kraczkowicz has learnt the lesson. He's listening to Henry Baudet's driver coaching here, and as he comes alongside Austin Gray into turn...
This is the undercut
there
that Kraczkowicz is
really
so good
good
at.
there.
Yep,
really good there.
And Austin Gray fighting back. No, Kraczkowicz has got it. Here comes Lisignoli. And now Gray is sort of signalling, I thought we were going to work together. Well, you did work together for a number of laps. It wasn't working. Stubbs has gone. It's now going to be game on from here to the flag between these 3 drivers for second. 3 wide. Lisignoli trying to come and pick the pockets of the 2 J&KD drivers.
And they swapped positions twice there in the space of about 50 metres. This is allowing Albie Stubbs to disappear as these 3 decide to swap and change around. Here they go across the line. It's 12 laps completed for Albie Stubbs in the lead. Kraczkowicz, Austin Gray, Francesco Lignoli in 4th. They've dropped off Oliver Butchard and Maxim Zoyner. Butchard having a very lonely time.
This is going to be good. Adam Fleury has had a moment and has fallen to the back of the field after such a... Well, it just means he's got more karts to pass on the opening lap of the main event. Look at the undercut. Here comes Kraczkowicz. Great move. I gotta say, if you know that's what he's going to do, so try and defend against it. Force him to the outside. 1 to go. Gray back to P2. This is going to be corner after corner. Gray has got to now try and get it stopped on the anchors to avoid Kraczkowicz getting the crossover.
Oh, it's side
Gray's
by side,
going to
Henry.
squeeze him.
It's side by side into off the back straight there. That's such a fat.
He's
Gray got it all
himself.
wrong. He slid wide and lost out massively. Albie Stubbs has disappeared. Kraczkowicz solid in second, and it was carrying that speed, not braking as hard as he might, as Albie Stubbs takes the checkered flag and takes the pre-final win in Minimax. In second place, Benjamin Kraczkowicz takes second place at the S's at turn 4 and 5. And that was all about Austin Gray sliding too wide, carrying too much speed in. Let's have a look at it again.
Look at Kraczkowicz.
Carries too much speed in, ends up on the outside of the track and almost went off the track, Henry.
Kraczkowicz anticipated that beautifully. If you notice, Kraczkowicz, well, he went for the move and he saw that that Gray was easing him to the inside to sort of defend. Kraczkowicz realised, okay, we got to the point now where you're not going to make the corner. So he backed out and braked, and then, so he backed out of the move halfway down the straight.
Let him go.
Let him go, because I'm gonna just get you on the exit of the corner. At 10 years old, that is and it's not just Karachkovic that has that. So many of these drivers have that racing instinct, that ability to look 2 or 3 corners ahead and just set drivers up.
And to compromise themselves to accommodate a driver that's trying to overtake, because sometimes by not compromising for the other driver, you cost yourself time.
Now, I'm going to step aside now.
Why?
Because I need to get my marker book out, because I'm going to grade our new commentator. I'm not. I'm going to go.
No.
Tony Hogg is going to come in now and join.
Grab that seat.
Oh, okay.
He's going to join us both.
He's going to join us both, is he? Excellent. I thought
yes.
I was going to critique from afar, but I won't.
No, Henry. Save.
Oh, hang on a second.
Hang on, Tony. Hang on. There you go.
Lesson 1.
Hoping to learn from the best, I think, is where you stop.
Hoping to learn from the best, at least to turn the mic on.
Yeah. Well, I turned it on for you.
Thank you.
DD2's coming next. This is why we've got Tony Hogg, who's freshly just into retirement. Tony, are you enjoying
this
the
weekend
retirement?
at least?
Yeah. I mean, I was on track at Dubai this morning doing some laps, just keeping my eye in should I wish to
return. Well, of course.
Make a return. Yeah.
It's separate.
As is my want.
First of all, it's great to have you up here, Tony.
Pleasure.
It's something that we joke about your pending retirement from the driver's seat.
We've created a caricature, really, haven't we?
But you've got so much to offer this championship from your years of experience. Number one in life to start with, and that's almost is just as important when dealing with humans, because you're dealing with people in karting, and you've certainly had a lot of experience just in life that has got you to the point where you could take up karting later in life.
Yeah, I think above all else, it is a sport, and it is an individual sport. You are backed up with a team of mechanics and engineers and data people, but ultimately it's an individual sport, and it is obviously people oriented, and you do need to be able to build relationships in the paddock with other drivers to an extent, and with other teams to an extent. And I think for such an individual sport, there is such a human side to it. Often difficult to separate the sports side of it, when you're competing in the same grid. But typically, the people involved, the drivers, the teams, are all genuinely good people, and they all want to win. I think that's
You've got to put your. Nick reckons I've got a game face whenever we go karting together, and he says I complete my personality changes. You do. It's a team sport, and all the team is funneled towards this point here when your visor goes down,
and this point,
and then it's on you.
Yeah, this point here is quite interesting if you look at the dynamic. So myself, I had a little routine that I would get myself into, particularly at this moment at any given race day, and it basically, I was always pretty much the first one to sit down in my car. That was my thing. I'd always put my left glove on first, then my right glove. Then I'd lean round, look at the radiator cap, make sure that was on. Then I'd twist the fuel cap. Then I'd just look at the carburetor and make sure that the choke's not up. That was me.
That's that's like a little
that's
mental routine.
Yeah, just getting myself into a slot. Other people a bit more casual about it. People don't mind joking around and having a bit of banter. But I like to just get in early, get comfortable, and then start thinking about the race. Here now is where the negative thoughts come in. I think for everyone, to be honest, even if you're at the front
even if
of the
you're
grid,
on pole, you're expecting to lose out in the first turn, aren't you?
Of course, you know that every man behind you is trying to get that bit of tarmac that you're on, and I think a very key part of this game is to just get the negative talk away from your thoughts, and then just start to believe in your own skills and that you've got every right to be there, and then you get focused.
There's quite a lot of psychology comes into any sport, whether you play, whether it's football, tennis, whatever.
Yeah.
Race driving, I think, is exactly the same. That when that negativity overwhelms your ability, you stop being able to actually compete. You stop being able to hold the racket or to kick the ball.
Correct. And like in any sport, whether it's sprinting, tension kills speed, right? So you need to be as relaxed as possible. And I guess for me, the final thing that I would always do was 10 deep breaths just to calm the mind. I always felt a lot better after the 10 deep breaths. 10 deep in, 10 deep out. and then relax into it.
But
It's the same thing when I'm teaching drivers about interview techniques. When they're nervous, I say, shake your shoulders out, breathe in, breathe out, and your shoulders relax a little bit, and then you're prepared for an interview.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, and it's pretty much the same. But really, the key thing is tension kills speed. So if you can quieten down your mind and really focus on where you need to be and think about every mark, lap by lap, then you'll extract the best that you can out of yourself and out of your equipment.
And that little process that you described there, you're also doing some vital last-second checks. If the radiator cap isn't tight, that's an issue. If the fuel cap isn't tight, that's an issue. If the choke's on, that's an issue.
Correct.
So that little sort of psychological switch, you have to go through that.
Yes.
Or else you will, you've got to do that. And they're last-minute technical checks. And then that's your psychological switch to say, right, race on now.
And to be honest, it's one of those little things that can make such a difference. And if you think about it, it's probably the last thing the mechanic does before you get on the grid is he's going to fire up the engine.
Yep.
The choke will come up, and it's just the last double check to make sure that everything is just as it should be before you go out and do battle.
I was like that as a race mechanic. I would walk around the car on the grid and just check the bonnet clips or the engine cover clips.
Yep.
And it was like a last-minute psychological check. Not that I was in control, because when you're the driver, you're all of that, like I say, funnel, that teamwork, that funneling process comes down to how you behave on the track.
Correct.
And you should never be overwhelmed by, and it's undoubtedly going to happen in negative circumstances. We lose together, we win together is the saying, isn't it? And it's like, and I think that's what makes this such a, as Henry was talking about, such a human sport, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
The psychology of it makes it a human sport.
No, exactly. Now, Tony, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, are you familiar?
I am.
I am. He's just called you a true gent and a legend on the live show. So Emerson is watching and listening.
So he hasn't met you, Tony.
I have a fabulous photograph of me and Emerson in the paddock at Sarno.
Yes.
A couple of years ago. I think it was just drizzling with a bit of rain. And his mum and dad are wonderful people as well.
Yep.
And it's such a nice memento that I've got of all the years that I've done the grand finals. And it really is the epitome of why you go to these events, because you see a lot of the same people. It might be only once a year, but you get to see them. They get to know you. I've got a fairly recognisable face.
And the one thing that makes it unique is that that even if you only see that person once a year, even if you've never met them before, they're from halfway around the world, they're a champion. So there is that intrinsic, almost like a bond between them, because you know what, you've earned your place here, I've earned. No one has just put down a chunk of money to enter. So
true.
Whether it be Micromax to Masters, they're all champions, and when you're in that paddock together, representing whatever country you're from, big or small, there is that connection that is unique.
It's friendships that are created in motorsport, friendships that I've got going back 40 years. Things like Oliver Butchard's dad sidling up to me the other night and gloating that Liverpool had just beaten Sunderland. That little. I've hardly met the guy, but we've got that connection that will be forever.
Yes, he wouldn't. Yes,
and that goes on. Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to have been in the sport for over a decade now. As most people know, I started very late. Yeah. But interestingly, I was listening to the commentary earlier, and there was a debate around, was Moritz going to be the first guy to win an outright race?
Well, I didn't say first, because I know that there might be someone who has won an outright race.
But an even more interesting tidbit, the last guy to have ever won the overall championship as a master is actually on track.
Kyle Blockley.
There we go.
And it's been 11 years since Kyle Blockley went to the grand finals. Ironic.
Was it 11 years since he won this championship?
Yes.
As a master.
Yeah, but you were there as well in Portimao.
I was vice champion that year.
Yeah, and who's the gentleman that runs Fort as well?
Mohammed Haroon.
No.
Hussein Umid Ali.
Hussein Umid Ali.
Yeah.
He was there as well. So at one point, the UAE had a number of masters, but there were 72 tickets back
in those days, 72. So, I think we were. Yeah, we had a fairly big grid back in those days, so I think we managed to wangle one or two extra tickets.
Yes, well, here we go.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the DD2s going out on track now. Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier, as ever, on that front row. Maurice Canopes and Adam Malek are on row 2. Hamza Shisho and Saad El Hababi on row 3, with row 4 with Kyle Blockley, who we've just mentioned, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore round off a 10-kart field. What are the drivers doing here, Tony? I mean, you know, being from the UK, sometimes takes 2 or 3 laps to go any heat into the tyres, but in these temperatures, the tyres are there.
You don't really have to worry about that.
Right.
I think what they're doing now is just clearing their head, getting their thoughts straight. A lot of them will be blowing out the carburettor. I'm not sure whether in the driver's briefing you were told up to a certain point when you clear the carb, but they'll be thinking about that now. They'll be thinking about making sure there's no jump starts, getting themselves into the tram lines. They're looking left and right now. The heart rate is rising, throttle goes down, and away they go.
Tyler Harris then off the pole position. Jinx to the right to open up the corner at 1, but there in second place, Mark Bassier this time doesn't allow anybody through into that second place, hanging onto those carts out onto the back straight.
Yeah, Knoppers into third position. Adam Malek slipping back to fourth. Already signed Al-Hababi, those fresher tyres. He moves into P4. The four Falcons. Here comes Morris Knoppers. Tony Morris saying that he would be happy to sit behind Tyler Harris.
I don't believe a word of that.
I don't believe it either, exactly. And that's a racing driver's thing, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah,
said the right thing during the interview, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He wanted Tyler not to spoil Tyler's championship, but yeah, it's not going to spoil Tyler's championship just to rob him of a race win here, especially here. It's a pre-final.
Yeah,
the all-important final comes
Moritz
next.
is an accomplished driver, as we know, also in the E20s. I think this track lends itself to the physiology sometimes. I mean, Moritz is fairly small in stature. He's got a big stature in racing terms, but he's quite diminutive, and I think down that back straight it helps.
Sorry, something has just fallen off a cart coming out of the final corner. There was definitely it could have been a bit of black tape. It could have been something a little bit more substantial, but there was certainly something on the racing surface that Tyler Harris clipped as he went past. Now, Knoppers has lost second place. Bassier is back into P2.
Didn't really put up much of a fight, actually. It was virtually as if he was allowing Mark Bassier through.
It's probably sensible, to be honest, at this stage.
Yeah, you think that comes into it?
Yeah, I think you know, if you realise that the guy coming through is a little bit quicker than you, let him go, duck in behind him, and just get on with your own race.
But also that could work out better for you in the long run, because Bassier might, Morris is thinking Bassier might help tow me up towards
That's
Tyler
exactly
Harris.
the point. Yeah, so when you see that happen, let them go, tuck in directly behind them, don't let anybody else get in, and then head down and really try and use them as the tow.
Because it's not you thinking, oh, that driver's got a better chance of winning, so I'll let him go.
No,
you're thinking, I've got a better chance of winning by letting him go.
And also, look, Moritz wants to be in the main race, but he needs to win the Masters first and foremost. So if you're battling with the youngsters, okay, you might win the day, but in the end, you know, you might lose the war.
Yeah, and it's, of course, the Masters and the DD2 drivers are all competing in the same overall championship.
Correct.
There's a subdivision for the Masters, and of course, there is a ticket to the grand finals. Morris Knoppers hasn't written his name on the ticket yet by a long shot, because anything can happen.
Yeah.
Kyle Blockley, and of course, it's difficult with it. There's a 3-car field. There's the third member, Greg Watt. A guy that you know really well.
Greg epitomises the sport for me. He turns up regularly.
He misses practice.
He misses practice. Yeah.
Turns up for the briefing in his shirt and tie.
We spoke about physiology again, and he's one of the bigger guys, to be quite honest. It's good to see him having a battle out there. Often he gets sort of dropped, and I had a chat with him earlier, and at the point when you're dropped, you know, are you really pushing? Do you think you're pushing hard enough? He's got a nice battle going on there with Nicola. I think that's good for Greg as well. He's clearly looking a bit more lithe these days. He's either on the Manjaro or he's...
Well, apparently, I thought that yesterday. He went, no, I haven't lost any weight. I've just been in the gym. It's transferred itself to different parts of his body.
Can you do that? Can you do that?
Well, apparently, male ski jumpers in the Winter Olympics have been doing that. But
you lose your belly. You lose your belly.
You do.
So it sort of moves up to your shoulders, doesn't it?
A couple of interesting points, which are succinct to this particular track, for example. So as they come down through here now and onto the main straight, when you head into turn 1, the old style was to shift back as you literally got to the apex. Now you try and carry it in second. If you're a bit like Greg, at that point there you'll have to shift back because the engine will be labouring a little bit. But if you get it right, you can just carry it in second. So
In second gear all the way through there?
Yeah, also.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, all the way up to turn 3, you can be in second.
And what about here?
Similarly.
Are you in second through 4 and 5?
You can be. But then you really need the temerity to get on the throttle really early to pick up the mechanical grip, because if you don't, the chassis goes light, you get a bit squirrely on the exit, and you lose time.
So we're in second gear through here.
Yep.
Through here.
Greg will be shifting back about there.
Right, he's going to be shifting down to 1.
Now he's in 1.
Yep. So he comes out of the corner.
Yep.
Second here.
Shift about 2 now.
Yep. So we're going to follow these carts around.
Yep.
Into this
left.
one. In 2.
Yep.
Still in second.
Leave it in second. Pick up the throttle early and let it run out to the rumble strip.
And then here it goes uphill, so you can carry a lot of speed.
Yep.
Are you still in second here, Tony?
You're in second as you go in. Yep.
First gear?
You're second.
Second gear through there.
Yeah.
Right.
You actually try and get it into second early there, because the chassis gets a bit unstable otherwise.
So in complete contrast to where we were for round 4,
yes,
which was up and down the gearbox at Dubai Kartdrome, isn't it? This is a this is a pure racetrack of speed, isn't it?
It's speed. So here is really where you need to have it's a leap of faith as you turn in. I don't know if you guys have driven the track, but literally where you're that low, you don't see the entry to the corner at all. It's a leap of faith.
That's it. What, coming off the back straight?
Yeah.
Turn 4, you can see the white
the end
barrier.
Of the barrier.
Yeah,
that's it.
And where are you aiming for? Are you aiming for because the barrier could be put in a different place next time.
Probably about 6 inches after the end of the barrier.
Just about.
Yeah.
That's just about. So you can clip the barrier on the way in, you can clip the barrier on the way out, and it's devastating.
Yes.
If you do.
Yeah,
if you get that wrong.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're getting to see Greg now. It's ordinarily you wouldn't see Greg during the race.
Well, I thought we'd take that opportunity because it's become a processional race.
Well,
and we don't get a chance to see Nicola Cacciatore.
They're having a good race,
having a good little battle here. Nicola, as his lap times across the season have got faster and faster. There he goes. And we've got a challenge here.
Yeah. I know, because of course you're looking at, and you know, let's not be unkind. This is 9th and 10th in a 10-kart race.
Yep.
Their lap times are a second lap slower, 1.5 seconds lap slower than the race leader.
Yeah.
So around a second on average.
Yeah.
To the untrained eye, these drivers they look just as quick as the leaders.
Correct.
Even though this is 9th and 10th, look at the effort, look at the precision, look at the skill level that has gone into it. Now, Cacciatore is in his first year of karting, and Greg, like we said, he's a businessman, he misses practice, he turns up just to race. And yet, even though they're at the back, it looks just as exciting and as intriguing
100%.
as the front.
Some of the best races I've ever had were for 15th to 20th.
The thing is, when you're on track, you are racing with the guy in front of you, right? And it could be for 15th, but the intensity is the same. No one wants to come last.
Absolutely.
I remember my very first DD2 race. The plan was try, first of all, to finish, and second of all, not to finish last. And that was literally the objective.
Yeah. Most of the races I had were between 15th and 20th places. I know you said it. But I mean, Cacciatore, he's had one look, and this is a show.
He's
one mistake.
Wide there. Yeah.
How harsh are those curbs?
Very.
Because that's Formula One
they're
curbing.
proper rumble strips.
Yes.
That will shake the fillings out of your teeth going over there for sure.
Well, you're all right then, Tom. Because
I could just buy new ones, can't I?
Takes them out before he starts. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tyler Harris continues to lead, but only by 2 seconds over Marc Bassier. This is fitness comes in. When you started, how old were you when you started?
48. The tender age of 48.
48.
I'm actually proud of that. It's we mentioned, or you mentioned inadvertently, you mentioned me in the same sentence as Zenderua and Nicola Pico, which was quite nice. And I was thinking about it, that perhaps those guys weren't even born when I did my first race, which is
that's a good point.
At the age the physicality, the age of 48, your first season, obviously it was harder physically than at the age of 58 plus when you this recently.
Yeah. So for me, I had to learn quick, and the old adage about you can't teach an old dog new tricks, I don't believe in that. I think I had the foresight to understand I was never a natural driver, but you can really work hard at this sport.
But you were never going to be you didn't get involved in this sport, Tony, to be a career racing driver. You got involved in the sport because you were you a motorsport fan?
Massive motorsport fan.
And you wanted to go racing.
Yeah, and you know, I had the likes of David Bright back in the day suggested I should go racing, and I never looked back. And you know, you talk about the sport getting into your blood, and that's testimony to the fact now that I find it very difficult just to leave the sport. I'm really struggling with it.
You can't. We were talking about this. I made the comment of I wish I'd gotten into heroin because I would have been on a methadone program by now and been cured. But this is an addiction that we will never ever lose. And as long as and these youngsters here, Tyler Harris, about to take the checkered flag and take the pre-final win, he will go on for the rest of his life being a motorsport addict.
Yes. Here's the thing about the DD2 as well. So often you'll find that youngsters that didn't quite shine to their potential in senior can often jump into a DD2 and they just take to it like duck to a water, and their driving style just seems to suit. So Tyler was one of those. He was quick, but he wasn't really at the point, was he?
No, he was top 6 in seniors.
Same with Mark Bassier.
Yeah.
So Mark's the classic example. He's jumped in, he's taken to it really well.
Yep.
He understands the engineering and the dynamics of driving these things. They are very physical. I would challenge anyone to jump in and do 15, 20 laps around here. It's not easy.
No, I reckon 3 or 4 for me.
Bring out the iron lung.
Yeah.
What
absolutely.
I was impressed with there, Nicola Cacciatore passes Greg Watts at the very end of that race. They were much closer. Okay, the 30 seconds behind Tyler Harris after 18 laps. Yesterday, that was almost a full lap after 18 laps.
Yeah.
So they're by racing with each other, goes back what you said, Tony. You know, they are pushing themselves 100%. Here's a look at the results.
Here is the result. Tyler Harris takes the pre-final win, puts himself on pole position for the all-important final. Mark Bassier still needs to search around the toolbox to see what he can find to take it to Tyler Harris. He comes second. Maurice Canopes, first Masters and third overall. He'd be looking for that third place overall podium. Yeah, absolutely. Saad Al-Ababi was fourth with Adam Malek fifth. Sixth was Hamza Rashisho, and in seventh place, Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, and that ninth and 10th place battle finally going the way of we followed that the whole race, and then when we moved back to the winner, aptly I'd like to say, Nicolo Cacciatore overtakes Greg Watt. He'll be absolutely seething after that.
He will be, but I think he'll also say that he had probably one of his better races because he had somebody to actually race with there, and they would have fed off of each other, and they would have learned a little bit off of each other, and then would have got that little bit quicker, and I think that's manifested itself in the lap times.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you were saying about, you know, being a motorsport fan, you're too busy with life, aren't you? You know, in a lot of cases.
Actually, it took over my life, this thing.
Well, it tends to, yes. But what I mean is, before you got there, you were a motorsport fan, but you were getting on with your business and your family, etc., etc. Right. There seems to be this culture of like, if you're not in karting by the time you're 10, then there's no point in even trying. Whereas when I started karting, it was an adult sport, and the odd kid did it.
Well, I remember back in the day, World of Sport, they used to show a bit of karting when Dickie Davis was the presenter.
Yeah.
And I can remember back then, I was like, wow, that's a really good-looking, interesting sport. And it is, you know, you hear the term, it's the purest form of racing. It really is.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that gets that close.
Yeah.
There's nothing else that gives you that same bang for your buck as well in terms of, you know, the feelings, the grip levels, the power. I think you mentioned earlier, people look at these things and they think they're toys. But
they're not.
You jump in.
Yeah.
It really isn't a toy.
I did mention earlier that the people, you know, I've got friends who are motorsport fans. They've been to Formula One Grand Prix, they've been to British touring cars. They come to the kart track and their minds are blown. It's like, and a friend of mine actually said to me, how do they go through corners as quickly as they do?
Yeah.
It's like, they're not toys. You know, this is proper motorsport. Ayrton Senna was the person who coined the phrase that this is pure motor racing.
It is, yeah.
Tony, I want to say thank you very much for joining us for that and giving us that insight. You're going to join us for the final?
If you want me to.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
I'll do that then, for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, you can stay as long as you want, really. We've got the Senior Max final heat coming up next. And that was that has been a complete mixed up situation for Senior Max. This morning, I don't know if you were here and you saw it, there was only 4 drivers that didn't incur the wrath of the stewards.
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Only 4 drivers didn't get penalised and get their fastest laps taken away because of this new fashion of going out for a qualifying session and dawdling around after they'd been told that they weren't supposed to. Personally, I used to get on. We used to get on with it. You went out, and it's only 5 minutes, so you want to kind of get that fastest lap time, which doesn't necessarily come at your first effort.
I think the idea of reducing the qualification time to 5 minutes is such that you have to get on with it.
Yeah.
And yet they'll now stretch it to the last lap in terms of the time to get a qualifying lap in. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I asked Kai Hunter, who's a former British champion, UKC champion, why are you doing that? And he said, because everyone else is.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens. And then at some point, somebody has to be at the front of the queue, right? But also what it shows you is the faith they have in each other as well as drivers to be able to sit bumper to bumper and then put a lap in.
Well, what happened, Tony, is a couple of drivers went off. The pack are dawdling around literally at walking pace. Those kids on the fast lap came upon that pack completely, and that's what incurred the wrath of
especially
the stewards.
On a 32-second lap.
Well, exactly,
like
yes.
this.
And it's quite dangerous in my opinion.
Yeah.
And in the opinion of the stewards.
Absolutely. So, been an absolute pleasure, gents. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Great to have you, Tony.
Great
to have
Henry's
you.
here.
Go and relax, enjoy the hospitality.
I'll see you for the final.
Yeah,
well, yes.
Great stuff.
I just as Tony leaves, I just part of my journalistic break there. See Sami, no, not Sami Al-Assad. Who did I just see out there who raced in Mr. Al Marina, who raced in the Invitational? He's got 3 sons racing. Joined the DD2 Masters Brigade at the Invitational, the Rotax O Invitational at the start of the season. Just spoke to him and he says, yeah, no, next season I'm going to come and do a full season now that his 3 boys are more settled into karting. So that'll be quite good. That'll mean that the DD2 Masters, I feel, is one of the most important classes. In fact, all the Masters divisions are the most important classes in casters. Yep. Because
I have an issue.
Nick has an issue.
Yeah, you have to be 31 to be a master. It's way too young. I mean, it's interesting because as people get more, I think a lot of sports are getting slightly older as people stay fitter for longer. I was talking about RC racing. When I started covering RC racing intensity in Europe, the masters was 35, and they've actually moved it to 45 now because they recognise that people are growing old with the sports and carrying on their hobbies and sports. Obviously, that's a sport that isn't that much that physical. But if you look at, we're here at the moment. And in Abu Dhabi is the Veterans World Championship here. So we're coming to breakfast, and there's all these guys and ladies who are obviously in their 70s. They're fit as fiddles. They've got their competition T-shirts on. I think karting's a bit wrong at 31.
Well,
I think it should be 40 over.
There are some classes. So in South America, in Rotax, you have Masters and Super Masters.
Oh, I like Super Masters.
The cut-off, I think, for Masters is still 31 and above, but then Super Masters is 40 plus. Which I think is not a bad thing at all, because of course karting is a sport in its own right. And if you don't have the Masters that are well represented, and if you don't give the Masters the same coverage as the other, then karting then becomes just the stepping stone, which of course it's not. It is a sport in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've mentioned the grand finals a few times, and the Masters category is the only one where you can get a 30-year spread between the drivers. So the reality is, when you get to the more tender years, you're really not going to be challenging at the front. But it is an absolute honour to be there and to participate. And you do your best. But every year there's a new tranche of younger drivers that come in that maybe didn't quite do it in DD2. They come back for an attack in the Masters.
Yes.
And they might be there for 2 or 3 years. There's not that many that stay on beyond 35, 38.
Although the Lebanese driver at the grand finals, Hector Ramirez, at the age of 70
in the E20
is the E20 Masters. He has raced in the last 4 grand finals for Chile. Qualifies every year. Helps the fact that he owns the biggest circuit in Chile, so he gets a bit of practice time in. He goes to the grand finals. He qualifies every year. He goes to grand finals as a delegate as well, to try and see if Rotax will head his way one year for the grand final, shall we say.
Do you think the criteria for Masters is a bit too young at 31?
Well, you were having a pit stop.
Oh, were you talking about that?
Yes,
yeah.
right. And the Super Masters.
Because, I mean, they're
category.
ancient at 31, aren't you?
In South America, there's a Super Masters category.
I think 35 would be
35.
a good number.
It is in the UK. I think it's 35 in the UK for any kind of Masters class. We have a Masters category in the 177 Rotax class.
Yes.
Which is for the older drivers.
For the Colin Davises of the world.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Over 35.
So I look at some of these kids with absolute envy. You know, these kids that start at 8 years of age and they are at the beginning of their careers. You know, the world is their oyster, as they say. They really do have an opportunity. I hope they realise how privileged they are.
They probably don't until they get to our age, Tony.
I mean, we're going to go racing very shortly. So the very last story is that I was speaking to a mum this morning. The mum will be nameless, and she just said she grew up council house, 2 up, 2 down. They've moved out here. In the UK, they moved out here. Her and her husband. They work really, really hard, and they hope that their son, who's 8 at the moment, and 8 is 8, but they just hope that their whole point of doing this is to give their child the best, most rounded childhood of knowing how to cope with adversity, knowing how to be part of a team, knowing and how lucky he is to see parts of the world that they were never able to see during their childhood.
Absolutely.
And it was a really enlightening conversation. And the mum, because again, I don't want to embarrass the kid or anything like that, but it was just, that is, they don't realise how lucky they are. Not to, to drive go-kart, to drive karts, round and round in circles, that's amazing. But you're sat at a Formula One circuit, you're meeting people from all over the world. Yeah, and you look at when we bring the grid up, you'll see the flags that the drivers originate from. You know, a lot of them are expats.
Different cultures, different
cultures.
Races.
Yeah.
There are no colours.
No.
You very quickly learn discipline in this sport, and you know, whether it's in the paddock, on track, you need to understand very quickly that there's a lot of investment involved. The sport is inherently
unfair
and unfair. And you really have a responsibility to put every ounce of yourself into what they're doing right now, and make the most of it. And hopefully the kids do realise. I mean, most of the kids are very well balanced in the paddock when you speak to them, and in fact it amazes me just how mature they are.
I was going to use the term mature. I find that when I'm in a karting paddock, around the majority of the kids, when you come to chat to them, they are mature.
Yeah.
Here's the grid.
And look at the flags. While we run down the grid, just look at the flags
go,
and the coaches. Thank you very much, Tony.
Oscar Lambert on the pole position then. This is the final, I'm not going to say final heat. It's the last heat for Senior Max. I'm going to rush through this. Oscar Lambert and Ryan Darmadasa. Then we've got Daniel Breath and Jules Demont. We've got Trofim Krotov and George Nasser sharing the next row. Then we've got Kian Crimeball, Cotter Clancy, Oscar Backhouse, Shivan Kartik, Alicia Kanisa, and then we've got Amani Kanua, Andrea Remy, Laith Mominai, Alexander Bishi, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Manaf Al-Balushi. We're moving on, Philip Dinu, Antonio Haddad. We've got Timofey Sevanastov, Laluma Gomebi, Orlando Benchevenga, Igor Prokantov, and Alexis El Zaya.
16 different flags.
Talking about what Tony was saying there, I used to have a great saying that I think it's a great saying. You've got to learn how to lose to learn how to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you've sorted out learning how to lose and dealing with the adversity and the disappointment, then you relax into this sport.
Yeah, indeed. 25 drivers from 16 different nations, 16 different cultures. We had the Middle East, Europe, Africa, Asia, even the North American continent.
Who call them go-karts.
And
Henry's been there a while.
Yes,
Here we go then. Oscar Lambert controlling the pace with Ryan Darmadasa for George Gibbons Motorsport alongside. That's the blue and white kart on the left. The orange and blue and white cart is Mumbai Falcons of Oscar Lambert, who's got the Motorscape red and white cart right behind him. Gets very crowded. It's going to be Lambert and Breath who lead into 1 and 2 into the hairpin for the first time. Daniel Breath up into second place from that second row of the grid.
Yep, finding out 3 wide behind it. There was somebody at the back of the field. It looks like it's a KAA kart or an M&M kart. Difficult to tell them apart at a distance with the colour schemes, who was slow away. Hopefully that driver has managed to cure whatever problem was ailing them. And one of the XL Motorsport karts goes very, very wide indeed. And that would be, it was either Philip Dinu or Antonio Sadat. It was actually, no, it was Mohammed Manaim there who was forced wide. One of the front runners out of the race.
Back into second place has gone the red and white cart of Daniel Breath, who lost second place to Rian Damadasa. That's a battle that's going to continue. Just behind these two for second and third, that's Jules Dumont on the Telios cart. That's been overtaken, I think. Is that Trofim Kotov or George Nasser? No, it's a Telios cart, so it's still Jules Dumont in fourth place behind the top 3.
Another driver in trouble. The cart that was slow at the start was Alessandro Bigi for M&M. So 2 big players at the back of the field. Lukuma Ngubemi has not come around either. I think Alessandro Bigi may be the first retirement of the race. Mohammed Manaim there is still running down in 23rd. Yes, Ngubemi and Bigi out of the race. Here's a look at the kartshop.me replay. And Britt sideways. What a move.
That's the leader.
Lambert out of the race. It's happened again.
Yes.
Second time at the same corner. Same team. Mumbai Falcons have a kart retire from the lead. That's huge. That's even bigger. That's the Bigi Ngubema accident that is yet to be cleared. What has happened to Oscar Lambert?
This has allowed Motorscape into the lead, though. Daniel Breath, newcomer to this championship, has got a regular in the championship, Rian Damadasa, who says, how dare you, this is my race. I won the All Plate a month ago, so I'm riding this crest of a wave, and I've got performance here from JGM, so I'm going to use it. However, Daniel Breath, the Spanish driver, currently leading. It's anybody's race so far. Is that Jules Dumont still now in third with George Nasser not far away? Now, the thing about Nasser is, Henry, he tends to sneak up on you, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, he does indeed. However, you think about this, Lambert, it's only at the start of the second half of the season. Not only has that retirement ruined this race for Oscar Lambert, it's also ruined his starting position for the final, which means he's leaking even more points to George Nassar and to Conor Clancy. I'm not saying that's a championship-defining retirement, but that retirement is bigger than just one race.
Yeah, it is the final, the last of the heats phase. We go straight into the final here. Whether or not, and remember, Henry, that there's one driver here at risk of the weekend finishing this afternoon before they go out in the final. There's one of the drivers that's not going to take part. I would have thought that was one of the ones that maybe one of the earlier retirements.
I mean, certainly Luluma Ngubemi is at risk. So is Abigail Pope because she went out of her second race. So it's I would say that maybe Ngubemi or Pope are the drivers at risk of missing out.
The driver that I said sneaks up on you has snuck up and he's into third place. But who is that on the orange and white cart behind him? It's Conor Clancy. Conor Clancy, who has come through. Black nose cone, so a new nose cone, fresh, without any kind of decals from the Mumbai Falcons team.
Stealth
brand
mode.
New one. He's in stealth mode. Our radar didn't pick him up there. Yeah. He's full of carbon. He's a move for the lead, is it? Yes, Damadasa down the inside. George Nasser, like a falcon in the air, waiting to prey. The kartshop.me replay will show this. Just moving alongside before the turn-in at turn 6. And before the turn-in, Damadasa made the move through, and he leads.
Now, I'm looking back. Nathan Cappan, oh, here we go, battle of the lead. Nathan Cappan and Oscar Lambert retired with a mechanical problem, exactly the same corner. Clancy is up to second, and it's going to be, wow, I was going to say it was going to be first before long. Look at Brits trying to go around the outside onto the gravel. That could be disastrous. Trofim Krotov up into P4 now. Demont is fifth. Krahenbull, Backhouse, Kenua, and Shivan Kartik are all there as well.
Darmadasa under pressure now from George Nasser, who's likewise under equal pressure from Conor Clancy. Trofim Krotov is coming. They go side by side, and that's Nasser in the lead now with Conor Clancy. Look at the dunch. That's a penalty. That's a nose cone penalty, surely, for Conor Clancy. His nose is ducked down. That's come off. That's going to be 5 seconds. That's going to put him down the field.
Almost certainly that nose cone looks very, very skew-if on Clancy's kart. And of course, that's what happens when you don't qualify as well as you used to. You're trapped in the hornet's nest going through the first couple of corners. So Clancy, NASA, will not be aware of that. Look at Krotov in fourth.
No, they've just got to. You've just got to race, Henry. You've got to wait for, whatever happens at the end of the race. This is the bit where you may. I mean, for Conor to be able to see that nose cone, he may get a bit of a hint there when he looks down between his feet. You can sometimes see the clip that's come undone.
Yep.
But usually he's going to be going for the lead here. Whether or not he knows he has to build a 5-second lead, that's an impossible ask there as he dives down the inside of Nasser and takes the lead. Off he goes. He needs to clear 5 seconds to be sure, but that nose cone is definitely trailing the ground.
3 wide. Darmadas is going to get a great run. The kartshop.me replay shows Clancy looks to the inside. Nasser not aware he's there. Doesn't close the door, but Nasser's going to get back onto his rear bumper. Nasser to the inside. This is now a psychology thing.
Yeah,
Nasser said to me yesterday, I'm sick of losing to Conor Clancy. So he's got a head-to-head fight here, nose cone penalty or not. He now thinks, right, do you know what? Mentally, I need to win this race. Look at Amani Kenua getting
look
involved.
At all of these getting involved because the two leaders are swapping and changing position.
Yes.
That's not optimising their lap time. And Darmadasa in third has now got Krotov absolutely clawing all over the back of that rear bumper, and likewise everybody else involved, Jules de Montke and Krahenbull, Daniel Breith, Armani Kenua, Leith Momina, they're all backing up here behind these two leaders who need to settle in. However, it's only two more laps, Henry, and then we've got the checkered flag.
2 more laps to go. Breith and Krahenbull were defending. That could open the door for Kenua, who runs in 8th position. 10 drivers separated by 2.3 seconds. Fantastic. And it's all down to how the leaders race. Now, we're going to come. Here we go.
Onto the last lap they come. It's 14 laps completed, 15 laps to complete this final heat for Senior Rotax, and look at that. George Nasser looks left, he looks right. Conor Clancy is first left and then right. Side-by-side action is it going into the off the back straight 2-4. Look how much George Nasser wants this.
Yep.
He doesn't want to finish second.
No.
He doesn't want to be discretion the better part of valor. He wants this win. It could be anybody's, Henry, because they're all stacking up now.
Krotov had a look. Look at Jules de Mont making a move at the last corner. De Mont's going to try the crossover. Nasser again stops the bleeding. He's beaten Conor Clancy in a head-to-head race. Now that might frustrate Clancy because of the way that they were racing each other. Driver psychology. I have been losing race after race to this newcomer to the class. I need to get a win under my belt for no other reason, just for myself. And he did it.
Yeah, that's a good psychological battle that he's won there, and beating in a clear-cut race there. He's got a good kart under him, hasn't he? The Matthias Najem Motorsport team have done well there, as has the Mumbai Falcons, getting Conor Clancy to be able to come through the field. That was a little bit unfortunate. He's taken a massive hit in the front of that kart. The black nose cone there showing signs of impact damage. Brand new nose cone as well. So Rayan Darmadasa in third. It was anybody's race behind these two, wasn't it? It could have ended in tears, but it didn't. It ended in some fantastic Rotax Max racing.
Absolutely devastating, though, for Oscar Lambert.
Oh, yeah.
Because the two drivers he's fighting in the championship just finished first and second, whereas he finishes and is classified 23rd.
Let's have a look at the result of this one then. We have George Nasser at the front of the field there, taking the win. On the road, Conor Clancy with a suspect front bumper there. We'll wait for that to pan out. Rayan Damadasa in third, Jules de Mont fourth, Trofim Krotov up in the top five again, as is Daniel Breath. In seventh place, we've got Cian Crayenbull with Armani Kinua in eighth. Ninth was Leith Nominite. Oscar Backhouse rounds off the top 10. And then we've got Shivan Kartik, Alicia Kanissa with a good 12th place for her. Andrew Remy, 13th. Manafal Belushi, Antoni Haddad, Timofey Sevostyanov, Mohamed Menemene, Abdullah Al-Khater, Alexis Elzaya, Orlando Benchivenga, Philip Dinu, and then the four retirements, Igor Prochantov, Oscar Lambert. From the lead of the race, Oscar Lambert ground to a halt. And then we had that incident, that coming together with Luma Gobemi and Alexander Biji.
I've got something to say.
Yes?
Which I couldn't say during the thing. I think that Conor Clancy runs a setup with a very low nose.
Because he's on a Kart Republic chassis.
No, you could see that because it hadn't got any stickers on it. I think that's the error on the sticker on the nose. I'm not saying he didn't have a nose penalty, but in the previous races,
the indentation shouldn't be there.
I've looked again. He runs a very sharp nose
before,
anyway.
haven't we?
Yeah. Conor Clancy runs a Kart Republic chassis. Everyone else in the Mumbai Falcons runs an OTK chassis, which is a fundamentally different kart, which therefore has a slightly different positioning of said nose cone. So a valid point there. Nick Andrew Mather says hello.
Hello, Andrew. Is he dried out yet?
He is not only dried out, but he is home. No, he's on his way to Shenington now.
What so he's gone from
Valencia,
windy Valencia to Shenington.
To Shenington.
He's living the dream, Andrew. Living the dream, mate.
It's like glamour, isn't it? Should we just hang on a second? I'm just going to walk outside. Oh, it's so lovely.
Actually,
and
I've had a
warm.
comment.
Do you want to pass the suntan?
Back to 50 for you, Henry. Was that we like?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Andrew Mather was further delayed on his journey back from Spain when a slightly larger Spanish gentleman decided to fall down the stairs of the airplane, which caused a delay with takeoff while they scooped him off the runway.
Why was he going down?
Well, he was going up.
Ah, right.
And then he fell and then went down.
Oh, I see.
Ah, yes.
He didn't collect anyone on the
way down.
Newton's law at its finest. Let's have a look at the live chat.
I want to say hello to for Mama Julio.
That's
Great Race D.
Armani Kinua. For Mama Julio, that's the nickname.
All right, okay.
Mama Julio, yeah, that's
who's D then? Is that
Armani Kinua? Yeah.
All right.
Because he's the man.
I want to see it. This is putting pride.
This
is putting praise on us as a broadcast. Aikut Sokulu, you're providing a great track and a fantastic broadcast. I wish all of the racers success. Go Aaron Ortak.
From Turkey.
Go, you're the man.
I'd like to point out we didn't provide the track.
Well, Jose. One of our stewards, he didn't provide the track, but he is certainly one of the key members of making our appearance here possible. We should really get him on to say thank you to him, shouldn't we? Where's Majid? Should we get Jose to come on and say thank you? Come and have a seat here. Come and have a sit down. They're still scooping a few seniors off. Jose is, are you going to be the next Matt Norman? Jose's one of our regular stewards here. Jose, first of all, tell us a little bit about your involvement of Yas Marina, and as we look at a devastated Oscar Lambert, thank you for helping to make this possible.
Thank you so much. So I look after the portfolio of Yas Marina Circuit. So the Rotax event is one of the products that we look at, and we are very happy to have them here.
Excellent. How difficult is it? And during Thursday, before practice started, there was an awful lot of barriers being moved around. How difficult is it to transform even this tiny section of the F1 track to make it safe for karting? I say safe in terms of, obviously, Formula One cars, they can crash into metal barriers, that's fine. The drivers are encased. Kart drivers, Not so much. So what kind of work is involved?
Yes, correct. So there is a whole team of logistics that transform this section of the track to be able to run the Rotax event. So basically, it's just to add extra layers of safety barriers, the red ones that you can see on the straight. It's the soft tech pro barriers that very similar to.
Oh, the soft tech pro barriers.
Correct,
Yes,
correct,
yes.
The soft ones. The grey ones are the ones that they are feel inside, and the red ones are the.
So that the white ones there, inside there's foam. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's all packed foam, not tyres. Which is what you used to have. So there's foam barriers, the white barriers. We're looking at one of the spectator areas there. That's our commentary box in the timing building where Majib and Guy Sheffield and we all are. It's to the right of that camera shot. Tell us a little bit about this part of the facility then.
This building is called Yas Central. Is where we run all the retail activities, from the driving experiences, Formula 3000, GT4 cars. We also have the reception of the karting center, Yas Kartson, have simulators room, so it's a proper venue for entertainment here at Yas Marina Circuit.
Right. You come through turn number 4, down the hill, but then there's like a bus stop. How easy would it be to go back out and use a little bit more of the Grand Prix circuit? Now that we've got you here, here's my bid to make it...
You want to change the circuit already?
I want to turn it from 900...
We've just learnt the circuit.
No, but I want it to go from 900 metres to about 1,300 metres.
You need to talk to our camera consultant whether or not we can film it.
Well, I'm talking... First of all,
we can always consider to try to use the North Corkscrew, for example. Like, let's say, the Corkscrew section.
Yeah, I mean...
Expanded a bit more and...
Just to 1,300 metres. What's for... We're all friends here. What's an extra 400 metres between friends?
Well, we can go to 1,500 metres to be short track, can't we?
I didn't want to be cheeky. I thought I'd only... But, no, I mean, there are multiple options there. This circuit, though, this 900-metre circuit, it's used quite a lot. What feedback do you get? Because the drivers, it's a dream come true. We were speaking to Harry Hannam yesterday, who was raced on the full Grand Prix circuit in a Radical. And I said, what excited you more, being a kid and coming just to use 3 corners, or being a wannabe professional racing driver using the full track? And he went, being a kid coming here. Do you understand how much magic you have at your disposal here, the experience you're giving these drivers?
Well, as a driver, I will say that it's unbelievable to drive here. Even it's a portion of the Formula 1 track, but yes, you are in the Formula 1 venue, right? Where all the action happens. Actually, it's a quite famous turn 5 here.
Yes, yep. A lot has happened.
We actually, Nick did a very, very theatrical Instagram post where he slapped the tarmac.
It was dynamic.
The very piece of tarmac where Max Verstappen overtook Lewis Hamilton in that infamous 2021 finale to the Formula 1 World Championship.
Infamous or glorious, depending on which side of the fence you're on.
Yeah. Don't talk to Nick about it. He's still hurt. But that very piece of tarmac was where Max Verstappen clinked. And these kids, these drivers, are on that same piece of tarmac.
Absolutely.
Because we haven't resurfaced it since 21, have we?
No. Only this section here on turn 3 and 4. It was recently resurfaced this summer.
Right.
But like that section there, no, it's still from...
The thing I like about this track being part of this championship, it's unique. It is completely different to everywhere else we go. 90% throttle. We haven't got any real massive braking areas, and that lends itself to a different kind of racing. A different kind of racecraft is asked to come here to Yas is completely different to the Dubai Cardrome, different to Alain Raceway. And it's perfect.
And to be a champion, you have to master all different types of track, don't you?
Correct. I think this driving style on this track is totally different. I think it's a very quick track, as what we are speaking, so the drivers need to adapt to the different techniques to keep the car, the speed on the turns. So, yeah.
So, Jose, you are really living the dream with a job. Your day job here at the Yas Marina circuit is literally a dream come true for a lot of people, but for you, it's an everyday thing.
No, yeah, very happy here. It's, I think, already 7 years working in Yas Marina circuit, so I overlook different programs, not only motorsports. For example, yesterday we had the triathlon.
Yes,
that's what it was. It was a triathlon.
There were lots of men in Lycra. Yes, yes.
Right.
So it's another side of Yas Marina circuit that we have also some health and fitness programs that we are very happy to deliver also in the venue.
Where was the swimming part of the triathlon?
So the swimming part, it takes part on the marina side.
Of course, the marina part of Yas Marina.
We have got some water here.
Yeah,
Correct.
there we are.
Then it's beauty, the transition happens on the main pits.
Really?
When the Formula One actually changes the tires, then they change from the swimming suit to the bike.
And there's a drifting competition.
Correct. That's
and
on
a drag,
the other side on
and
the
a
venue.
drag competition.
Correct, as well.
So at the same time as this?
Very busy. And this, during Ramadan as well, we're going to have, in this very section of the track, we're going to have the Drift Championship as well. It's the finale of the Emirates Drift Championship. So it's going to be a very busy Ramadan.
Thank you so much, Jose. Another one of the unsung heroes of the championship. There's so much work behind the scenes. There's racing going on. Now, you're a steward, so you'll go and watch and observe. Thank you so much, Jose. Here is your starting lineup for the Junior Rotax pre-final. Via Chopra and Gabriele Barracordi, row 1. Louis Radcliffe and Saveli Kojai. Row 2, Aaron Mason and Faris Haroun on row 3. Giuseppe Montanari and Arhan Qureshi, who was given a penalty in the heat for a jump start, followed by Harry Radcliffe, Ray Haber, Derek Rivera and Pierre Abu Diwan. Your top 12, Harrison Stevens, Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, Leo Einer, Jaden Hidding, Floris Schenkenberg and Samuel Turner. The top 20 rounded up by Erin Ortak. Thank you for the kind comments from his family and Paul Schutzman. Johansa Senaniake, a penalty after the previous race. Joe Murad, Vladimir Gugo, Rafael Zagati. Then Mitan Shaheen, another penalty. Damien Noor, Arhan Sethi, Lev Tostic, Romy Sabali, Antonio Hussari. The final 4 drivers, Elif Yasilte, Murad Baramov and Kabir Kidwai. I don't think we've got Saif Alobaildi here this week.
Here they come onto the straight then to take the start. Hello to Bev Guest and a shout out to Harrison Stevens as we're about to go racing here. The lights go out and it's Via Chopra who will lead this field towards turn 1. On his outside is Gabriele Barracordi as there's a coming together midfield there. Somebody spearing off to our left, but the leaders are through unscathed, and it will be Via Chopra from the pole position leading out front to the back straight for the first time.
I could not see who that was. It looked like a George Gibbons car. I do hope that I can just see the car is back out of the race, but certainly the driver thinks, okay, let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. A very even start, and yet look at the outside line driver. Ooh, was that Jaden Hidding? It was Jaden Hidding.
Climbed over the top of another cart, didn't he?
Oh, well, hopefully Jaden's okay.
Good spot. It was Abdul Razik Al-Qureshi was involved.
Oh, yes.
Jaden Hidding might have been involved as well. So there was definitely 2 carts coming together, but I think it was Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi who ended up going in the air.
And we look up there. So big race in the championship with Mitan Shaheen getting a post-race penalty and Via Chopra leading. This could be big. Shaheen starting back outside the top 20. He's gained a lot of place. He's up to 16th at the moment, but that's still a long way back. Even in an 18-lap race, nature of the circuit, unless the drivers around Mitan in front of him are battling. But look at the top 2, Chopra and Radcliffe, nose to tail, pulling away.
So Jane cutting through the knife, the hot knife through butter is what he's trying to do as Gabriele Barracordi comes back and Aaron Mason for 3rd place. Behind these 2, it is Via Chopra with Lewis Radcliffe from Sam Pollitt sitting there on his rear bumper, playing the waiting game. 18 laps for the pre-final here. So there's a long way to go as they come out back into our sight onto the back straight here, and these 2 working together while we've got a George Gibbons Motorsport threesome absolutely duking it out for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
The GGM team not working together. Move for the lead. Louis Radcliffe passes Via Chopra going into turn number 6, and on his one and only appearance in the UAE this year, Louis Radcliffe takes the... I wonder if a win might persuade Mr. and Mrs. Radcliffe to come back. I think it might.
Yeah, for some nicer weather in March and April, rounding off the 25-26 season. Via Chopra getting his head down, using all of the track and more before they turn off the back straight through 4, through 5. Short burst of straight before they go into the twin left-handers which form a hairpin. They're getting towards the end of the lap here. They've got a right-left chicane to get through. Flat out racing using all of the curb, and look at that, Louis Radcliffe pulling out a gap of 2/10 after just one lap, but I'm pretty sure Via Chopra will come back towards that rear bumper of the Sam Pollard kart.
Yeah, well, Via Chopra will be aware that Louis Radcliffe is not a championship threat. He will also be aware how far back Mitan Jain started, so this is just fine at the moment for Via Chopra. He doesn't know how much progress Mitan has made, but he's like, so okay, we'll wait. There's no point in battling now. Louis Radcliffe can lead every single lap up until maybe 2 corners from home as far as Via Chopra is concerned.
Incredibly, they have pulled out quite a gap before, in almost 3 seconds, to Gabriele Baraccordi, who is kind of all alone there in third, because Aaron Qureshi almost a second behind in fourth, and then we've got another half a second before we see Savelli Kojai. The GGM karts have kind of sorted themselves out here and mixed everybody's race up, as it's Giuseppe Montanari who's come back through up to sixth ahead of Johansa Senenyaki, who's now in seventh. Derek Rivera continues to climb and goes ahead of Sam Turner, who's found himself once again, that youngster, in the top 10, and behind him, no, in front of him now, this time by Mitan Jain, continues to climb through the order.
Mitan Jain, if there's one area of Mitan Jain's driving that he does need to work on, is that ruthless aggression. My word, he's showing it in this race. Jaden Hidding has recovered to 24th. I was wrong earlier when I said that we did not have Saif Al-Obaidi, the Qatari driver. He is out there in 28th, so a full complement of 34 junior Rotax drivers. Paul Schutzman running in 30th place, his best performance since moving up there from mini to junior. The one driver trending in the wrong direction, and this will be upsetting for Johnny Tuning, is Aaron Mason. Mason was in that 3-wide George Gibbons Motorsport battle, which was for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Mason was the one that lost out. He's down to 12th. But little Johnny Tuning will get to work on that kart, I am sure.
So as the two leaders continue to circulate, we've got Louis Radcliffe.
A yellow flag is what we've got.
Yeah, we've got a yellow flag because there's a kart off to their left.
It is Harry Radcliffe's Sam Pollard racing kart.
Yeah. So another Sam Pollard kart causing a yellow flag there. They'll see that kart being abandoned, and then that yellow flag will be brought back in. At the moment, though, Via Chopra is sitting on the rear bumper of Radcliffe. The question being asked is, has he got enough performance? And it's kind of debatable, big question mark over whether Chopra has enough performance to come back. Still another 8 laps to complete.
I'm not sure. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah,
I think that yellow flag might remain for the entire race. Look at where Radcliffe's kart is parked. That is a long straight, and it's got metal barriers. You can't lift the kart over it. Even though it's off at the side of the circuit, it is still an unprotected stationary vehicle, which means I think they may have to leave the yellow flag out for some time.
The regulation was that the yellow flag would stay out for at least a couple of laps. Everyone would see the yellow flag, see the issue, and then be aware of it. What we don't want is any overtaking down that straight and causing issues while that kart is there causing an obstruction. Yeah, that's probably why the yellow flag's staying out.
Yeah, and there is an official. You could see the kart. You could see the official in the black and yellow shirt right there. And I'm not. That's probably not because Harry's in any discomfort or anything. That's just because where can you move the kart? You know, nowhere.
Yeah.
You know, this is the difference of being at a Formula One venue. It's not built for karts. It's built for Formula One cars.
And you know what? It's a small ask, really. That yellow flag will remain, but there's no overtaking at that point. There's certainly overtaking allowed through here.
Oh, yes.
There's a green flag after that incident, after that obstruction, let's call it. Whether there's going to be any overtaking for this lead, I'm very doubtful, because Louis Radcliffe has got that kart performing really well, or should I say he's doing his driver bit. The Sam Pollard Racing Team have given him the kit to perform with 5 laps remaining. Well, here they come. Chopra looking a bit racy now.
Yeah, and Chopra can't make a pass coming into that corner, even if the yellow flag is put away.
But what you said, Henry, is if that lad is really clever, he'll realise that he's gaining maximum points because Radcliffe's not a contender. He's only here for one round.
Jane is 8th.
However, you can get more points by coming first than you come second.
Well, that you can. I think if Via Chopra is going to have a go, he should have a go into turn number 1 and try and surprise Louis Radcliffe into this corner, because Chopra knows he can't make a move into here because the yellow flag is round the corner. Or rather, he doesn't want to start a move there because he'll go past the yellow flag either side by side or in the process of a pass, which means I think turn 1 could be Chopra's only option, which is high risk, but yet a win, more points, Joe, high reward.
They are turning in just under 120 kilometres an hour at this point here, turning into turn 1. They're hitting 120 kilometres an hour here. This is an opportunity at this point. However, the yellow flag there still being waved negates that. So Chopra, with back markers about to come into play here.
Alifia
Silte is maybe going to come into play as she did in the heat
but of course,
earlier on.
And of course, even if it's lap traffic, you still can't pass a back marker under yellow flag conditions. They're approaching the yellow flag zone. Louis Radcliffe's got to go now. He's got to make the move now, and he has done. So, brave move there into turn number 1. Both leaders pass Alifia Silte, who now moves aside. Yellow flag, Via Chopra, putting his hand in the air. Red flag. Red flag is out.
Right, red flag. That's why the driver's hands went in the air. So a red flag has been called. We'll clarify exactly why that has been the case, but that will be called as a result.
Absolutely.
With 17 laps completed. They'll go back a lap to the 16th lap, which will have Louis Radcliffe taking the win from Via Chopra. Now the kart's making their way straight back to the pit lane, which tells me there's not going to be obviously a restart for one lap. So a red flag. We've got the number 2, 3, 4.
It's Leo Aina at the end of the main straight, who was sat in his kart. The last time the leaders passed there, you could see Leo sat in his kart. There was an official with him. So at the end of the start-finish straight, before we've got to turn number 1, Leo Aina is sat in his kart. Obviously, that we won't show you anything, even if there were pictures to show you. That is not what we do here on Karting Live TV at all. And we'll leave it at that. But it will be declared a race.
Yeah, indeed. Have we got a result yet to show?
Well, they've got to go back a lap to the last fully completed
there it is.
lap.
This is where we finished there when the red flag came out. Louis Radcliffe then will take the win. Via Chopra second. Aaron Qureshi was third. Savelli Kojai fourth. Be happy with that. Gabriele Baracoli fifth. Giuseppe Montanari sixth. In seventh place, Mitanch Jain. Gathering momentum there, Mitanch Jain in seventh.
Absolutely.
And in eighth, we've got Derek Rivera with Aaron Mason next. Johansa Senenyaki. And then Faris Haroun in 11th. Ray Harbour in 12th. 13th is Harrison Stevens. Pierre Abu Diwan was next. Floris Schenkenberg, Aaron Ortak, Jaden Hidding, Lev Tolstith. And then in 19th, Paul Schutzman, Rafael Zagati was next. Damien Noor, Vladimir Gugo. Sam Turner ended up 23rd. He was inside the top 10 at one point. 23rd was where he finished. Antonio Husari was next. And then Arthur Sethi, Sav El Obadi, who took a tramline penalty as well at the start of that race. Kibar Kidwai, Murad Baramov, Roman Sabali, Joe Morad, Elf Yeselte, Leo Anna, Harry Radcliffe, and Abdul Razik Al Qureshi, one of the non-starters. That concludes our pre-finals. The only thing left on the programme will be our finals. That's coming after our lunch break here. Scheduled to be back on air just before 2:25 this afternoon.
But you don't want to go away.
But don't go away,
no,
because we've got some outstanding chatter from the Paddock, Henry.
Yes, we do.
So you and I are going to have a lie down in a dark room, and we'll see you after the lunch break. Enjoy the Paddock Show.
Hello and welcome back to Yas Marina, the Grand Prix circuit that is also, rather more importantly, a kart circuit. It's a championship round for the UAE RMC, and the man who comes to mind when I mention the UAE RMC is our very own Henry Baudet. Henry, Yas Marina, special place.
It really is. The drivers love it. How often do you get to race your go-kart at exactly the same point of the circuit the F1 heroes have been here just a few months ago? It's a fast track. It's the fastest we visit. It's a Formula One venue. What's not to like?
Indeed, and I understand you're expecting 5,000 or 6,000 Henry Baudet fans in the grandstand for you.
Well, they've opened it up especially for the Joe Bradley and Henry Baudet fan club as well, I have to say.
And there are 4 people in.
Yeah, there are 4, and not one of them's my mum or dad. Hello, by the way.
Henry, enough of this tomfoolery. Go and do what you do best. Chat to the greater the good of the paddock.
I shall.
To be competitive on a Rotax Max kart and to win on a Rotax Max kart is not easy. It's very, very hard. Let's just add a bit of complication here and put like 2 ratios of gears that your driver can choose. And this is the problem that Mark Bassier, I say problem, Mark, it was your choice to move into DD2. It's DD2, of course, what I'm talking about. So your first season in DD2, and I've got to say, what I've noticed is you have come closer and closer to the guys at the front. You've got a smile on your face. You must be pleased with that development curve.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm very pleased with my increasing progress in the kart. Of course, going from senior to DD2, it's a bit different, bit of a different chassis a little bit of different axles. It's more hard, you know. It's not as flexible as a senior, and as well the gear changes make it more challenging.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. So, what was it that you found hardest to get your head around with regards to what ratio to be in?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The gears are definitely the hardest part, because it's not, you know, where you see the revs, and by the time you see the revs, it's too late to switch, you know. Right. So you have to do it by sound and feel, you know. So you're hearing knee, and then you have to switch, and then switch again. So it just becomes so tiring to the wrist as well. Yeah,
it was Tony Hogg that sort of really played with my head. He said, use the gearbox to slow down as well. I mean, you know, that it's a completely different mindset and it's a completely different technique, I would think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The gearbox definitely slows you down, especially when the revs drop. So you need to be very attentive, you know, when you're switching gears, where you're switching gears. And yeah, it's just overall quite complicated.
Yes, far too complicated for me. We're at Yas Marina, Mark, and it's a very, very fast track. Are you still having to change into that first gear at all?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have to change multiple times, and I think this is one of the hardest tracks to change gears, because you'd rather be in first than second, because second is still quite slow, but in general, it's just very hard to, you know, get your hands on it, you know.
I would think as well, but you know, I've raced myself, and there was never at any time did you think, I got that perfect? You never think like I do.
No, you never think you're perfect. You always see improvement. You know, my teammate, in the data, you see he's quicker here. Even though you're overall quicker, you always have room for improvement.
The other thing I wanted to talk about, which is a bit different to a Rotax Max, these little things here. Nick, if you want to come in and have a look, I'm talking about the brakes on the front. Now, usually with a Rotax Max kart, it brakes on the rear axle. You can use the brake to get the kart to rotate. However, you're stabilizing and balancing the braking efficiency across the length of the kart. So how can you get that element of rotation into that solid rear axle?
Well, basically the front brakes make it a lot more complicated, because if you press the brake too hard, you have something called micro locks. Right. So the front brakes start jittering a little bit, so it starts going a little bit back and forth, and when that starts happening, you just can't move the car. It's like driving on sand or ice. Right. You're just you don't have control over the car, so you have to be very patient with the brakes and really slowly rotate the car, almost like braking into the corner slowly.
Yeah, so it's more. What you've described there is more like driving a racing car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. It's I think it's almost like a mini car, you know, because with the gears, everything's just complex. You have to know what you're doing as well. The brake bias, you need to switch it or put more front, put more rear. So in just general, it's just really complicated to get.
Halfway through the season, Mark, are you enjoying the challenge of the DD2?
No, absolutely. It's a magnificent car to drive. Much funner than a senior. No, no, absolutely. And with my progress and maturity and experience in the Rotax Max Challenge, it just keeps on growing. And so I become better and better and better.
Experience-wise, and the way that these guys race in the DD2s, you're kind of in a cauldron, aren't you? You've thrown yourself in there. What are you expecting out of this weekend at round 5?
Well, of course, to win, of course. But I think a good top 3 would be a nice placement for me. I would like to have the top 3 so I can be competitive in the championship and as well get a podium to take home.
Well, I would have expected no other answer to what you've just given me. Wish you all the very best of luck, Mark. Mark Bassier.
This weekend, the UAE Rotax Challenge welcomes Rotax royalty in the form of Wesley Orr. Wesley, your name, your reputation and Rotax goes back a long, long way in the grand finals for South Africa. You are now the owner of War Motorsports. You've got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 young drivers from South Africa here with you. You've joined the Telios team for this week. Why come to the UAE to start with?
Well, I think it's proven that the level here is so good at the moment. As you can see, the investment that's going into karting here right now is massive. And, I've got a great relationship with Luigi, who runs Telios. So it's a no-brainer for us to partner with Telios when we're doing some stuff in the UAE. I think that, it's just the grid has proved to be really good. And I've also seen in the World Finals that the drivers from here are super strong. Mm-hmm. So we need to bring our drivers to up the game, and this is the place to come. Now,
of course, I really started the wrong place. I should start talking about you. Talk a little bit about your career and your career in Rotax. What Rotax has done for you and your driving over the years?
Well, Rotax was a contribution to my success in every way. Double European champion, double world champion. It put me on the map in motorsport, and now it's given me a leverage to build something for Africa that's never been seen before. Take our young drivers from Africa and put them on the world map. I think that, that's all Rotax based. They've just got an engine that flies and works, and you can start it 100 times and it still starts. So the product is so easy for us to use worldwide and compete on an equal platform. So I think that's really what it is. Just it's given me a platform to work off. Everyone in the world knows me in Rotax, and strength and trust. Trust is the word. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and of course there are some hidden gems of circuits in South Africa. I'm still waiting for my invite to Idube Raceway, but there are some great tracks in Namibia, in Kenya, and places like that the world hasn't yet really discovered, although, we're getting there. Talk a little bit about some of your drivers that you've got here. So who are your 4 drivers? Because we're going to speak to one of them in a moment. But why have you chosen them to come here?
So, it's obviously school program, the ones that could come here. School is always a big factor. And, just trying to launch who can come. Radi, our youngest driver, is, I think, a superstar from Africa that we need to concentrate on. Mm-hmm. We've got Lulama, who's a new driver for the Senior Max. We're putting him in because the field is so big here. Yep. They can get exposed to numbers. And then we have one that hasn't got a visa yet, so he's coming still. But he'll be a little bit tomorrow, then I'll introduce him to you. Yep. But Africa is so untapped in terms of talent, mm-hmm. and the circuits are so no one knows about them. I've been traveling through Africa at the moment, putting War Motorsports down in everyone. Yeah. Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and what's important is that there's hidden gems, man. And I know the sport so well, and I understand the basics of the sport. Yeah. I understand what it is to begin right from the beginning all the way to the top. So my focus and War Motorsports focus is 100% Africa focus. Take the talent, mm-hmm. let's polish the diamonds and put them on the world map. So that's what we do.
Yeah, well, speaking of talent, Wesley, you mentioned one potential young South African superstar, Roddy Harris. Roddy, come in, first of all. Welcome. Come and stand in between here and turn you out. There's the camera. We can tell that we're an untapped diamond here because we're not quite sure where the camera is. But first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself, how old you are, where you're from, and what class you're racing in here.
So I'm Roddy Harris. I'm 9 years old, and I race Micromax category.
So you're racing here in Micromax. You would have been too young to remember Wesley when he was in his prime as a driver. Have you had a chance to look back at YouTube and listen to Ken Walker talk about Wesley Orr at the grand finals?
No.
No. Oh, there we are then. So, first of all, what do you make of Yas Marina? Is this the first Formula One circuit you've ever been to?
Yes, this is.
I mean, what was it like when you looked at the grandstands and you looked at the circuits?
I was shocked.
Yeah? Well, but now, down to business. You've got a Micromax race to win here. How has practice been going for you so far?
I don't think it's been going too bad. I've been in the top 10 in all my sessions so far, so I think it's good.
Okay, and we'll go back, Wesley. I mean, you've got a driver here that's on his. Is this your first time out of South Africa?
No.
Or first time in the UAE?
Second time in UAE.
Second time. He's obviously wants to do well straight away. How do you temper expectations?
Well, when it comes to Roddy, I really believe he's got the ability and the talent. I mean, he's gone out the first session, he top 5, and this session he was P1 for a long time. The challenge is the racecraft, so it's not the speed. The only thing we've come here to hone the racecraft, to learn to pass, because what's surprisingly really good in the UAE is the amount they attack. I think it stems from the British driving. So the Brits have come over here and they've got that really aggressive style. So I think the South Africans can adapt and learn. So that's what we're going to do. So in terms of pace, no issue. I think we can run with the best. Racecraft, we've got some learning to do.
Okay, Gossamer, but you're a quick learner, Roddy, yes?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, now, there's going to be 4. You've got how many drivers? You've got 1 in senior and 3 in micro, is that right?
So we've got 3 actually. The 4th one didn't come. So it's 1 in senior, 1 in mini, and 1 in micro.
Okay, 1 in mini, 1 in micro, 1 in senior. The red and white, and of course the traditional, the sort of What would you describe this, Roddy? The War Motorsport logo. Is it a cheeky smile, or is it a watch out, I'm coming to get you?
Watch out, I'm coming to get you.
There we go. Well, there we go. There's 3 drivers in the spirit of Wesley Orr. Watch out, the South Africans are coming to get you. One of the original super teams of the UAE's XL Motorsport, and I'm with the driver that was kind of XL was set up around Jamie Day, your dad, Kevin, and Paul Hardy, of who apparently my friend Joe Bradley taught the motorsport course there. So that's everything that Paul knows. It's down to Joe Bradley. Jamie, first of all, you've now moved on to racing in GTs. You race around the world. You were the first ever UAE driver to win the Kart Masters title in the UK. Tell us a little bit about how this team has grown and the ethos behind it. 'Cause it's not just about karting, is it?
No, exactly like you said. Like, obviously, we're an original team to the UAE. Obviously, started out as Energy Dubai and then expanded to XL. But it originally started with me and my dad, like you said. My dad was actually racing back in that time, and then obviously Paul was running the team, which he still is today. So, like I said, we've grown exponentially, not only in the UAE but also in Europe as well, with the karting team there, which we have racing at the Winter Cup this weekend, and then obviously the F4 and GB3 team as well. So we haven't just got steps in karting, but also up the ladder now in Formula as well.
Well, let's have a little wander around this extremely impressive awning. First of all, you've got one of the many data stations. Ash Whiteman is here, and he's coaching several other drivers. What's the purpose of this, and what does it benefit the drivers?
Yeah, it's just an overview of the session, obviously, to look more in detail about, obviously, how the driver's driving. Gives a bit more of an insight of how the kit is performing as well, just from more of a driver's POV. And yeah, just a learning and overall, just to help the driver get better after the session.
Excellent. We'll go down the awning because you've got European-style workstations. Now, this is obviously brought in from the very start of the team, the European work ethic, the European setup. How has that worked?
Yeah, like you said, just trying to be as professional as possible, bringing everything that we learned from Europe over the years back to the UAE just to level up. Like you said, just to be as organised as possible. It just helps us, not only the mechanics, but also as the engineers, to know what is going on and off of the go-karts.
Now, you are the reigning senior Rotax champions. The 372, that's a senior number. Last year, Omar Ghannoum was the UAE champion. He's now retired from karting. Rayan Kairouz, so he says, Rayan Kairouz is one of the drivers that was just waving at us. What is your job, or what is the job here that Rayan has got to do that XL help him do better than he would do anywhere else?
Honestly, just helping him perform to his best. Obviously, Rayan's got quite a bit of experience from Europe, but coming back as well just to help him learn even more. Obviously, every time he goes in the go-kart, to be performing to his best, not only from our side with the kit, but also helping him with the driving.
Now, there's how many drivers you've got here this weekend? There's about 12?
10. So 10 this weekend. So we've had a few drop in and out throughout the championship. So we've had as high as, I think, 17 at the O plate and then 10 this weekend. So it's very up and down, but we're always full and busy.
But there's an interesting statistic here. The last round of the UAE Championship at the Dubai Kartdrome, The XL were here, but you were at 2 other venues as well, weren't you? Across 3 different disciplines. Try and tell us about that weekend. How many staff members you had, roughly, and how many countries you were in at one time?
Yeah, obviously, like you said, we were across 3 different countries. We had the European karting team out in PF, we had Dubai Kartdrome, and then we had the F4 team as well out. So I think we had 80 staff in total, 90 staff in total, and then obviously, like you said, 3 different disciplines. So Paul was quite busy managing all 3 via his laptop as well, but yeah, it's good keeping us busy.
But as the original XL driver, you remember it where it was just Paul, your dad, and you. Yeah. How has it been for you watching it grow, watching your dad, watching Paul invest the time, the money, the heart, the joy and the heartache in equal amounts, as well as your own career? What's that been like? And when you come back to this paddock, what are your emotions when you do see, a completely full tent? You look at all the workstations, the electricity coming in, the charging of the batteries, each mechanic working in unison. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, like you said, obviously it's grown so much over the years. Obviously I can remember it when it was just me, my dad and Paul just racing every weekend out of a pop-up, and now to see that we're racing in 3, 4 countries at a time, it's madness, to be honest, at some points. But like you said, it's dedication, and it's just hard graft over the last few years. It's not been easy, that's for sure. We've had some tough times, but the thing is we've always kept pushing and always kept trying to evolve. So it's never staying still. It's always about growing and pushing forwards.
Well, there we go. Thank you very much, Jamie. There's a phrase, from small acorns do large oak trees grow, and that is no more true than in this XL Motorsport. The original super team still leading the way. The biggest jump in karting goes from a driver going from mini to junior because of the chassis size change. Now, Paul Schutzman has jumped up from mini to junior for this round and obviously for the rest of the season. First of all, Paul, half a season in mini, now you're into junior. What's the biggest difference that you've noticed?
The competition.
The competition. But what about the size of the go-kart itself? When you go into a corner, the back is 50 mil. How much wider is it now? You've gone from a 900 to 1,050 mil chassis. So that is 150 mil wider, which means that you're not able to make the same moves as you were in mini. How have you managed to cope with that?
I'm just learning the kart.
Learning the kart. It's obviously it's faster, it's got more grip, and is it harder to drive?
Yeah, because it's just a lot more understeer.
A lot more understeer. How does that mean?
Because it's so big
It's
to
so
get
big.
around the corner.
Are you finding that you're getting tighter and tighter the more you drive it?
No.
And so you're in a much bigger field of cars now, karts. So you've gone from 18 to 20 in mini. You've now got 35, I think, in juniors. New load of drivers, some of which you've never raced with before. How are they treating you on circuit, or is it just the same as it's always been?
It's the same as it's always been.
Yeah. Now, you started really well this year. You had a win in Minimax. Why the change?
Because I couldn't win the championship anymore, so why not practice now for next season?
Okay, and of course you're growing as well. Do you think you would have outgrown the Minimax by the end of this year?
Yeah.
You've got the same team with a new graphics kit. There's the Burj Khalifa on the front. How has your mechanic here and the team helped you change up?
Definitely doing data after every session and setup, making it more comfortable to drive.
This round is the start of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy. It's for the driver that scores the most points in the next rounds, all in Abu Dhabi, that doesn't finish in the top 3 in the championship. Now, you're not going to finish in the top 3 in the UAE Junior Rotax standings, but you do have that to aim for. Is that something that will keep you motivated?
No.
No? So what is the goal for the rest of this season?
To get to the podium.
Yes, the podium. Okay, there we go. Paul Schutzman making the jump up from mini to junior. Bigger car, but as you can see, he's not that phased.
Welcome back to Yas Marina then. Round 5 of the UAE RMC is about to get underway. It's day 2, of course, and we're about to go ahead with our finals to round things up for round 5. On the pole position then for Micromax, which are out next, is Liam O'Hanlon and championship protagonist Samar Chopra. That's the championship battle right there. In third place, having a cracking weekend, isn't he? Ivans Foreigners on the second row of the grid with Adam Al-Sheikh. Saif Al Khalifa shares row 3 with Cameron Harvey. Row 4 of the grid is Alexander Freinstein with Amar Tabatsa. Zukhan Yi and Tadeusz Prochaska are on row 5 with row 6. Alexander Semenov and Rud Rapatap Shekhawat. Vaihab Ponna and Saif Al Mina are on row 7. Row 8 is Jensen Kelly and Rafael Duambi, with Radhi Harris and Sebastian Storer on row 9. Row 10 is Enzo Falzerano and Leah Reutman, with Thea Haroun and Kilian Kadu and Mabida. Tugbed Yeselte and Ella Yeselte round off row 12. And then Felix Sousa's Jeb Jerk having a bit of a troubled run, finding himself on the back of this Micromax grid. Here we go, racing already, Henry. Lights about to go out, and it's Liam O'Hanlon, championship leader and pole position into turn 1 for the first time.
I think you call this ding-ding round 2 between the two title protagonists, O'Hanlon and Chopra. Advantage O'Hanlon early. He leads the field through turn number 1. They fan out. Is that 5? Is that 6 wide?
I think
down the back straight.
I think it was everyone wide.
Everyone wide. Ivans Voronins tucking into second place. Chopra back to 4th. I did notice Cameron Harvey, I think, is slotted into 5th position in the leading Synergy cart.
He's been ganged up by XL, hasn't he? Because into second place has gone Ivans Voronins, Saif Al Khalifa, leaving Samar Chopra at 10 for 4th place. And that's all about the disadvantage of going around the outside into turn 1. You really do lose out as they come down the back straight again for the second time this time. Sweeping left, don't they? So fast into there. And then the right-hander and the number 12, Ivans Foreigners, is having a great weekend. Most competitive weekend I think we've seen all season, Henry.
Absolutely. One of the drivers, again, he's had half a season to get used to the championship, used to the team, used to the kart, and now he is moving forward. He's comfortable in his surroundings. He's confident. He's worked hard with his his driver coach, his mechanics, and you're seeing the results on your screen now. Sitting behind the championship leader, Chopra, up to 3rd.
And it's 2 by 2 as they go down the back straight. O'Hanlon and Voronins, Al Khalifa and Chopra, Harvey and Adam Al-Sheikh forming 2 by 2. Whether I think we've got every chance of all of this top 6 concertinaing together. Let's hope so, because that's pretty much Rotax cadet racing for you, when they all concertina together and drive round in a train.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, Voronins is doing the smart thing for him, not necessarily the best thing for us, because we want to see 6 carts battling wheel to wheel. But for Voronins, sitting behind O'Hanlon, thinning the herd, as it were, because you can see Harvey and you can see Al-Sheikh starting to fall away. Freinstein and Semenov are 7th and 8th. Got to say, Samar Chopra and Saif Al Khalifa are doing a good job of hanging tough. And we're going to get a 4-cart battle for the lead anyway, as I'm impressed with Saif Al Khalifa. There's a lot of speed in that number 2 XL Motorsport car.
He's having a great weekend, and his teammate Ivans Voronins is having an equally great weekend. We've now got a 4-car train as Chopra down the inside at the hairpin. All the way around the outside has gone Ivans Voronins. He had to go the long way around. That didn't quite pay off for him. He has to settle in for 3rd place. This is a very, very long final. All of our finals are much longer than the heats and the pre-finals.
Yes.
So it's a long way to go. We've only had 4 laps of 17. So a full 13 laps remain as O'Hanlon has now got his championship protagonist moving alongside as they cross the line.
I was going to say that we were running in exactly the same order that we finished yesterday's final in terms of the top 3, with O'Hanlon, Chopra and Voronins. Now we are. No, now we're not. Now we're not.
This is great racing, isn't it? Oh, you know what I love?
Veronin's three wide.
Down the inside, 3 wide,
What
off
a
the
move.
back straight. And look who's gone with them, the number 2, Saif Al Khalifa. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me. So at this point here, Henry, we are 3 wide into the braking area, and then we're nearly 4 wide when the number 2 joins in.
And what did Tony Hogg say recently about the entrance to that corner? Blind. Can't see it.
Yeah.
Until you get there.
A lot of confidence in knowing where you're going. Now then, who have we lost off the tail? Because by the time we've come back out of our replay,
Veronins.
We've got Veronins leading, or is he? Because we've got O'Hanlon down, he's out. No, here he comes, side by side for second, and Chopra back into second place. But he lost the lead. We've had O'Hanlon and Veronins leading before we now see Chopra back into second.
And Al Khalifa and Harvey have caught the lead group. This is going to be critical now. Yesterday, Samar Chopra wasn't too impressed with Liam O'Hanlon running him onto the curbs on the back straight on the last lap whilst battling for the lead. Now, all's fair in love and war. If it was a dangerous manoeuvre, he would have been penalised. He wasn't. It was a clean move. It was a hard move. It was a last lap of a final move. It happened here where Liam just squeezed Samar wide. Samar won't forget that, so he won't cut his title rival any slack whatsoever.
What I find really impressive is the coolness of these youngsters' heads. They just stay very cool. They're being overtaken. They're having to go around the inside. They're having to outbrake each other down the inside. We've almost got a 5-car train now. But they stay cool. They don't get flustered. They don't see certainly on the 9th lap there aren't any signs of desperation. They're just purely. This is pure racing, everybody.
Yes,
pure
indeed.
racing from these Micromax drivers.
Yes, indeed. There is traffic. Not immediately ahead, but it will become a factor in the next couple of laps. You just saw that some of the back markers flashing across the screen as the leaders head their way through turn 6, 7, over the yump, down towards turn 8 and 9. This is turn 10, believe it or not, because I suppose it's not exactly straight. As we cross the line, Cameron Harvey did briefly catch the leaders and has now fallen back a little bit. And I say leaders, 3 leaders, yellow lights flashing, and Harvey, Chopra, hand in the air as we've got Veronin's third through turns 4 and 5. Kart off at the side of the circuit. That's what the yellow flags are for. The leaders lap the number 13 of Kilian Nkudu Mbida.
Yeah, he keeps out of the way, but we've still got a back marker in the form of Ella Tessele, who gets well out of the way there. She pulls in. Great driving there to not destroy any kind of racing for these leaders, as we've got a 4-car train now about to be joined by that 5th place Saif Al Khalifa through the hairpin and onto the back straight. It's O'Hanlon. We've got back markers ahead, staying out of the way. That's good heads-up racing.
Yep.
Back onto the line, though, in front of the leaders.
Oh, dear.
That is not really what we want to see. O'Hanlon has broken away. I'm not sure what's happened behind.
There's the yellow flag that was still out for the kart of Felix Souza Zebjerg. Unfortunately, Tugba Yasilte had pulled up, but then, of course, had to make the turn at some point. The leader's confused. It has split the lead battle wide open. Where has Samar Chopra gone? The answer is Chopra and Harvey have not come around. And there's carts off at the side of the circuit. O'Hanlon has been possibly handed this race on a sun-kissed silver platter. Veronin's Al Sheikh and Al Khalifa are next.
I was hoping back markers wouldn't come into play and be a factor in this race. It appears that is the case. Samar Chopra came round in 13th place from 2nd place in the field. A trip over a back marker cost the leaders dear. There's the leader, Liam O'Hanlon. That's the biggest gap we've seen all weekend.
Yep.
And there's Evans Voronins with equally as big a gap as we've seen all weekend to 3rd place driver Adam Al Sheikh, with Saif Al Khalifa not that far away. Alexander Semenov is the driver who's in 5th, but he's a little bit off. 3 seconds the gap before we get Semenov in 5th.
It's such an awkward, almost impossible situation. You've got a back marker slowing down, approaching a yellow flag. The leader goes past. You come to a corner, back marker dawdling, as you know, not sure what to do. The leaders, the second, third, and fourth place carts, not sure what to do.
Well, that's exactly the thing, though, Henry. Not sure what to do. The drivers should be instructed as to how to be overtaken by the leaders and what to do. They should know exactly what to do. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But the thing is, things can happen, and it happens in every level of motorsport. It happens at the very top level. How many times do we see? How many times have we seen that at the very top level in Formula One?
Well, what's one of the most famous clips? Jean-Louis Schlesser, step forward, sir.
Alicia Salazar, Nelson Piquet. How far do you want to go back?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that matters little to Liam O'Hanlon, though, who was leading at the time. Veronin second. This could be a career best result for Veronin's. Adam Al-Sheikh, I'm just going to have a quick look now. He won the opening round of the championship. And I'm looking, he was third in round 2. Then he broke his arm. He did come back. He has had a podium since, but he missed out both finals at the Dubai Kartdrome and yesterday. So this could be his first podium in 4 races in the championship. And for Saif Al Khalifa, well, he's going for his first ever podium. So the number 2 of Al Khalifa going for his first ever podium in the number 2 car, the Bahraini driver.
And remember, 2XL Motorsport drivers here, teammates ahead of you. It's a little bit of a different attitude that you take to overtaking your teammate, especially if that teammate is as quick as Adam Al-Sheikh, who's proved to be really on form this weekend. However, in fairness, so is Saif Al Khalifa. He's been right there as well. Not quite as there as that young man there, though.
Another slower kart getting out of the way.
Getting well out of the way there and keeping out of the way. That was good driving from
that was
Zhu Guanyi.
Yeah, Zhu Guanyi, who's had
got a problem dropping down the order, Zhu Guanyi.
Yeah, he's just spun. Cameron Harvey has retired after his incident.
Checkered flag
we are
any
coming
moment
to the line
now. And this is round 5, day 2 of the UAE RMC. And it's that driver there.
Yep.
Who is going to beat that kid there? Liam O'Hanlon, with a 100% record all weekend in Micromax. He takes the win, and significantly, Henry, he consolidates even more that championship lead.
Yes, indeed. Second, Evans Rodin's career best. Adam Al-Sheikh back on the podium. Saif Al Khalifa just misses out. Look at Alexander Semyonov in 5th position, beating Alexander Freienstein. I tell you what, I'm going to go down and speak to a very happy winner.
Take your phone.
Take my phone and the microphone.
Let's have a look at the result then. Liam O'Hanlon takes the win from what will be a delighted career best, as Henry mentioned. Ivan Svorinens on that second spot. Third step of the podium will be Adam Al-Sheikh. 4th place was Saif Al Khalifa. Alexander Semenov was 5th. Alexander Freienstein was 6th. In 7th place is Tadeusz Prochaska. Jensen Kelly 8th. Samar Chopra a disappointed 9th there. Rudrabitap Shekawat was 10th. Rafifa Dewambi was in 11th, and Vaya Ponna 12th. 13th spot was Enzo Falzerano, with Roddy Harris in 14th. Saif El Mina in 15th. 16th was Leo Reutemann. And then we had Sebastian Storer, Thayhab Haroun, Amar Tabata, and the last finisher at the flag was Zhu Guanyi. Cameron Harvey was retirement at 10. Tugba Yeselte, Felix Sousa Jebjerg went out for a problem, Ella Yeselte, and we lost at the same time Kilian Kudu Mabida. Well, that was a ding-dong, wasn't it? As we expected it might be. A lot of drivers there joining in with those two front runners, but
all decided by the back markers, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know quite what happened to Samir Chopra. He lost about 10, 12 seconds or so. I think he must have. I think it was a confusion. I think the problem was that not only was the back marker, there was a yellow flag.
The back marker was staying way to the left and kept out of the way. Where the confusion came in was the back marker moved to the right.
I know, because to
optimise their
line.
line.
The end of the straight.
Yes.
Rather than just crawling round the corner.
Yes.
He or she, I don't know who it was.
And this is what I mean about,
Yeah, I mean, and then of course I think the problem was again that they didn't know how to get past that person because there was a yellow flag for the car on the side. So it was a confluence of problems that resulted, unfortunately, in in a difficulty situation for Samuel Chopra.
And I'm pretty sure Emerson McAndrew-Uren will take a little bit of credit from that, having given Liam some driver coaching in the UK last season.
It's all about me, or all about you.
Well, it's a shame. I'd like to see Emerson across here. He's the current British mini-max champion.
Yeah, I mean, Liam's been fantastic all weekend, but be nice to see what would have. It'd be nice to see how it would have unwound.
That's right.
It was looking pretty impressive.
And
Doesn't mean he wouldn't have won it.
And the two XL drivers have been, well, three XL drivers, Voronen's, Adam El Sheikh and Saif Al Khalifa, have been there or thereabouts, and they seem to have. They seem to be given some good kit there for the final.
Yeah,
Whatever XL Motorsport have found, they found that little tweak that they needed for the final.
And then couldn't use it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we was robbed.
Henry's trying to herd cats at the moment, which is 3 young children.
Of course he is. Let me know. We've got, if you enjoyed that, then you will love what's coming next, because Minimax, as ever, drama, consultation, we'll leave that for now as we head down to Henry.
Well, we're down here with two of our top three. Adam Al Sheikh, let's just move over a little bit. Adam Al Sheikh is busy getting his helmet off. He needs some assistance because they do it up very, very tightly. Well, apart from the qualifying sessions, which you've already said, thanks to this man here, that was a perfect weekend. Liam O'Hanlon, well done.
Yeah, it was very good. We scored good points for the championship. We won all the heats, pre-finals and finals, so I'm happy.
Now, it was a fantastic battle between 6 of you at one point, chopping and changing. And then what happened when you came up to laps traffic?
I got through it clean, but I don't know what happened behind me.
Did you notice suddenly you turned around and think, where'd everyone else go?
Yeah, I had a big gap, and I was like, oh, I got a big gap, so just go get my head down.
But I've got to say this. I mean, Liam said yesterday he said hi to his granddad. Now, Liam's granddad, he's in hospital recovering from heart surgery. The first half of that race wouldn't have done your granddad's heart condition any favours, would it?
No.
But the second half of the race, when you were in control, that was okay?
Yeah.
Okay, who would you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my 2 sisters, George, Zavir, Jacob, Lockie, Connor Clancy, and I want to say hi to my nan and my dad.
Okay, we'll say hello. Say hi to Nan and Grandad again. Hope the ticker is doing okay. Thank you very much. Well done, Liam. We'll bring Evans in. Third yesterday, pole position, and second today. Best result so far?
Definitely.
Now, you had an even better view of the incident. What happened to Paul Samar?
Unfortunately, the back marker was on the inside. He didn't see Samar, went into him, and then Samar span, and then it was an unfortunate race for him.
But, and I'm going to say this, and Liam's standing there watching and probably smiling, without the back marker, you were all battling. Would you have beaten Liam?
I don't think so. He was very fast.
Okay, Liam's nodding there in agreement. But this is your best career result. You've been getting better and better all season. That first win is not far away, is it?
It isn't at all.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my coaches, my team, and all the race officials here at RMC.
Well, there we go. All the race officials get thanked as well. Well done, Evans Ronins. We'll bring Adam Al Sheikh in. Well, this is your first podium, Adam, in 4 races. It was a good battle with Saif Al Khalifa, your teammate. You just managed to get him at the end.
Yeah. It was a big battle, and if someone didn't crash, it would have been easier for me to get pole position, because when someone crashed, I smashed into him because I was right behind him.
Oh, so you got delayed as well?
Yeah, so then I had to go off track, and by the time I reached, they already had the gap away, and then Saif was right behind me. And
so, I mean, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Evans with Liam Watch on. Without the back marker, would you have beaten Liam O'Hanlon?
I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, there we go. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my team, and everyone, really.
Everyone, really. Okay, there we go. A great top 3. Obviously, issues during the course that rate, but Liam O'Hanlon, another win. Big day in the championship. Evans, not sure if he would have beaten him. Adam, convinced he would have.
Thank you, Henry. and for everybody watching in the UK, I know you're just waking up to your day's sport. That is Henry's forehead glistening with sweat.
Yes.
That's how hot it is down there.
He's having a right old glisten, isn't he?
He is. He's glistening. Well, he glistens very well.
I'm glad he's not a doctor. His bedside manner's quite abrupt, isn't it?
I hope your tick is all right.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Hanlon's grandfather.
Jeez.
Brilliant.
Never mind, eh?
I forget Liam's granddad's name, but I know that Dawn Sanford is an avid watcher of Liam's races, but and I don't know whether it's Dawn's partner. I know that Dawn Sanford is Liam's mum's mother.
Right.
That's grandma on the matriarchal side.
Are we going to do a full Liam O'Hanlon family tree?
We've got a family tree here,
yeah.
Liam O'Hanlon.
Who do you think you are? Let's go back the whole way.
Yeah.
Great
well,
grandfather.
Liam O'Hanlon, we know who he is. He's the championship leader and the winner of round 5, both days as well, day 1 and day 2. So absolutely outstanding. We have got an absolute corker of a race coming up now.
Have we?
There's those drivers there. You see there the Team UK overalls of Albie J. Stubbs. There he's done them, just putting his helmet on the left of screen. And that's Albie J. Stubbs on the pole position for Minimax.
I'm not sure the umbrella works when you hold it like the guy at the front is. He's more.
It's not for rain, that's for sure.
He's more like he's about to be a Buzzy Barkley big number from the 1930s. He starts spinning it.
Yeah, there's Liam Smith still with his sleeves rolled up over his shoulders, trying to get some rays. Trying to get some suntan on those.
You know what we say? Sun's out, guns out.
He's got some thread hanging down from his shorts, I think, hasn't he? Sorry, they're his legs. Yes.
Hey.
Yes, Henry. It is. It's mate. I've just made mention of your glistening forehead. It's hot down there, isn't it?
It is rather warm. Yes, and there's quite a lot of forehead to glisten at the moment.
What I mean is, conditions-wise, it's very, very stifling out there.
It's the same thing. The sun is now bearing directly down. You can see where the shadows are. See Liam Smith International.
Mentioned that.
Look in Wham, I think, in his blue trainers. Yes, the 5 head that I have, not the 4 head. I got the full Ant McPartland going on. Yeah, it is warm, and of course. There you can see centre in the traditional Arabic outfit. That is Mr. Al Maina. He will be contesting the DD2 Masters category next year. He's got not 1, not 2, but 3 sons all racing.
That sounds expensive.
Yeah, that sounds busy.
That sounds and yes, it does. And he did do a race. I think he did the Rotax Invitational. At the left-hand side of your screen, you've got the members of the JNKD team. Mr. and Mrs. Karachkovich. In the middle there, you've got someone with the same hairstyle as myself.
What, the prison cut?
The prison cut, yeah.
The
glistening
to be honest, it's more a Marine's cut, isn't it?
You're
about to go into action in Narm.
I call that just out of prison look.
It's a tennis ball look. Because I've been on the road for a month. I haven't had my the strim that I usually have.
In fairness, you would be chucked out of the Marines for the beard.
Yes.
Not the attitude, then.
Well, no, he's
lack of physical fitness, prowess.
There's lots of things other than the beard.
Mental fortitude, physical strength, mental strength.
And Nick chooses the beard.
Yeah,
I think realistically, they don't need to be that balanced. It's fine to be a Marine. Being unbalanced on that level.
Yes. I can run into if someone tells me I'll run into a brick wall, that's enough for being a Marine.
We are about to get underway with the Minimax final. We've got Albie J. Stubbs on the pole. As we saw there, he's in his Team UK overalls.
He's in Charlie Page's Team UK overalls.
Oh, is he really? Yeah,
Albie hasn't qualified for the grand finals yet. But he's outgrown his SPR
I wonder why
suit.
he was wearing someone else's overalls.
He's outgrown his World Final suit.
He's outgrown his usual suit.
How long have we got before we start?
15:08, so
okay,
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, so this is my wrong overall story. First race I ever did in F1. I used to work in F1, at Monza.
Really?
Did you really?
Yeah. It was won by Ferrari. Ferrari won the race. It was 1996 Monza. You probably know who it was. And they said, I was running around doing my first ever job, and they said, we need to speak for anyone from Ferrari. Anyone you want to speak for Ferrari. And so these 2 guys came down, who I vaguely recognised as being around. It's the first time ever in the paddock. Vaguely recognised. Guy wearing a big Ferrari shirt, next to him a guy in a Williams shirt. I thought, okay, well, Ferrari. So took the guy in the Ferrari shirt. Hey, yeah, it's great, fantastic. Yeah. And he goes, great win. He went, oh, yeah. It's a German accent, weird, but international team, obviously, Ferrari.
Yes.
Yeah. We're very happy to have won the race. It was really, really good. That's fantastic. And then, so I finished the interview. Then I got this my headphones. He goes, "Do you know who you've just talked to?" He said, "No." Well, you just talked to the Williams chef. They'd swapped shirts. Carl Hines, the Williams chef, had swapped shirts his mate, and I just interviewed him as a Ferrari guy.
And from then on, he's been downhill. Let's have a look at the grid then for Minimax. LBJ Stubbs on the pole position with Francesco Lignoli, the all plate holder, of course, from Dubai alongside. Austin Gray and Oliver Butchard are behind them on row 2. Benjamin Krachakovic and Maxim Zoyner on row 3. Row 4 is William Mazzali and Max Payton with Kurt Ivanov and Washu Mathbula. Ahmed Faisal Almeina with Mikhail Mitrikin on row 6. Row 7, Gleb Obukov and Mohamed Mubarak. Louis Bataille with Mikhail Tervotlabov, Adam Fleury and Zurhai Turki. Row 10 is Aaron Essen and Vivian Chuan. That rounds off a 20-kart field for Minimax.
Now, I know that obviously we're going to be focusing on the front, but at the penultimate row of the grid, there's a driver with the white crash helmet, blue race suit on the green and white Tony kart. That's Adam Fleury. He has made 2 of the best opening laps I've seen all year today so far. Led for a bit in the heat, got up to 4th from 9th in the pre-final. Then he went off and retired. Penultimate row on the inside. What can Adam Fleury do?
Let's see what he does. LBJ Stubbs controlling the pace, though. Down to the tram lines they go, and towards turn 1. It's pretty equal. 2 rows into turn 1. It is LBJ Stubbs that leads through 1 and 2 on towards the turn 3 hairpin. Who snuck them? It's the 2 JNKD drivers, though, of Austin Gray and Benjamin Krachakovic, who were side by side down the back straight, and into second place has gone Austin Gray with a fine move. Krachakovic slots in behind. He's got his Team UAE World Final suit on.
Absolutely. And you know, you were saying earlier about the curse, the commentator not existing. Anna Fleury got taken out turn 1.
There you go.
Sorry, Adam.
And that wasn't your fault, Henry.
Not when it was the driver that spun in front of him.
That wasn't your fault. Here goes the lead battle then. It's down at the inside has gone Austin Gray. Aberdeen lights up. But the switchback happens with LBJ Stubbs just letting him go out to the outside of the corner. Massively wide line there, almost allowing Benjamin Krachakovic through.
Fantastic racing up at the front as always. Butchard in P4 just needs to get there. He was almost there earlier on. Podium yesterday. He's missing the big one. He hasn't got that P1 trophy.
Hang on a minute, Henry. There's time yet, mate.
There's plenty of time yet. New leader?
Yeah, 3 laps. New leader. No, we haven't got a new leader. Hello to Theo Kakati. Greetings from California. I have no idea what time it is there, but he's up and he's watching. As we watch LBJ Stubbs go through the S's at turns 4 and 5. He's already into the double left-hander at 6 and 7. They'll be coming back towards us in the pit lane as we've got this race now heating up. Look at these two. These two are absolutely duking it out, but not costing themselves too much time loss, it looks like.
No. As we look at this, and Theo Kakati, we got a new leader. He does the job on him there by easing him out.
Yep. And Austin Gray using all of his racecraft, allowing Benjamin Krachakovic, his teammate, to maybe snatch the second place off LBJ Stubbs.
Theo Kakati hasn't realised it, but he's commenting, and his mum is sitting right behind us and has looked at the clock and said he probably hasn't gone to bed yet. He's been Saturday night and all that. Theo, go to bed, she says.
In California, yeah, absolutely. Into turn 1 then. Our leader, Austin Gray, Benjamin Krachakovic is a JNKD 1-2 now with LBJ Stubbs. He's not done, and that green helmet of the Mumbai, who's now a Mumbai Falcon in the form of Oliver Butchard. These 4 now commanding this lead. And I tell you what, Henry, I would not, if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I wouldn't know where to put my money right now.
No, I mean, Austin Gray has shown, I mean, we've made lots of granite-related puns, being from Aberdeen, the granite city. But he has shown nerves of steel and a will of iron, has Austin Gray this weekend.
You could ask, is this the right time to be leading this pack round? I mean, you know, we've got 14 laps of this, and Austin Gray, what these 4 drivers need to do now is work together and continue in this train rather than trip over one another.
Yes.
Because there's a long way to go here as LBJ Stubbs takes absolutely no notice of me whatsoever and cracks on.
And cracks
and neither
gets
does
it back.
Benjamin.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know that there's no in-car radios being used in this championship, because none of the drivers can listen to what we're saying or take any notice of what we're saying. Here comes LBJ Stubbs, bringing Butchard. Now, Butchard's going to get a good run here. Three wide. Butchard. Oh, Karachkovic spin. Oh, my goodness
He was very, very close to contact with that barrier. Krachkovic runs out of space on the outside, gets it all over the Formula One curbing, and that just upsets the kart, puts him into a spin and out of contention for this final.
And if you looked at that, he was straight line. He had made the initial part. The initial part of the problem was fine. He had re-straightened the kart. He then just hooked a wheel on this. It's sort of a rain runoff.
It looks like a ditch.
Yeah, it's like it is like, but not the red and white tarmac. It is like it's a drainage ditch. It's a Formula One drainage ditch.
Well, the thing is, Henry, the art of the sport is to not get out there. Unfortunately for Benjamin, he didn't have a choice. There was two karts on his inside, and he basically ran out of space. The battle is on for second, though, as this has allowed Austin Gray to pull a gap of almost a second. Let's see if he's increased that gap. He hasn't. It's about 9/10. So if these two here, LBJ Stubbs in the front there with the pink and blue kart, the green helmet of Oliver Butchard with Francesco Lignoli not that far behind, these two need to just get on with it and catch that lead driver.
Absolutely. Karachkovic is still in the race, however. He's at the back of the field, but he is still in the race. I think there are 19 of the 20 starters are still running. So Karachkovic, damage limitation. Although with just 10 laps to go, and the field very spread out, the amount of damage that he can limit is limited, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, I do, absolutely. All he can do is get through the field as best he can. He was very much in contention for the win, but I'm not going to make it any harder for the youngster to cope with. Consolation, there's no consolation prizes after what was in store, and this has strung our Minimax race out, hasn't it? The battle is Francesco Lignoli and William Mazzali for 4th and 5th. Whether these three can come back together, the gap has been 9/10 for about 3 laps now. Ooh, look at that. LBJ Stubbs reduced it with the fastest lap of the race, 35.169. Reduces it to 8/10.
Yeah, he's got his head down. He's thinking, right, looking over his shoulder, can't see Karachkovic anywhere. Yesterday, obviously, it was a good points day for LBJ Stubbs. He came into the weekend 32 points behind Karachkovic. Haven't had the calculations, but obviously that gap closed considerably, with Karachkovic finishing 5th in the final and not finishing the pre-final, and Stubbs winning the main event. He's obviously going to gain a lot more points here, and he's thinking to himself, he knows that Karachkovic is nowhere to be seen. He's a long look over his shoulder. Now, that's not because he's worried that someone's behind him. He's looking for his title rival, and he's now had 2 looks over his shoulder on the back straight. He'll know Karachkovic, nowhere to be seen.
He'll be wondering where he's gone. Because he's been buzzing around over his shoulder pretty much all weekend. He's not there, but all that LBJ needs to focus on now is the rear bumper of another JNKD kart, and that's Austin Gray. And he's catching him because the gap has gone down to under 4/10. Here it is. We don't need a stopwatch. He's in the slipstream. He's going to draw up towards the back of Austin Gray. And if I'm not mistaken, very, very soon, if he can continue that momentum and carry himself alongside and ahead, very difficult here at Yas to do that, but that's what we've got in store here. LBJ Stubbs now on the rear bumper of the leader.
Okay, you're going to get one of these two karts is handling very well, the other isn't. I'll leave you to guess. Look how much arm input Austin Gray is having to use. He's soaring away at the steering wheel. That's not good. Stubbs hardly looks like he's turning the wheel.
I mentioned this in the pre-final.
Here we go.
It looked like Austin Gray had a little bit of turning oversteer.
You did.
And that has cost him dearly on the back straight there. As he turned in, Look for the little bit of opposite lock.
And look
He
at the
turns
orange
in.
stripes,
Yeah. Look at the little bit of opposite lock, little bit of right hand down when he's turning left. That's an indication that the rear end is rotating a little bit too much here.
Yeah.
Race on here as Albie Stubbs has taken the lead back from Austin Gray. This bit here down the inside, but they continue that momentum all the way around the outside there, and going too wide there has cost Austin Gray.
Austin Gray I'm not saying he's overdriving. He might be overdriving, but certainly if that kart's not handling as well as it could be, Austin Gray, this is sheer bloody mindedness from Austin Gray. He is willing every ounce of performance out of that kart. Yet potentially overdriving it, we don't know. But I
don't think it is.
He's certainly hustling and doing everything he possibly can.
I'll tell you what that is, Henry. That's his rear tyres have gone off.
Very
we are
possibly.
at the end of the day. The rear tyres, whether that was a decision on pressures, who knows. But right now, every time, it's a very high-speed turn-in pretty much everywhere here at Yas. And every time Austin is turning in, he's got to counter-check that rotation in the kart. That's costing him time. Albie Stubbs, look at the steering input from Albie.
Minimal.
When he turns in, he continues just with that neutral 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock on the left and right hands. Look at this now. See the way they turn in there, and look at the way Austin Gray is fighting that. He's fighting that rear end all the time with 3 laps to go.
I mean, they make them tenacious up in Aberdeen, and certainly this has been a tenacious drive from Austin Gray. You've got to give credit, number one, obviously, to Albie Stubbs, but to Toby George, Albie's mechanic. Toby has maximised the equipment, every aspect of the car, the grip, the setup, the tyres. He has given Albie a piece that Albie can just cruise around, but Austin Gray still hasn't given up.
Yeah, he's still pushing on, isn't he?
And Austin, he is like the Scottish Terrier.
He just hasn't got that early pace that he was commanding this lead. Keeping a watching brief on this lead battle, it'll be 1 lap to go when they get by, is Oliver Butchard, who was on the podium yesterday, Henry, the green helmet there.
Absolutely.
His first weekend with Mumbai Falcons. He's on schedule here for another podium finish behind the 2 same drivers he finished behind yesterday.
Stubbs has a long look over his shoulder starting the final lap. That means that Stubbs isn't confident. Look at Austin Gray! Wheel to wheel. Oh, Stubbs on the outside just has the momentum. My goodness me, has Austin Gray driven the wheels off that wagon.
He's got his head around that rear end coming round because he found some performance to get back on the rear end of Albie Stubbs. They're into the final 2 turns.
He's not going to.
He's going to try. They're side by side coming out of the final turn. It's a drag race to the flag. Unbelievable drive by Austin Gray to take the win by 38 thousandths of a second. That is outstanding when you see what he had to drive around there, and he fist pumps the air. That is phenomenal driving from not just, of course, Austin Gray, but Albie Stubbs. That could have went horribly wrong there.
Oh, Austin, I mean, it was clear to see Austin Gray is fighting that kart. Stubbs and his machine looked like it was, driver and machine working in perfect synergy in unison. Gray, all arms and elbows. You're trying to say, here's your kart shot.
Here it is.
Replay.
Here it is. Down the inside. Look at that side by side.
Crossover City.
Albie Stubbs was compromised because of Austin Gray's attack. He couldn't get around the final turn on the right line, and he was absolutely mullered there, was Albie Stubbs. And of course, they both come out onto the straight. Can we have a look at that again, Nick, if we can? Let's have another look at this. Down into the chicane for the final time. Austin Gray comes from way back, side by side into the final turn, does the switch to the inside, and he's got the better line as Albie Stubbs was fighting on the outside there. And look at that, 38 thousandths of a second to take the win. Austin Gray, hello Aberdeen. You have lit the world up there, Austin Gray, and the sun is shining even more so in Aberdeen. Albie Stubbs takes second behind Austin. Oliver Butchard, another podium in his first weekend with Mumbai Falcons. Francesco Lignoli, still riding that wave of the O-Plate win last month, is fourth. William Mazzali fifth. Kurt Evanoff sixth. In seventh place, we've got Maxim Zoyner. Max Payton was eighth. Ninth was Mikael Mitrikin. In 10th place, Ahmed Faisal Almina. And then outside of the top 10, Adam Fleury, Luashu Mathabula, Louis Bataille, Benjamin Krachakovic. After that incident there coming onto the back straight, recovers to 14th, regains some championship points back. Mikhail Tvoklabov was 15th, Gleb Obyukov 16th, 17th was Aaron Essen, Zayhad Turkey was 18th, and the last finisher was Vivin Chuan with Mohamed Mubarak not taking the start, I think. Well, we expected drama. We expected consternation and confrontation. We expected absolute soap opera, and that is exactly what we got.
We got a fantastic race again, didn't we? That's one great race. We got the whole of it, and we just missed out on the other previous race due to the back marker situation. But we had some. I said to Guy this morning. I said, Guy Shepherd, who looks after the event. I said to Guy, I said, I don't think it races very well, this track. And I've been completely proven wrong every single part of the day so far, Guy, haven't I? So Mr. Sheffield is smiling. He's smiling away as Mr. Sheffield, as he's been proven right. Have you had nothing but great races?
Yeah, just a different way of going racing, to be honest. Let's head down to the podium, though. We've got Henry down there.
Well, we're having a quick chat. In fact, I'll tell you what, we'll start with third place, because Austin Gray has been is having a quick chat with race director Ken Potter. Oliver Butchard, another day, another podium. You had a bird's eye view of what was going on, but you couldn't quite catch them, could you?
No, I mean, it was pretty hard today. I had a pretty good start, and then after that, just carried on with the race, did a cool 2 move. Yep. And then, obviously, I got on with the race. Stayed in third for like most of the time. Albie got me. And then went off to go to Austin.
Now, what was your view of that last half a lap?
Well, I was hoping they'd spin out. I could win that big trophy, but it wasn't my day today for the final, same as yesterday, but we go on.
We go on. Your mum has bought another shelf from IKEA for the trophy, hasn't she? At least you get something to put on it.
Yeah, probably.
Who have you got to thank?
Mum, dad, supporters, mechanic, Mum by Falcons, and everything. That's it.
Okay, well done. Thank you very much, Oliver. I'm going to break with tradition now and bring first and second in together. Thank you, Oliver. Albie and Austin. Now, first and second, because I think, you can't have one without the other after a race like that. Austin, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. I have no words. I just wanted to win a race this season. I didn't think I was going to be in the championship fight this season. It's my first ever official season ever. So yeah, it's been a hard journey to get to this point.
I know, we'll come back to you in a minute. Albie, Austin, don't go away, you come back in here. I have to say, during the course of that final, your cart looked absolutely planted on rails. For you watching home, you would hardly look like you're moving the steering wheel. Austin behind you is all arms and elbows. Did you think you had it under control?
I don't know. It got to the end and the car didn't feel that good. It started gripping up, but anything could have happened. Austin tried to go in at turn 3 quite a few times, so it was expected. But I didn't expect it at the last corner, and he managed to pay off. Now,
I did see you went over there and you extended a hand to Benjamin Karachkovic, you battling, and Benjamin got into one of the water drains. You went over there to offer a handshake. What did you make of that, of what happened?
He just held it around the outside. I gave him room and he chose to go on the rumble strips, but I offered him a handshake and he just completely ignored me.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of times what happens, adrenaline, and I'm sure you'll be back to sharing Doritos very soon.
Yes, definitely.
Excellent. Okay, Austin, we'll bring you back in. Obviously, Albie said that he was expecting a move, but not on the last lap. How was your car handling? Because Albie, you looked so precise and smooth. You were all over the place. You were hacking it into every single corner. Were you just that determined?
I was so scared. That's why. My legs were shaking every lap, every corner.
And you know, when he came down the inside, I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw a chance in the last corner, took it. He went wide. He went like to the outside. He cut back in, and I just went for it there. And across the line, I beat him.
Was there any point of that last lap where you thought, he's got this, I'm not going to win?
Yes, a lot. Like through the last sector, through the like left, right, I was like, he's done it. He's done it. I can't make the move now because then we'll just collide and it will not be good. Oliver will win.
Well,
he would like that.
Yeah, Oliver's already said he was like that. Now, what have you got to say to all the supporters? You got family watching in Qatar and in Aberdeen.
Well, I love everyone, and this is the best win I've ever had.
How many races have you won?
This one.
This is your first ever win.
This is my first ever season, and proper season.
Well, there we go. Austin Gray. What a way to take your first win. Austin, it'll never get much better than that. Right on the line. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go. A first win. LBJ Stubbs, again, a bit reflective, and Oliver Butchart was hoping for a crash that never happened.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, Austin Gray, LBJ Stubbs, and Oliver Butchart for the entertainment, because that makes our job a lot easier when we are fighting like that, and especially when it's a fight for the lead, fight for the win, and even better when it's for the final, because we'll see those three drivers on the podium for our trophy presentation. Don't go away when the racing's finished, of course. We'll have another screening of our Paddock show while we wait for the results to become official, and then we'll be bringing you it all live, our trophy presentation. Next on the card then, DD2s are out. There is our DD2 drivers getting prepared, and I'm joined once again by Tony Hogg, a DD2 driver that's wallowing in retirement until at least round 6, where we'll be back out of retirement, no doubt, Tony. What do you make of those youngsters, though? I mean, have you switched it on this time?
Yeah, it's switched
good
on.
stuff.
That was pretty incredible racing, to be honest. And I think it's interesting that we now go to the older guys. But looking back at that race, I think that switcheroo move was one of the best I've ever seen. It was spot on and really good racing. And again, a lot of respect between the two drivers at the front there. I think it's easy to shut the door on somebody coming through, but they gave each other racing room, and the result is a finish like that.
And what astounds me is that those youngsters, they're so young, yet they know how to race, and they know how to compromise their corner to allow that race to take place. In Formula One, they've clattered into each other and took each other out.
I think not only Formula One, I think in most categories, I mean, once there is that level of respect at the front there with the guys, I think you can make those moves and be fairly, sure that they're not going to turn in on you. But it allowed for great racing, didn't it?
Yeah, didn't it? It's great entertainment. DD2 coming next. Tony, the final here, 25 laps. I know it's a short lap. It's only 32 seconds. However, the heat out there is 32 degrees, I believe, ambient. The track temperature is going to be around 45, 46 with a 32 ambient.
My forehead says it's a bit hotter than 32
Henry's
degrees.
glistening forehead tells us how hot it is as well.
Directions to the Burns unit again.
Naught to lobster in 60 seconds, me.
This is a very high-speed track, and none more high-speed than a DD2 kart. How is the physicality of this race going to come into play towards 20 laps on?
Yeah, it's a good point. This is one of the least physical in terms of a DD2, I think. There's not that many corners. It's high speed, but if you compare it to Alpha San or certain layouts at our lane, this is a pretty easy one, to be fair.
Tyler Harris was telling us you have to grip the wheel a little bit firmer because of keep the kart in high speed. But it's not taking out your forearms?
Yeah, but I think that's also as a consequence of the F1 grade asphalt that we've got out there. Okay, so it's the grip here is greater than anywhere else, that's for sure. The teams have got a challenge when it comes to setting pressures and things here compared to other tracks. But it is physical, and just driving one of these things is physical. I think that's when you start to see the younger guys pull away a little bit, to be quite honest, and they should do.
Well, there's two younger guys on the front row there, Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier. Maurice Canopes is the Masters in third with Saad Al-Hababi alongside. Adam Malik, Hamza Rashish on row 3. It's Kyle Blockley and Sami Al-Assad, and then Nicolo Cacciatore and Greg Watt, who had a cracking ding-dong in the pre-final,
didn't they? Yeah.
Hopefully they'll have another, and Greg can maybe get back at Nicolo.
Yeah.
Here they come then, Henry, towards the lights, which will go off, and then we'll be racing.
Yesterday, the race for the win was over by turn 3. Will there be a repeat from Tyler Harris today? He sweeps across to take the racing line. Bassier has to run a little bit wide and gets a little tap from behind going through turn number 1. That puts Maurice Knoppers into P2. So here we go. This morning, Maurice said he'd be happy to run behind Tyler Harris and finish second to him. Well, Maurice, it's final time. Is the White Angel or the Red Devil on your shoulder going to...
We're going to find out, aren't we, as they sweep across. Mark Bassier gets a little bit, he got a little bit touched, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did he get a knock from behind there, just put him wide?
It looked like he was trying to not run into Maurice Knoppers, got on the brakes mid-corner. Adam Malik, sitting right behind him, wasn't expecting him to, and just the momentum caused him off. A front lock-up. Is that a situation where Bassier was at a risk of locking up the fronts?
Your bias is always a bit 80, sort of 20 to the front. It's mainly on the front. These things don't really lock the front. If they do, you've got your bias completely wrong. You can stop it on its nose, of course, but a front lock-up, it's probably only when you've got steering angle in and trying to brake at the same time.
Oh, okay, because it's like in the wet, isn't it? You brake in a straight line in these bad boys.
Yeah, he pretty much. I think it was Mark Bassier in our interview for the Paddock show. He said it's more like driving a race car than a kart. It's not. You're not relying upon that rear axle only, braking and rotating the kart. It's a more of a straight line, braking in a straight line.
Yeah.
You mentioned to me, Tony, when we first met, when we first chatted about DD2, that you also use the gearbox, perhaps not so much at Yas Marina, but you also use the down change to help with the braking.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. And as Mark said, and as you've alluded to there, you need to get all your braking done, including the downshift, in as straight a line as possible. You can kind of trail brake slightly into a corner, but you really want to get it all done in a straight line. And the engine retardation really helps you to brake as late as you possibly can.
Yeah, which is a very, very narrow window for a
very
braking
narrow
area.
Yeah.
Running lap number 4, Mark Bassier just sets the fastest lap of the race. He's 1.7 seconds behind that driver. Number 484, Tyler Harris. Now, earlier on, Tony, you mentioned that Kyle Blockley was actually the last Masters driver to win the overall DD2 championship. You were the last Masters driver to actually win an individual final. Is that correct? How long ago was that?
Not that long. It was in the same period as Kyle Kumaran was racing.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bit fortuitous, but you've got to be there to capitalise on those things, right?
Like the lottery, you've got to be in it to win it.
Absolutely.
I wonder, Maurice Knoppers. Now, Tyler Harris isn't going to give him anything, obviously. Maurice saying, no, I'll run second. How much has he got? Because yesterday, he set his fastest laps in this final on lap 21 and 22. He said that Luigi and Zen Derua had been coaching him and giving him some advice. Do you think they would advise him how to just, maximise that performance a little bit more? It's going to be tough to see anyone catching Tyler Harris on this form around this circuit.
Tyler's been pretty imperious all weekend, to be fair. I think Moritz is in a really good position as it stands now. He's got a gap in front, he's got a gap behind. He should just now really be concentrating on hitting every mark, every lap, and then just looking to stay as close to Tyler as he possibly can. He looked back there, you can see he's got a fair gap. He just needs to keep his head. He's very experienced. There shouldn't be an issue now. I think it will boil down to fitness as we go through. You would expect Mark Bassier to come through and get closer and closer, but as the great commentators say, catching is one thing, getting past is another.
Especially here at Yas.
Especially here. It can be done, but it is a bit of a Hail Mary move, to be quite honest.
Yeah, especially when you are looking at and focusing on the front of the field where everyone is absolutely optimised. I mean, fitness shouldn't be a thing for a young lad like Tyler Harris and a young lad like Mark Bassier, should it?
No, it's only going to be really Moritz that could possibly succumb to.
He's in good shape. I mean, he's in good shape.
He is in good shape, but and of course the fitness side of things. The more fit you are, the more you can concentrate on your driving skills, and then you're not having to think about how to drive. You're thinking about the race as it unfolds in front of you.
I've heard drivers talk about rhythm. And getting into that rhythm, explain to me what do you mean by that?
So from the start, when you see the red light, when the red light goes out, that's when the damage gets done on most races. But then you need to be into your rhythm as quickly as possible. You need to get quick. And then once you're in that groove, once you don't feel there's a presence on your rear bumper now, that's what I'm saying about Mauriz, he's in a good position. When you hear the engine note from the cart behind, you know they're very, very close. And then you really need to concentrate on every single mark as you get there.
This sounds to me, we talk about driver rhythm. Take you back to the film Cool Runnings, where they're in the bathtub visualising the run, the toboggan run. And I've seen a video of George Russell where he is talking, he is sitting, eyes closed, and he's doing a lap of Silverstone in his head. Is it a case of that, where you have that almost like a, not existential moment, where you're almost outside looking in, everything is happening on autopilot? You know, after you've done so many laps around the place, you know exactly where the turning point is, where the shift point is.
Yeah, to an extent. I think what happens with karting, though, is and with all motorsport, as you go through the laps, things change, the dynamics change, the grip level from the tyres shifts. It either comes on as the pressures come on, and then as you get later into the race, the tyre degradation starts to come into force, and you really need to be to stay focused.
Well, we've been focusing on listening to Tony's driving tips. What we have, as we've been looking at Tyler Harris, there's been a change. And the change is that the driver that was chasing Tyler Harris is no longer chasing Tyler Harris. In fact, he's no longer chasing anyone, because Maurice Knopers has retired from the race. You're looking at new second place man, Mark Bassey, new third place man, Saad Al-Hababi, Adam Malik, Hamza Hashisho, Samir Al-Assad, and do you know something? After a season in which Kyle Blockley has had the majority of the ill fortune and mechanical issues, he's on course to steal one here.
You know, the thing is, it always remains a mechanical sport.
Yep.
You can do the best preparation, you can be in the best shape of your life, but at the end of the day, it remains a mechanical sport, and things can go wrong, as heartbreaking as it is.
And can you damage the gears?
Oh, you can, yeah. So literally, as you're shifting back, the RPM really shoots up. So, yeah, the balance gears inside, they can break for sure.
So is that so? It's not like a paddle shift on a race car is controlled electronically. This is a mechanical mechanism, isn't it? It's a lever.
It's
pulling
almost
a cable.
agricultural, to be honest.
I mean,
it really does clunk
It's old
in and
school,
out.
actually. Yes.
It
So
is.
mechanically, what stops you downshifting and blowing an engine on a modern race car is the computer won't let it happen.
Correct.
However, you can here, because it's a mechanical shift, to get the gear a little bit too early, and then you're going to buzz an engine and stuff, aren't you?
Yeah, so the engine builders don't like it, but when we downshift, we're looking to sort of hit 14.3, 14.4 RPM as you downshift.
Where are we supposed to be redlining?
I mean, I think the Rotax guide is about 14,000, 15,000. It shouldn't get to 15,000, but on the downshift, you can easily get 14.5, 14.6. It's probably a bit too much. 14.3, 14.4 is the sweet spot.
Yeah. You might get away with that one or two times in a 15-minute race.
You might get away with one or two 14.7s, but you really want to be in that 14.3 range on the downshift, and then you're really benefiting from the downshift in the engine retardation in the braking zone.
And it's keeping the rev range on that curve band, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. On the exit now, the engine is in a higher rev mode, so it picks up that bit quicker. But it's a finite thing. It's not an exact science.
It is. I mean, you're talking about an engine that's buzzing around at 14,000 revs.
When you imagine it's a single piston,
and you've just said there you want to keep it between 14.3 and 14.7.
Yeah, and you don't see it on the...
Oh, no! Big crash. That's Adam Malik. His rear axle has snapped. Malik's rear axle snaps at 120, 125 kilometers an hour. There it goes. He gets on a rumble strip. Oh, he got on a rumble strip. That rear axle, like, it's like a Christmas cracker that you pull.
It didn't like the resonance of the curb, did it? I think that had more to do with that, maybe.
Sorry to interrupt, boys and girls, but I mean, Malik out of fourth position. I was just about to say that he was beginning to fall back from Saad Al-Hababi. Hamza Hashisho into 4th. Sami Al-Assad 5th. Kyle Blockley will now move into 6th position. Nicolo Cacciatore and Greg Watt 7th and 8th. And that, that can always happen. You said about it being a mechanical sport, that you do a checklist of as what you can. Mechanics do a checklist, and yet just the pressure, the physicality of this, it can just break metal.
Interestingly, it's the outside right rear that's gone. That's the one that gets the most load around this track.
Yep.
It's one of those things. It's probably where the keyway goes in. It's a bit of a weak spot. It can go. Very unfortunate, to be fair.
But I mean, in a way, it's quite lucky that this place is so big and wide.
Yeah. I think what exacerbated that was he did get it on the rumble strip.
Yeah.
And if there is, all right, that axle is if you crack tested it, you'd probably find something. Yeah. But then add in the resonance of it whacking over those
and also,
curbs.
when they come into turn 4 there, just prior to turn 4, they're probably hitting 127, 128 down the back straight.
I know. Is that kilometres per hour?
It's kilometres.
Yeah.
It's kilometres, yeah.
Greg Watt has also brought the Honolulu
what a race of attrition.
Now, I thought, was there a blue flag with a red cross on it? No, I can't. No, I must have been looking at one of the officials on the sideline. So we're down to 7.
Wow.
Kyle Blockley is in P6 leading Masters. Now, again, Boris Knoppers with a healthy championship lead with only 3 karts in a championship. You're not going to gain much ground per race. But of course, you don't want to lose points in any race if you're a championship leader. You have won and I suppose lost championships even in a smaller field.
Yep.
Just problems can, amount over the course of a season, can't
As
they?
always, you want to amass as many points as you can, and that then allows for off days and bad days like this. If you come down to the last round and you're really relying on a drop round, for example, it's very uncomfortable. It clearly demonstrates that these machines are really being put through some load at the moment.
Well, I mentioned, the physicality on the human element in those karts. What I forgot to mention was the attrition and the physicality that goes into those chassis. And we've been talking about Yas Marina being a high-speed circuit. That the energy and the forces that are going through all the components in these are clearly, they've become a factor. Here we are in a very, very long final, 25 laps. They've been racing all week, since Thursday, and I would imagine, I don't know, what's the lifespan of an axle? It's got to be more than 1 meeting, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, typically it's very rare that they go. Particularly where that one went, because it obviously goes through the engine.
Yeah.
So, but there's obviously, it stiffens around that part.
I wasn't hallucinating. They are flagging the back markers off. I think Greg Watt and Nicolo Cacciatore have been flagged off the circuit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yesterday they weren't. I thought today they were a little bit closer to the lap times of the leaders.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. It's never a nice feeling.
Checkered flag is being unfurled now as we're on the final lap, and this young man here, Tyler Harris, will be getting the opportunity to speak once again to Henry Baudet if he can keep it together for these last
long look over his shoulder
meters. Yeah.
Just a comfort look, I think.
4-second gap here. It's been a great drive by Tyler. Consolidating once again, we've seen this all afternoon, consolidating the UAE RMC for 25-26 once again, and it's a checkered flag that he acknowledges there, and a fine job. Well done.
Yeah. Again, he's been imperious all week on this track.
That's about as demonstratively emotional as you'll see, Tyler Harris. But I am.
We'll count that as a smile.
He's found the camera. I'm looking straight at you. I'm going to get some emotion out of him now, I promise.
Yeah, Tony, stay with us for a moment until...
it'd be my pleasure.
Yeah, great stuff. It's been great having you. Sam Knopp has messaged in, by the way. I don't know whether he's let the cat out of the bag. Tony will be racing again next round. Is that just speculation, or what can you tell us? Are we going to see him out of retirement, or what? Home track as well, Dubai, isn't it?
Yeah, so I was back on track this morning. I did 50-60 laps again.
Practicing for next month.
Just practicing.
Yeah, of course.
the feeling is I wasn't good enough for the O plate, so need to put a bit more work in.
Right.
And again, as with all my racing, when I go racing, I want to make sure that everything is right.
Yeah.
The machinery,
Including yourself,
the equipment, and myself.
Yeah.
So I was a little disappointed in myself. So that's kind of give me a bit of added impetus to sort of come back and give it a good go again and give Moritz a run. I think it's a bit of entertainment as well. People like to see the bit of.
It is. I mean, we're always glad to see another kart on the grid. And it's always great to see you race. I'd rather see you race than be up here sat next to me.
I've quite enjoyed this, to be honest. I have to say, it's been quite nice, and it's a bit of an eye opener as well.
Good stuff. There's our result then for the DD2 race. Tyler Harris takes the win from Mark Bassier by almost 4 seconds there at the line. Saad Al-Hababi.
That's a good result for Saad, by the way.
It is. It's great. And we're going to see him on the podium later on as well. He'd be delighted with that. Hamza Seashore, still getting over his broken ribs, that lad. He was 4th. Samad Al-Hassad was 5th. First of the Masters. We'll see him on the top step of the Masters podium for Kyle Blockley. 7th was Nicola Cacciatore with Greg Watt in 8th. And then we had Adam Malek with that very frightening-looking retirement there. And, of course, Maurice Canopes that went out after 7 laps. Let's have a look at that again. A frightening-looking breakage, this, isn't it? Just he gets all the way across the curb. But in fairness, Tony, he's been using that curb to turn into turn 1 all day long.
Yeah.
So he didn't do anything that he hadn't already done.
No, I don't think so. It's probably just a bit of fatigue. And, again, you can't see it with a physical examination.
No, you can't.
Again, testimony to the safety of the track and everything that goes with it. Fortunately, there was enough runoff there. He wasn't hurt. And I think, again, hats off to everybody in the organisation from on the track side as well. It's been really good.
The only thing that was damaged there, apart from that axle, with regards to hurting the driver, would be his underwear.
And his wallet.
And of course, that goes without saying, doesn't it? You know, that's why, you know, you hear you're going to be bleeding Durhams.
Yeah, that would have been a code brown for sure.
Definitely code brown. Tony, we look forward to seeing you in Dubai on the grid. Honestly, it's been a pleasure having you here. You've been massively insightful, and it just adds so much more to what Henry and I can speculate about, to hear it from literally the horse's mouth, and the kind of insight you've given us. Certainly from where we come from, the UK, DD2 is a class of Rotax karting that for some reason hasn't taken off. They've tried, but it just hasn't. Let's head down to Henry though, Tony, and I'll bid you farewell and thank you very much. Henry.
Tyler Harris. That was the most emotional I think I've seen you crossing the line for a win. Even though it was another lights the flag, why was that one maybe more emotional than most?
Well, it's not really about emotional. It's more that I didn't get a photo of the win yesterday because I didn't see the photographer. So I.
So you wanted to make sure that you were doing that and then looking straight at the camera and turn number 3?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Is it maybe because you can see the championship inching a little bit closer? Adam Malek went out with a really, really bizarre rear axle snapped halfway through. You've never represented your nation before. It's getting closer.
I have at the Miami World Finals.
That doesn't count.
So
this is
wrong
you've got to earn this one. You haven't put the black and gold on at the Rotax Grand Finals, have you?
No.
It's getting closer.
Yeah, it should be exciting for Portimao hopefully this year.
You've got a few more rounds to get through, but you keep racking up the points. Have you allowed to think of that yet?
Not really. I kind of just drive and do the race.
Just drive and do the race. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah. Again, the team. We made a Pigeons 1, 2, 3 today.
King Pigeon impression. Now, go.
Sorry, I can't do that.
Rubbish. Right, go on. You can thank people later. Dearie me. We'll let Adam, Mark, sorry. You can thank Tyler for Tyler afterwards. The first corner, I think you were trying to get on the brakes to avoid hitting Morris. Got a little tap from behind. By that point, it was all too late. What happened to Morris? Did you see where he went off?
Well, he went off, I think, the third corner. I don't know, he just raised his hand and just continued straight.
From then on, it was a case of we could actually see Morris coming back in the cart now. Saad Al-Hababi has disappeared to try and see what has gone on. From that point on, a fruitless chase, just plugging away, trying to keep Saad behind you.
Yeah, Saad had definitely a tire advantage because not doing qualifying. So I got a little bit nervous that he started to catch me up, but I tried to just stay consistent.
Now, I think at the start of the year, podiums you were happy with, Now, is it getting annoying finishing behind Tyler? When is it going to become like, okay, podiums, meh, I have to beat Tyler?
Yeah, no, definitely on more technical tracks, I'll be able to dominate more there.
More technical tracks, okay. On behalf of King Pigeon, is there anything else you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank my mechanic Zayed, team manager Anjun, and both my mom and dad.
Would you like to do a pigeon impression?
No.
Okay, fair enough, no problems. Oh, well, we'll try again. Saad Al-Hababi, from not doing qualifying, which I'm assuming was a mechanical issue.
Yeah, it was a mechanical issue.
Having to start at the back of the heat, you worked your way through that race. Tell us a little bit about it from your perspective.
I thought it worked in my favor because I was lucky. They fought and I went in. So, alhamdulillah, we got it, alhamdulillah.
You did. Same question. This is your second event in DD2 now. Another podium. When do you think you will have the racecraft in the DD2 to challenge Tyler and Mark over a full final distance? The speed is there over a few laps, but then it's now that consistency, isn't it?
I think I just need to hit the gym. Yeah.
You have to what?
Hit the gym.
Hit the gym?
Yeah.
Okay, hit the gym. Any you'd like to thank?
My mother, my father, and Luke, and my mechanic Zahid, and my mechanic, and Zahid.
And Zahid.
And Anjum.
And Anjum. And are we going to get a pigeon and?
And Zen.
And Zen Daru, of course. A pigeon impression? No pigeons. Kyle Blockley was called to have a chat with race director Ken Potter, our DD2 Masters race winner, which is a real shame because we've interviewed Morris Knoppers all the time. Kyle Blockley, winning DD2 Masters, was taken elsewhere, but a worthy winner nonetheless. Maybe, even though he drives for a different team, he'll give you a pigeon impression, not like these Falcons. Back to you.
Well, I've heard of flogging a dead horse, but never flogging a dead pigeon.
No, it's unbelievable. I find it unbelievable that we didn't get a chat with Kyle Blockley there, who took the win in the Masters. Incredible. I want to say hello to a few people on the live stream. We've mentioned Seb Knoppers. Yes, Tony will be racing at the next round at Dubai. Dawn Sanford, Liam O'Hanlon's grandmother, congratulates Liam. The Hyper Hollands, yes, Austin, incredible. Proud auntie, uncle and cousins in Qatar. Yes, he did. That was a cracking race. Made our job a lot easier when it's as entertaining as that. And Aikut Sokulu is an Erin Ortak fan. May your brother Zeke's speed be with you. Come on, man. Show them all you're fast. You're a fast pilot. Wishing all the kids success. Zek Speed Racing is there. And on the other chat is Evelyn Maguire. Congrats, Liam, and GGM Motorsport, George Gibbons Motorsport there. So there's a lot of love being shown to our Micromax winner and current championship leader, Liam O'Hanlon. We stay in juniors with kids, I should say, and this is the junior category. 12 to 15-year-olds are on the junior Rotax class. They're on the Mojo D2 tyre with a minimum weight of 145 kilograms, so slightly lighter than what we've just seen with the DD2s weighing in at 175 kilograms. These are our junior class, and Nick, I tell you what, mate, the racing's been fantastic here at the Yas circuit. I expected it to be so, but you were a little bit dubious about it.
After yesterday's finals, I thought, it's a little bit, Then today's been completely different. So there you go. A different day, a different outcome.
Well, exactly. I mean, you get different motor races, sort of evolving and working out. I did think, looking at this circuit before we actually got here, and certainly from the wreck here, we knew this circuit before, didn't we? Haven't been here for car races. I expected it to be as high speed as it is, because there isn't any real discernible slow point on this course whatsoever. It's been an absolute speed fest. Talking of speed fests, the pole position junior driver is this British interloper in the form of Sam Pollitt Racing's Louis Radcliffe, across to just do this round 5 here at Yas. He will start on the pole position from championship protagonist Via Chopra. Behind Via Chopra and Lewis Radcliffe is Aaron Qureshi and Savelli Kojai, starting on the second row. Great move from them. Gabriele Baraccordi and Giuseppe Montanari, an all-Italian third row of the grid. Mitanj Jain recovers to the fourth row with Derek Rivera alongside. Aaron Mason and Johansa Sananyaki start on row 5. Row 6 is Ray Harbour and Harrison Stevens, who's got a lot of support out there. Pierre Abu Dewan and Floris Schenkenberg on row 7. Row 8 is another driver with a lot of support. Aaron Ortak for Motorscape starts alongside Faris Haroun. Lev Tolstik and Raffaele Zagati on row 9. Row 10, Damien Noor and Vladimir Gugo, with Jaden Hidding and Paul Schutzman starting on row 11. Saif Alobadi and Kabir Kidwai start on row 12. Sam Turner, a little bit further back than what we expected, in 25th and 26th. We've got Antonio Zari, Haran Sethi, Murad Baramov, Roma Sabali, Elif Jagmur Yeselte, Leo Anna, Harry Radcliffe and Abdul Razik Al Qureshi after that retirement. Timing is perfect as ever. We're about to go racing, and it's the Sam Pollitt colours again on the pole position, this time in Junior Rotax, and it will be into turn 1 the first time. Louis Radcliffe leads into 1, leads out to 2 to the hairpin for the first time. We've got a Sam Pollitt driver again, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Louis Radcliffe, who I spoke to on the lunch break, he said he was more determined than ever. His brother Harry not racing in this one. He's hurt his arm after the last race. So he said, I'm going to be winning this one. He's the only family member in the race. And he is suitably fired up via Chopra, Aaron Qureshi, Savelli Kojai. Savelli Kojai, what about a podium for Savelli? We talked about drivers maturing under the spotlight and making mistakes under the spotlight. Savelli has undergone his fair share of misdemeanors. He's growing up in front of our eyes.
Aaron Qureshi got down the inside of Via Chopra and took second place. He's made it stick. Via Chopra tried to come back at him. Savelli Kojai, is that possibly his highest qualifying for a final?
It is, yes.
We think it is, and Savelli maturing well because he's latching onto the top 3 here. 4th place, 5th place is Mitanj Jain. He's going to be joining in soon, as we've got a challenge for the lead developing now. Qureshi for Mumbai Falcons, right on the rear bumper of Louis Radcliffe on that Sam Pollitt Racing cart as they go out onto the back straight. It's line astern racing here in Junior Rotax. Turning into turn 4 through 5. Little bit of a blast before we go through that sweeping 180-degree turn. It's 2 apexes but 1 hairpin.
Savelli Kojai never finishing higher than 6th in a final.
Well, he's
already
in
on course for
that.
Yeah, he's looking good, Joe. He's looking very good, chasing down Via Chopra. Mitanj Jain in 5th position.
He's going to join in.
Yes, the 2 title contenders, Chopra and Jain. Jaden Hidding, 3rd in the points, coming in, has been nowhere this weekend. It looks like it's going to be a head-to-head fight between Chopra and Jain as the second half of the season gets into full swing.
We are in full swing, absolutely, going forward. We are in the final here of Junior Rotax, 24 laps.
There's Kojai making a move.
Kojai's made a move and he's made it stick because that's a George Gibbons Motorsport kart in 3rd place ahead of Via Chopra. It's 3 wide and there's Mitanj Jain. He says, thank you very much. What's Kojai pointing at? He's pointing at the leaders because the leaders are breaking away. But I think that's Mitanj Jain who's gone through into 3rd down the inside of him.
Yes, it is
indeed.
Kojai back into 5th position, just in front of Ray Haber, Aaron Mason, Gabriele Baraccordi, Harrison Stevens and Johansa Sananyake.
Qureshi chasing down the leader then. Louis Radcliffe. He's not able to shake him as they go through turn 2. Oh, Qureshi down the inside of the hairpin. It's a 2-wide attack and he's made that happen. He's got the lead. Let's have a look. And this is textbook stuff on the kartshop.me replay. Just down the inside. But instead of letting him through, Louis Radcliffe had to go around the outside, Henry. He couldn't get the switchback done.
No, because Arhan Qureshi, like you said, was easing him wider, just stopping the crossover. as they cross the line to begin lap number 7. Jane, Chopra and Kogai still run 3rd, 4th and 5th. Then it's Haber, Mason, Baracordi, Stevens and Senayake. In fact, you can look, there's the top 10 all in a line. Back a bit further than that as well. But Ratcliffe sitting, waiting patiently.
Well, these two have broken away a slight gap there of about 0.8 of a second. And if anything, I'm seeing a bit of a gap produced between Qureshi in the lead. The bright orange and blue cart of Mumbai Falcons, Aaron Qureshi, has pulled a bit of a gap to Louis Radcliffe. Louis trying to get back on terms. They've got an 0.8 gap before we've got Mitansh Jain, Via Chopra and Savelli Kojai. Kojai about to be joined. Look at these queuing up behind him. Ray Harbour, Aaron Mason, Gabriele Baracordi about to join in. It's going to be a 6-cart train from 3rd place down over.
Yeah, because I wonder if Jane and Chopra will start to worry more over their inter-championship battle than actually trying to catch the two leaders. And that will, will have a twofold effect. Number one, it'll leave these. Oh, and there's a cart facing backwards, just getting out of the way. You see the yellow lights flashing.
Yeah, thankfully, that's a bit of an unorthodox way of getting out of the race there, the wrong way down the track.
It was Senayake who was running in the top 10.
Showing out of the race as well. So that's no harm, no foul. We got away with that one as the leaders complete another lap. That's 9 laps in the bag. Qureshi, Radcliffe. Do you think Louis Radcliffe's kind of getting into the throes of just following in the wheel tracks?
Yep.
9 laps of 24. When we get towards lap 20, let's pull the trigger.
Yes.
It's got an air of that about it, hasn't it?
Absolutely. You know, the yellow flags, there's another driver walking away. That's Pierre Aboudiwan, who is also showing out of the race. You can just see him walking towards a cut through in the barrier. Yeah, Radcliffe yesterday wasn't aware that he was actually leading with 2 laps to go because he didn't know about the penalty. He's thinking, right, well, there's no way that I'm going to let that happen. I'm going to stay as close as possible to the race leader, try and keep everyone else at arm's length. Now, at the moment, that's working. However, last time around, Mitansh Jain, a 32.2, a 10th quicker than Radcliffe.
Yeah, I was about to say it was 9/10 a couple of laps ago. He's taking a 1/10 of a second per lap. Is that orange cart in 3rd place?
And in such a long race,
he's closing the gap. Guess what, though, Henry?
Yes.
We have got back markers. Murad Baramov is just there.
Yes.
And the leaders here barreling down behind him. Whether that back marker will become a factor, we're about to see. But there's no doubt about it, Henry. That gap between Qureshi in the lead and Radcliffe has gone out, and it's gone out to 3/10. I think that's even bigger now.
I think it's actually the cart that they're approaching is Romy Sabali, the novice driver for the Motorscape team. And they have been using the blue flag with the red cross on it in every class today, and it looks as though they've already used it.
It's happened again, hasn't it?
So Sabali is in and out of the race, being flagged off. It's a unique and unusual step that's been taken here this week.
I think because it's such a short lap, 30 plus seconds, 33 seconds, faster lap of the race from Qureshi, really is pushing on. I think it's high speed as well, and it's very difficult to overtake. And we've seen it happen in other classes where we've tripped over back markers. And I think from experience of those incidents that we've seen prior, with discretion not being the better part of valor, let's get the back markers off. They've had a good run. Let's get them out of the way, not to spoil the race for the leaders.
Out of turn 6 and 7. The gap between the top two and Mitansh Jain has grown to 1 second. And now Louis Radcliffe, well, he looks like he's trying a bit harder.
Well, it's come back
behind Qureshi.
It's come back, hasn't it? It was out. Now he's kind of, I mentioned pulling the trigger. It's a bit early for him to pull the trigger with only 10, mind you, there's only 10 laps to go. That goes in the blink of an eye.
And there's 4 back markers ahead.
Yeah, so maybe now is the time for him to pull the trigger and really push back towards Qureshi. Here they go. Back markers are still in the mix here as we get towards turn 1. They are going to come into play down the back straight, I think.
Well, there were 2 back markers. This is Elif Yasilte, the novice driver. They're coming up on. Samuel Turner was also right there. I think Samuel pulled into the pits. There were 2 back markers. There's now only 1, and Elif is out of the way.
They've got to learn how to get out the way of those leaders. That was not getting out of the way of the leaders.
And that's cost Louis Ratcliffe. That's cost Louis Ratcliffe.
That's cost Louis Ratcliffe. They need to be taught how to be overtaken by the leaders, and that's not happening. I'm not saying that. It's a really, really poor standard here of back markers being taught how not to be overtaken. We're just not seeing that. This has allowed Qureshi to pull out another half a second at a key moment in the race. It's going to be a big ask for Louis Ratcliffe to pull that gap back once again with time running out.
Yes, I think that has cost Louis Ratcliffe a chance at victory. Well, you never say never, but the gap is as big as it has ever been. Now, Louis, you may not be coming back to the UAE this year, so you've got 1 second place trophy. You've got, why not throw everything by the kitchen sink? In fact, include the kitchen sink and all the cutlery, the pots and pans, maybe even that bottle of Ariel washing up liquid that's been hiding in the back of the cupboard. Now or never. You've got to go, Louis. Got to go.
I think he needs the family bathtub, actually, not just the kitchen sink. Qureshi, though, I've got to say, Aaron Qureshi has been on fire here at Yas, hasn't he? We've had this element of competitiveness and performance from Aaron Qureshi that seems to be, what did you say? Confidence from winning a race.
Yeah, he said he felt much calmer coming to the circuit this morning.
Got to learn how to lose to learn how to win.
He's obviously, he had put pressure on himself to win, and that pressure is now gone. And he is driving with a serenity now that he didn't have before. He had a huge jump start in the heat race, got a penalty, fought back, and is now leading comfortably. Yes, he's had help from a back marker, but not that much help. Ratcliffe was behind him. We'll never know if Louis Ratcliffe had anything for Aaron Qureshi, but what we do know is that if Louis Ratcliffe did have something for Qureshi would have something back for Ratcliffe.
Well, once they cleared the back marker, the gap was about 3/10 as they came upon the back marker. The gap then went out to half a second. It's out to 8/10 of a second now. So in fairness to Qureshi, he's made the job really hard for Ratcliffe. And the question that we've posed, Henry, was whether or not Ratcliffe could challenge. That will never be answered fully, but I think the answer would be no, because Qureshi has been lapping steadily, just fractions of a second, yes, but quicker than the cart in second and third place. Mitanch Jain is the cart in third place, by the way.
He is. Via Chopra runs in fourth. Mason. Doesn't look like it's going to be another podium for the Aaron Mason Little Johnny Tuning team. Kojai is back to 6. He's going to equal, but not better, his best performance. Oh, there's more lap traffic ahead. That's Kabir Kidwai, the only remaining novice still on track. In what is 28th position. Are they going to catch Kabir Kidwai before the end of this race? We start lap 23 out of 24.
Let's see if they are going to be a factor. Hopefully they'll keep well out the way. Qureshi bearing down upon that Lando Norris cart of Kabir Kidwai. Kidwai should be made aware with blue flags, of course, as we've got Aaron Qureshi now bearing down. It's going to be the last lap board this time by, and he's still a little bit off. Yeah. They've got to get through the final 2 turns here. He's going to come right upon him into turn 1 here as they cross the line. Last lap board flies through turn 1 into turn 2. The hairpin is going to be a factor. That's where he's tripped over the back marker right there. The back marker now gets out of the way as Qureshi gets down the inside.
He doesn't. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, slots back in, but second place Ratcliffe is going to be once again tripping over the back marker again as Qureshi will be greeted this time by the welcome sight of the checkered flag, and Aaron Qureshi continues to ride the wave and takes a win on day 2 of round 5 of the UAE RMC in fine style, and another Mumbai Vulcans victory.
Yep, and a mirror image of yesterday's podium. Qureshi, Ratcliffe, Jane. And they all slow down, and that seems all. You could tell certain drivers are generally more popular in the paddock with their class rivals, judging by how many of their class rivals stop to sort of give them the fist bump, the handshake, the thumbs up on the slowing down lap. Lots did then. That says a lot about Aaron Qureshi.
A popular win, Aaron Qureshi. He made for a good podium presentation yesterday, didn't he? A very delighted young man to take the win. Let's have a look at the result then, as we've got all of those carts from Junior Rotax making their way back to the paddock. Qureshi takes the win from Louis Ratcliffe in second. The British interloper will go away with another podium. Mitanj Jain consolidates that championship over Via Chopra, who finished 4th. Aaron Mason was 5th. Savali Kojai matches his best finish with a 6th place. Ray Harbour was next with Gabriele Baraccordi. Harrison Stevens, Faris Arun rounds off the top 10. Giuseppe Montanari and Floris Schenkenberg 11th and 12th. And then in 13th, we've got Derek Rivera, Jaden Hidding, Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi, Leo Anna. Aaron Ortak was 17th. Paul Schutzman on his first weekend in juniors, 18th. 19th place is Vladimir Gugo. Joe Morad was 20th. And then we've got Leah Tolstith, Raffaele Zagati, 22nd. Damien Noor, Saif Al-Abadi, Arthur Sethi, Sam Turner, 26th. Antonio Husari and Kibar Kidwai, the last of the finishers. That's the rest of the finishers there on screen. We have come to the point in the weekend which is a bit of a mixed emotion here, because we're about to go racing for the last time in the RMC round 5.
But then we've got the podium ceremony. What more can you ask
well,
for?
I've said racing, Nick. We have got the podium.
Henry, and marvellous camera work by you.
Marvellous camera work.
You keep picking up your slow zooms.
Yeah, my cautious zooming.
Cautious zooming is what it's called now, is it? I'm
very cautious on that button, mate. It's very sensitive. It's like you. It's very sensitive.
That is true, yeah.
We've got the seniors next.
Yes.
Just to remind everybody, Senior Rotax, if you've enjoyed the racing all weekend, if you've enjoyed our coverage, then please click subscribe. Subscribe to both the UAE RMC YouTube channel and the Karting Live TV YouTube channel. Check out our Karting Live and indeed the UAE RMC social media platforms.
Karting Live TV, Instagram,
Facebook. Keep up to date with what's happening.
Karting Live TV, Facebook.
Absolutely. Keep up.
So, unsurprisingly, we have a number of social media outlets. But no social media manager. Well, we have got a social media manager, sort of, haven't we?
Not sort of. He definitely is.
Yeah.
The way he orders us about.
He does what all social media managers do, which is order the rest of the organisation around.
Yes, absolutely.
Apparently, it's what social media people do these days.
He's probably still in bed, actually, because he's just finished
He's working nights, not
working
because he's lazy.
nights in our social media.
Yes, he's working out on social media. He's non-stop taking pictures in the dark.
Gaz Bury is the chap we're talking about, and if you are following us on Karting Live TV, our first round of the NKC, the UK Championship, that is covered by Karting Live TV. Gaz Bury will be joining me at Dunkswell in the commentary booth.
Same day as we're here for Alpha San.
So what a day's karting that will be. You'll have the Alpha San round 7.
It's
round 7
yeah.
from Alpha San, which is one of the best tracks here in the UAE. And then we will be following that up during that day with coverage from the NKC. You've got literally from the early hours of the morning from Alpha San till about 5-6 o'clock at night from Dunkerswell.
Well, that's it. So what you do is you watch everything from Alpha San, then you watch all the later heats and the finals from Dunkerswell.
Absolutely. Or get up, watch the finals from Alpha San, and then watch the live coverage from Dunkerswell. Let's head down to Henry Baudet.
Well, Aaron Qureshi, you got a 3-second penalty in that one. You only took the lead on the last corner. No, I'm joking. This.
I was about to say.
No, this one was not easy. You were able to take the lead early. Tell us a little bit about when Louis was right behind you, and then about the lap traffic, which did play a part.
For me, when I had no clue, I was just focused forward, didn't look back at all. Had no clue Louis behind me, and then when I saw the lap traffic, I honestly, there might have been a bit of brown stains in my suit, but.
Well, I mean, that's understandable. I mean, everyone can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Were you just hoping that they saw you?
Yes.
And you got through. So this one, you mentioned this morning, you arrived at the track a lot calmer. First win yesterday, a calmer feeling. Could you sense that within yourself during that race?
For sure. Honestly, I wasn't. Towards the end of the race, for the last 2 laps, I was thinking about my dinner more than the actual race. So yeah.
That's okay. Thinking about your dinner. Well, I tell you what, it's a chicken dinner. And now we need a pigeon impression.
Yes.
There we go. The most eloquent pigeon. Well done. Who do you need to thank?
Okay. My parents, Mumbai Falcons, my mechanic, Adarsh, the goat, Harry, the goat, Hanam, Matanj, Brian, Connor, Nathan, Gleb, Zuhair, Mickey, and the Siege Shenanigans group chat.
Okay, the Siege Shenanigans group chat. Thank you very much. Everyone has been thanked, but no pigeon impression. And might need to go to the dry cleaners to get a new suit. Well done. Great. A double winner. Well done.
First time was so nice, had to do it twice.
First time so nice, had to do it twice. Here we go. Louis Ratcliffe. Here you come. Louis, 2 days, 2 podiums. Just a quick, how different have you found this type of atmosphere to racing in the UK? And have you enjoyed this type of atmosphere, the laughing and the joking?
Yeah, it's a lot warmer than the UK, and I don't stink every time I come in from a session. And everyone's happy, no one's really upset because of the miserable weather, so yeah.
Is it just the weather you think that makes the difference out here? Or is there something about the drivers in the paddock, the teams that are around it, that keeps the atmosphere a little bit more jovial?
I think it's mainly the weather.
Just the weather. Okay, from your perspective, the final. You were chasing Arhan. Were you just waiting and biding your time? And then obviously lap traffic got involved?
I was just waiting, hoping that I had the right opportunity. I saw that I was catching him, only by a little bit. But then lap traffic kind of messed it all up. So I had to go again, but I couldn't catch him. He was too quick.
So at the end of your weekend here in the UAE, have you enjoyed it? And what will you take back from this? Would you come back and do this again?
It's all up to my parents if I come back.
Well, I don't even know that. If you had a choice, would you be racing out here full time?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, and who would you like to thank, and what would you like to say about Harry?
The main thank, I have to thank my mechanic, because in this track it's very tricky and you have to get the car settled very right. And I hope my brother's getting better in the hospital, because hope he's not broke his arm, but I hope he's getting a lot better.
If he has, then you're going to have to be nice to him. Yeah. And he's an annoying little brother, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm just going to have to give him a lot of sweets.
Yeah, give him a lot of sweets indeed. Well, you could give him a lot of sweets and show him your 2 second-place trophies. Well done, Louis Ratcliffe.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Mitanch Jain. Mitanch, come this way. Mitanch, you were having a laugh and a joke with Arhan there. What were you saying about the race with Arhan?
Oh, nothing. Just the fact that, start was good. Arhan just kind of left, just like yesterday. Nothing much.
Arhan is now standing making funny faces at you, but ever the professional, Mitanch is carrying on. Arhan thanked a lot of people. You and Via Chopra, title protagonists, battling all the way through. Where and when did you get the better with him?
Of course the heat wasn't ideal. Got taken out and started pre-final last, so wasn't great, but final made it back up, and just got to focus on our own race. It doesn't really matter where he is.
Okay, pigeon impression?
No.
There we go. No pigeon impressions, but a really good day in the points. Considering he started the pre-final from the back, a podium in a competitive field like that is no mean feat at all for Mitanch Jain, 3rd in Junior Rotax.
Thank you, Henry. And some delighted Junior Rotax Max drivers. after what was a very, very interesting race there. All credit to Aaron Qureshi, though, who was absolutely on fire there. We are about to get going with our senior Rotax this time. That is the number 331 on the pole position. And that is George Nasser.
So Nasser's got pole.
Championship leader coming into this 5th round.
Yeah, we haven't seen the grid, have we?
No, we haven't seen the grid.
Be exciting when it comes on.
It'll be very exciting, yes. I haven't been given a grid, so we don't
The question is, where is Conor Clancy? Because he's going for 8. Which could be a bit of a tall order today.
I can see Jules Demont there, who was on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th row of the grid. So he's down in 12th. A few others just finding their, sorting themselves out, getting themselves ready. We're a little bit, we're a bit of time away. 16:28 is that, or 16:26. So we're about, is that 26 or 28 that I see there for a race start? 3 minutes away, I think.
Henry's back. What is the sum total, Henry, that people have actually done a pigeon impression for you? Is it 0?
Well, off camera at the podium yesterday, about 20. On camera, none. I will.
Because they like driving for that team.
Yes. Off camera, no, the whole team. Mechanics, team boss, they were all doing pigeon impressions at the podium.
Were they?
They were, yes.
Yeah, you're not going to be allowed back to India at any count if you've changed the name. I want to say hello to Kailash Mukam. Hello, Adish Mehta from Bangalore. And, of course, we've got the Sami Warati. Let's go Armani. We've got the Armani.
Can fan club in. Talk about, Arhan Qureshi was there talking about how relaxed he was, apart from when he was coming up on the lap traffic. Just looking there at Trofim Krotov's mechanic in the black cap sat next to Trofim. Trofim in the bright, luminous green and black helmet and race suit. They were just having a little
sort of left-hand side of the
second car back.
Not this guy.
No, second
car back, light, bright green.
Yeah, just before we came there, they were having like a play fight, a bit of air boxing. Now, that's a deliberate tactic by a mechanic, knowing their driver, knowing what keeps their driver calm, chilled, maybe even focused. That's a tactic to stop a driver who is starting higher up than he has before, getting into his own head.
To overthink.
Yes, getting into his own head, overthinking things. So, and there's the benefit of a driver-stroke-mechanic relationship that is developed over time, where that mechanic knows how to get the best out of the driver mentally before the start of a race. Put the driver in the best headspace. There's Jamie Zyra walking across the front of the grid.
Has he grown some? Has he put height on? Because he looked about 9 foot there.
Well, he was always that way inclined.
He's about 7 foot normally. Last time I saw him.
Jamie Zyra is not gravitationally challenged. Reason that Oscar Lambert, who is there in his purple T-shirt, reason he's got his OG Dojo Moto race suit on is because he was pushing his cart back yesterday and the sleeve of his Mumbai Falcons race suit got caught and broke his race suit. So he's had to go. His dad said it was quite lucky because he normally forgets his old race suit.
Yeah.
And so the chain came off his cart in the pre-final.
Of course, the sleeve got around.
No. That was yesterday. This is the pre-final.
Right.
Retirement.
Sorry. Yeah, is that what happened?
It was a chain came off. The clutch, the pinwheel on the clutch, as was coming out in qualifying yesterday, and that's what caused Nathan Cappen's retirement. But it was a separate problem today.
That was a shame, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And
even
he said that's probably a championship ending retirement.
So he's qualified. Where did I see him disappear to?
Right, he's down 2, 4, 6. Well, he's on the inside of the 7th row.
Oh, there he is, 13th. He's qualified 13th.
13th.
And that bordered he would have been in the top 4.
Well, he was he had won the heat, won his first heat, and was leading his second heat when he retired.
Look, we haven't got the official grid in front of us, Henry, but look who's on pole.
George Nassar. That win against Conor Clancy was a boost for him. That was a win for no one else other than himself.
We've now got the grid, I'm happy to say. George Nasser. It was Ryan Damadasa. I didn't want to take a punt at who was alongside George. Ryan Damadasa starts alongside. Look at that. Second row of the grid for Trofim Krotov and Sokol Racing Jr. Brilliant, brilliant drive from him all weekend. Ryan Qureshi keeping the family at the front of the grid. Nathan Kaplan shares row 3 with that man Connor Clancy. That young lad Connor Clancy has been dominant in this series. Row 4 is Daniel Breath and Amani Kanua. Kyan Kreinbull and Jeremy Montgomery Swan on row 5. Oscar Backhouse and Gilles Dumont on row 6. Row 7 is Oscar Lambert and Mohamed Menemene. N.A. Sachi and Andrea Remy on row 8. Row 9 is Leith Mominat and Alicia Kanisa. Row 10 is Faisal Nashko and Manafal Balushi with Shivan Kartik and Adish Mehta on row 11. Row 12, Antonio Zadar and Alessandro Bishi. Row 13, Andrew Obaid and Zain Alamasani with Abdullah Al-Qaita. Timofey Sevanostov with Rayan Karuz and Enzo Tesluk on 15. 16 is Tammy Nasiba and Alexis Elzaya. Philip Dinu and Igor Prakantov on the next row, and rounding off 36 carts, Orlando Benechvenga and Laluma Gobemi.
Which means that Abigail Pope is the driver who missed
You did
out.
call it.
Sorry for Abigail, but hopefully we will see the young lady from CRG back at the next round.
Here we go then. We're about
laps.
to get 25 laps of senior Rotax racing underway here, and the pace being slowed down massively by George Nasser as he brings the field around. They've got a longer run towards the line. Great organisation here on the Yas Marina circuit. The Grand Prix track is where we're on now. Right now, it's where we're about to get started. It's been a fantastic event, and this one will round it off. Nasser picking the pace up. He'll pick his moment to get his foot down. Damadasa trying to get alongside. Nasser goes to the right. Damadasa almost clattered into him. And Nasser hanging onto the lead through turn 2 and into the hairpin at 3. It's that white nose cone of Krotov, though, who follows him through and is second, Henry.
How to keep your driver in the best headspace. 101. Krotov capitalising on a good start by the inside row. It wasn't a bad start from the outside row, but Krotov, and in the middle of the pack there you can see 2, 3, 4 drivers into the dust and the dirt. But as they come through to complete lap number 1, Nassar, Damadasa challenging Krotov for second, and then it's Kaplan into 4th.
I thought Damadasa was going to have a dive down the inside of Krotov. They're absolutely flat chat racing here. 25 laps of racing. It's yet to settle in here. These drivers are going as fast as they can, and Krotov there with a slightly different line, and Nasser looking very composed in the lead here as they go through the double apex at turn 6 and 7, and then back towards the chicane to finish the lap. It will be George Nasser. It's Trofim Krotov. No challenge coming here from Damadasa, and likewise from Nathan Kaplan. These 4 happy to stay behind one another.
They are about a 3-car length gap as Damadasa to the inside.
Not for long, though.
P2. Well, is that game over? Is that George Nassar with the biggest lead that he needs? Here comes Kaplan. He's going to try and pass Krotov into the chicane. This could be handing George Nassar a first win in some time. Where's Connor Clancy? He's the 4th of the Mumbai Falcon carts. Actually, there's 3 Mumbai Falcons and a motorscape cart of Daniel Breath. Nassar is away. The streak of 7 is hanging by a thread, Joe.
This is going to be playing into his hands nicely. If Rayan Damadasa and Trofim Krotov can't come to an agreement, and they can't because they're side by side off the back straight, it's going to end badly because Krotov was into the marbles there, and he gets absolutely mullered there, ends up off the track.
Clancy's off.
Clancy going off on the outside because he had nowhere to go. And meanwhile, at the front, George Nasser, 1.5 second lead.
Indeed, I'm sorry, Alex Gill. We've talked about it. Finally, the streak is over. Clancy will not win this one. There's still 3 wide. Krotov there in the background, trying to scramble back on. Nassar, 1.5 seconds in front of Damadasa. Kaplan, Brith, Kinua's up to 5th. Then it's Dumont, Montgomery Swan, Oscar Lambert, Krotov in 9th, and Andrea Remy rounding out the top 10.
And just look what happened to Krotov there. This is where he went down the inside and challenged coming off the back straight. And look what happened when it didn't peel off, because this high-speed track here at Yas Marina will absolutely kill you if you don't keep online and don't keep optimized. The slightest error, the slightest offline moment, and you lose meters because everyone around you is going so much faster. As we continue focusing on this second place battle now, that's Darmadasa, Kaplan, Daniel Breath, Amani Kanua, Jules Dumont and Jeremy Montgomery Swan trying to get in the mix.
We have talked about George Nassar's dominant championship lead for a long time. Coming into this weekend, it was 105 points. Do you know how many finals he's won? 1. Do you know when that was? The very first final of the year back in September.
At Alain.
At Alain.
Yeah.
He hasn't won a final since.
Yeah, he had some rotten luck at Alphasan with that non-finish as well when he lost a side pod after that clatter at the start. Rayan Darmadasa riding the wave of success he's brought here from the Dubai Cardrome, that's a pound in the box. From the Dubai Cardrome after taking and clinching that O-plate there. He's found that pace that we saw earlier in the season. He puts that down to it just being racing. He's not got it easy though. He's got the Mumbai Falcons cart of Nathan Kaplan right there, and likewise Daniel Breath and Amani Kanua there for George Gibbons Motorsport, not that far behind Kanua. And these four now are beginning to circulate, and I think, Henry, we've got a little bit of an agreement here. Nobody challenging, nobody finding that little bit of extra to pull the trigger. Quite happy to follow each other around, and maybe to pull that gap of now is 1.7 seconds to George Nassar,
who's just set the fastest lap of the race.
He keeps pushing. He's out there by himself. It's not slowing him down though.
Yes, Nassar, he was saying, I'm sick of being beaten by Conor Clancy. Do you know what the significant, when he beat Conor on the road, and obviously Conor did have that nose cone penalty which pushed him back, that win was a statement, and it put him in a position where he could just stay away from the incidents behind him. Sometimes a move that you do earlier on in the day, which gives you a better grid position for a later race, becomes more important as things play out. At the time, you don't know how it's going to play out, but it proves to be a critical moment. They're 3 wide across start-finish line. That was Lambert, Dumont, and my name there, Oscar Lambert, up to 7th place now from 13th on the grid. It's the second place battle that is going to be the only cause of excitement now, because Nassar is up the road.
Well, Nassar's going to remain up the road because he is increasing that gap. 1.8 seconds, might as well call that 1.9 because it's 1.870. What is going to happen here, I think, I'm going to predict something here. We're going to have Nathan Kaplan getting a little bit impatient with Rayan Darmadasa.
Yes.
And he's going to start challenging.
Yes.
Likewise, Daniel Breath and Amani Kanua are going to get in the mix as well.
Yes.
That's going to slow them all down, logically speaking.
Bearing in mind
going to
that
just hand it to George Nassar.
Absolutely, but bearing in mind that neither Breath nor Kanua have ever finished on the podium. Ever.
When was the last time we saw Daniel Breath in the series?
Never. This is
it's his first time. Right,
debut.
okay. Yeah.
This is his debut. In the 3 years that I've been doing it, unless it was more than 3 years ago, this is his first time here. Amani Kanua, never on the podium before, has threatened so many times.
If anything, Henry Kanua...
Well, he's having a look.
Yeah, he came out of the hairpin there and he had a lot of momentum, almost had a look down the inside of Daniel Breath. As Darmadasa on the O-plate there goes through and turns into that.
Move.
And there's the move. That's the move. The blue and white, the light blue and white George Gibbons Motorsport kart down the inside. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay, Henry.
Kanua tin opener deployed.
He absolutely did, didn't he? Made the gap happen for him. Now then, how much pace has Kanua got? He's still there, ducks his head down, tries to get into the slipstream of Nathan Kaplan ahead of him. The Mumbai Falcons kart, the orange kart there, still chasing down George Gibbons Motorsport. Now remember, Kanua is a teammate of Rayan Darmadasa, who's heading this 4-car train. George Nasser's out there. 2.1 seconds is the gap, and it's increasing every lap. George Nasser increases the gap to that driver there. So we'll leave him to it, because this is where the action's going to be.
Kanyua looks quicker than
He
Kaplan.
does. He absolutely does.
Kanyua
Yeah.
looks quicker. Are we going to see, after so many disappointments, so many near misses? He was 4th yesterday, 1 place away. He's closing on Kaplan.
He's absolutely closing on Kaplan. He will get even closer. He needs to maximise the exit here. Gets into the slipstream. It's a very fast turn into turn 1. Maybe not here. Maybe when he comes out of turn 2 here. Oh, he gets a little bit of oversteer there as he tried to ask to. He just asked too much of that rear axle, and the kart just flew sideways, and that's cost him a kart's length in pace.
Now, I mean, he's not just coming up behind any chunk of change. Nathan Kaplan, the reigning junior series champion, who has raced with the Champions of the Future. He signed for Fusion Motorsport in the OK and OK Junior FIA Championships this year. He went to the Grand Finals last year, did Nathan Kaplan, almost won a heat race in the Grand Finals as a junior. He knows what he is doing, and he is being pushed all the way.
And look at this.
By Amani Kamiua.
Nathan Kaplan is having to defend, and that's allowing Damadasa as he leaves the door wide open, and Amani Kamiua is on to a podium place position here. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me. Momentum out of the hairpin there, down the inside, while Nathan Kaplan takes the long way around. Amani Kamiua says, thank you very much. Are you watching Africa? Sami Warati, can you keep your heart rate down, because this is getting tense?
Yeah, I mean, my colleague at Rotax, Kyle Lawrence, who's from South Africa, rates Amani Kamiua very, very highly indeed. And Kyle Lawrence and Wesley are two of the best-known drivers from South Africa. Kamiua pulling away. He looks very calm in that kart. He said, I've never been here before. Didn't race here last year because he only did a half season. He said, I think I could do it. I think I could do it. And that was Friday morning. He said that to me.
Well, he's more suited to the high-speed nature of Yas Marina than we've seen anywhere this season. We go off back to the Dubai Cardrome for round 6. We'll see if he can continue this, but this has been a great performance all weekend long. And if anything, Henry, that gap to Damadasa, which was 0.7 of a second, we're getting towards the end of the lap here. 19 laps completed, 6 laps remaining. Let's see if Amani Kamiua, he's pulling away from Kaplan, there's no question. Let's see if he's narrowed the 0.7 as he crosses the line now. He has indeed, 6.
Because at this point, a driver has the danger of nerves set in. Kamiua looks locked and loaded and focused on Damadasa. He checks over his shoulder. He doesn't look shaky, like suddenly it's dawned on him that I'm almost on the podium. There is a story that Amani has said that I'm allowed to tell if he gets on a podium.
All right, we'll leave that.
But that is still a few laps away.
Let's not hex this. This. That is a few laps away. Those two karts there, Nathan Kaplan and Daniel Breath, they've been left with the crumbs just off the podium as Damadasa fights the kart to the right, takes the optimum line through the hairpin. Kamiua is gaining. He's gaining all the time. You can see it. He's beginning to pick up the slipstream now. So he's going to draw back towards the rear bumper here. 2.7 seconds, by the way, is the gap between our leader, George Nasser, and Rayan Damadasa, the kart there on the O plate. The blue kart is what we can see. That's the battle for 4th and 5th, the two orange karts, or the two orange karts from Mumbai Falcons and Motorscape.
Well, I mean,
that's Damadasa in second.
Daniel Brith challenging, the O plates, Rayan Damadasa under pressure. What was the last? Well, Amani Kamiua has just on lap 21 done his personal best lap, 32.606. That kart is set up beautifully.
That's because he's picking up a toe this time. He's picked up a toe. He was getting into the airflow behind that O-plate of Damadasa. Here he is. He picks up even more of a slipstream. Down and across the line. It will be 3 laps to go. Yes, it is. 3 laps to go. And he's closing the gap. Every single braking area, every single turn in. Look at that. Look at the speed he's took out of that corner. Yes, he was able to keep a tighter line and use less real estate than Damadasa was. But has Damadasa got anything in his toolkit to react to that engine note he can now hear over his shoulder?
What does Amani Kamiua do? He's got a quicker kart. He's got his teammate who's the O-plate champion in front of him. You've got to be careful. Don't spoil the end of what could be a banner day for George Gibbons Motorsport. There will be fingernails, toenails, all sorts of things being bitten and chewed on the side of the circuit here as Gibbons' team watch their drivers run 2 and 3.
Of course, it's an inter-team battle this for second and third. It's going to be a double podium if they don't spoil this. We are across the line and into the final lap. George Nasser's already gone through. This is the battle for second. There's Nasser just ahead. Can we take our eyes off this and give George Nasser a little bit of coverage because he's been dominant here? That's the second place battle in off the back straight here, Henry, and there's only a few hundred metres left.
Yes, indeed. Nasser will go back to the top of the podium. But the biggest cheer, and this is no disrespect to anyone, Armani Kenua is on the podium. Now, if you allow me, Armani, you could see the celebration. In 2021, his mum had a seizure. She was sent to a hospital. She came back. They thought she was getting better, but she kept having seizures. It turned out it was brain cancer. She went for treatment, and in August 2023, finally it got the better of her, and she passed away. Armani and his father, they moved from South Africa to Kenya to try and carry on and push on. Armani then moves to Dubai with Debs and Ray from the George Gibbons team while his dad lives working in Kenya to try and get the sponsorship. Armani shakes the hand of every single mechanic and driver every morning in the George Gibbons tent when he arrives to the circuit, at any day. I spoke to George during the lunch break. They said there is no more popular driver in the entire team than Armani Kenua. He has worked so hard. He has dealt with a lot more than a lot of young people have to deal with. He is thousands of miles away from his family, and he is on the podium.
Well, just remind him that his mother's looking down on that podium when he will be taking that trophy for third place in fine style. George Nasser, though, started on the pole position, got away in front, and he's done what we expect to see of George Nasser. Let's have a look at the result then, as we have got all of the karts now back in the paddock. Can we have a look at the result as George Nasser takes the win from Rian Damadasa, Armani Kenua with a podium there, as Henry described. Daniel Brith, a welcome addition to the championship here in fourth, getting ahead of Nathan Caplan there on the very last lap. Sixth place, back at the top of the field for Jeremy Montgomery Swan, I'm glad to say. Oscar Lambert with a great recovery drive to seventh. We've then got Gilles Demont in eighth, Mohamed Memene in ninth, and rounding off the top 10, Zain El Homassani. Outside of the top 10, Trofim Krotov didn't recover after that off-track excursion. In 11th, in 12th, we've got Alessandro Bigi. Manaf Al-Belushi was 13th. Oscar Backhaus, 14th. Andrea Remy, Leith Mominite, Tamim Hasiba, Igor Prochantov, Abdullah Al-Kata, Antonius Haddad, Adish Mehta was 21st. Then we had Kayan Kryambo, Eni Asachi, Shivan Kartik, Enzo Teslug, Andrew Obaid, Faisal Nashko, Alicia Canesa was 28th, Philip Dinu, Ryan Carouse, Alexis Zaya, and the last of the finishers was Timofey Zivoslinov. A non-finish was Connor Clancy. That's going to cost his championship challenge, isn't it? Orlando Benchavenga was another retirement, as was Ryan Qureshi and Lume Gobemi, who didn't take the start. We get ready to head down to the post-race interview area for Henry's last interview of the weekend, and it gives us, Nick, a chance to reflect on our first experience here on Karting Live TV of karting at the Yas Marina circuit.
Well, after yesterday, I thoroughly recommend it. It's brilliant day's racing. A really interesting track. Great people, very well. They sort of supported us very well. Technically, I've had a lovely time. How have you gone visually and professionally?
Technically, you've had a lovely time. I just want to mention, for Mama Julio, unbelievable. Mama is proud of number 317. That is, of course, Armani Kenua, who's had a bit of a fan club following him all season long,
popular.
Which is great. Yeah, it gives us some great comments coming in on the live chat. Good one, Armani, from Ndoya, as we head down to Henry. Henry.
Thank you. yesterday, George, you said, I'm getting fed up of getting beaten by Conor Clancy. Well, in the pre-final, you had a head-to-head battle and beat him. That set you up for that race. You dominated. It's your first win since the opening day of the season. Well done.
Thank you, Henry. It's a real honor to win at Yas Marina. I've always wanted to win here in Rotax.
You've done it, and you've done it in style. Talk us through the start, and then when did you dare look around and see that everyone else was disappearing slowly behind you?
Sorry, I'm not...
Oh, yes. By the way, George isn't very well. He is not very well.
Through the start, I just wanted to make sure it was nice and clean, that I don't get any silly penalties. Then afterwards, I just wanted to put in my laps, lap after lap, and around lap 17, I looked behind to make sure that I had a good gap, and to my surprise, it was more than decent.
Was it more surprised about the gap, or were you just wondering where's Conor?
The gap mostly.
The gap.
I expected that they would scrap a bit behind me to try and catch me, but luckily they didn't.
Luckily they didn't. Who do you want to thank?
My team, Dan and Matt and Nasri, and we've been working on the car and myself throughout the entire weekend. It worked.
It worked. You've been working on yourself as well. You managed to get over that hump and beat Conor.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened to Conor at the end, but yeah, I'm happy. I won.
You won indeed. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Rian Darmadasa, make your way in. Well, O plates a couple of weeks ago. Now, your best result as a senior. Just to have a look there. Yeah. What does that mean to you? And, okay, the win was sort of ebbing away as the race went on. When did you become more concerned with keeping your teammate behind you?
Oh, I think when there was about 5 to 6 laps to go, I had to look back, saw him, I thought, we have a healthy gap. As the laps went down, the gap got a bit smaller, so it got a bit interesting towards the end of the race, but yeah, it was good for 2 or 3 for the team.
Now, you've moved up to senior. Speed has now been a question. Consistency has been the problem for the first half of the season. Now, it all seems to be coming together. I suppose a win is next, yes?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the front where we should be, so it's just, we just keep chipping away from here, and hopefully next race we're on the top step.
Next race on the top step, who do you want to thank?
I want to thank, obviously, George, my team, Lachlan, my parents.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done, Rian. Next time, one more position to go. Now, we haven't seen Amani Kanua yet because nearly every driver, as they pulled in, have been giving this man an embrace and a hug, which tells you a lot more than any podium could. Amani, how does it feel to be on the podium here at Yas Marina? Well done.
Thank you. It feels really, really good to be on the podium.
There we go. Even Gary Walker says, you look at the camera, and even Gary Walker, the scrutineer, said that if he wins, then Gary's going to get some dreadlocks.
I'll definitely give him dreadlocks when I win.
When you win. Talk about that race. 8th on the grid at the start. You made your way through. Just take us through some of the moves.
Yeah, so on the start, I just had to keep it nice and steady, nice and clean, try, watch out for whoever's around me, try to pass as much as I can, keep it clean and all that.
Now, you've been very close before. You actually set pole position this morning and then had laps deleted. Every time you got close, there's been something that has sort of pushed you back. Today, didn't seem to be anything, Would you have made a look at Rian if the race had gone a little bit longer, or once you were in third, you were just making sure you were going to stay there?
Yeah, I could have. If there was like 2 or 3 laps left, I could have definitely made a move on him.
Does that, you felt as though the kart was that good?
Yeah, it feels really good.
So, who would you like to thank? And we've got plenty of time because you have so much support online. Go for it.
I would like to thank my grandmother, my dad, my cousins, my friends, and of course my mother.
Exactly. You've got your house mum over there, Debbie. You've got you live with as well over here in Dubai. In the mornings, you come and you shake the hand of every single member of the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Why?
Well, it's they're the mechanics. They're the ones who make the drivers have the best cars as much as they can, as give them the best equipment, and make them go fast, make them win races, make them come on podiums. Yeah.
So you make sure the mechanics get the thank first.
Yeah.
Says a lot, doesn't it? And there's a reason why I said there was literally an explosion of joy from the grandstands. And even now, the drivers that have come in on the back of the recovery vehicle are giving this young man a thumbs up. Karting, it's just can be very, very special once in a while.
Thank you, Henry. And congratulations to all our podium finishers. And we will be meeting them again at the podium ceremony.
At the trophy presentation.
Trophy presentation.
They're given their very valuable trophies.
And they're very nice trophies as well. So the next up will be the podium ceremony for everybody, probably about half an hour's time. For those of you on the live stream, we will go to another chance to see, as they say. Another chance to see, not repeat. Another chance to see the Paddock show. I'd like to thank Henry and Joe for their very hard work, our fabulous camera team. And most of all, I'd like to thank our producer. Oh, hang on, that's me.
No, I'd like to thank the producer for producing.
Oh, I've produced. We're obviously going to come back in 3 weeks' time in Dubai, just the Sunday, single race on Dubai. I think it's the 8th, isn't it, of March. And we look forward to seeing you all there. But until then, enjoy our Paddock show, followed by a bit of a break, followed by the podium celebrations. Hello and welcome back to Yas Marina, the Grand Prix circuit that is also, rather more importantly, a kart circuit. It's a championship round for the UAE RMC, and the man who comes to mind when I mention the UAE RMC is our very own Henry Baudet. Henry, Yas Marina, special place.
It really is. The drivers love it. How often do you get to race your go-kart at exactly the same point of the circuit that your F1 heroes have been here just a few months ago? It's a fast track. It's the fastest we visit. It's a Formula One venue. What's not to like?
Indeed, and I understand you're expecting 5,000 or 6,000 Henry Baudet fans in the grandstand for you.
Well, they've opened it up especially for the Joe Bradley and Henry Baudet fan club as well, I have to say.
And there are 4 people in.
Yeah, there are 4, and not one of them's my mum or dad. Hello, by the way.
Henry, enough of this tomfoolery. Go and do what you do best. Chat to the great and the good of the paddock.
I shall.
To be competitive on a Rotax Max kart and to win on a Rotax Max kart is not easy. It's very, very hard. Let's just add a bit of complication here and put like 2 ratios of gears that your driver can choose. And this is the problem that Mark Bassier, I say problem, Mark, it was your choice to move into DD2. It's DD2, of course, what I'm talking about. So your first season in DD2, and I've got to say, what I've noticed is you have come closer and closer to the guys at the front. You've got a smile on your face. You must be pleased with that development curve.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm very pleased with my increasing progress in the kart. Of course, going from senior to DD2, it's a bit different, bit of a different chassis a little bit of different axles. It's more hard, you know. It's not as flexible as a senior, and as well the gear changes make it more challenging.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. So, what was it that you found hardest to get your head around with regards to what ratio to be in?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The gears are definitely the hardest part, because it's not, you know, where you see the revs, and by the time you see the revs, it's too late to switch, you know. Right. So you have to do it by sound and feel, you know. So you're hearing me, and then you have to switch, and then switch again. So it just becomes so tiring to the wrist as well.
Yeah, it was Tony Hogg that sort of really played with my head. He said, use the gearbox to slow down as well. I mean, you know, that it's a completely different mindset and it's a completely different technique, I would think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The gearbox definitely slows you down, especially when the revs drop. So you need to be very attentive, you know, when you're switching gears, where you're switching gears. And yeah, it's just overall quite complicated.
Yes, far too complicated for me. We're at Yas Marina, Mark, and it's a very, very fast track. Are you still having to change into that first gear at all?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have to change multiple times, and I think this is one of the hardest tracks to change gears because you'd rather be in first than second because second is still quite slow, but in general, it's just very hard to, you know, get your hands on it, you know.
I would think as well, but you know, I've raced myself, and there was never at any time did you think, I got that perfect? You never think like I do.
No, you never think you're perfect. You always see improvement. You know, my teammate, in the data, you see he's quicker here. Even though you're overall quicker, you always have room for improvement.
The other thing I wanted to talk about, which is a bit different to a Rotax Max, these little things here. Nick, if you want to come in and have a look, I'm talking about the brakes on the front. Now, usually with a Rotax Max kart, it brakes on the rear axle. You can use the brake to get the car to rotate. However, you're stabilizing and balancing the braking efficiency across the length of the kart. So how can you get that element of rotation into that solid rear axle?
Well, basically the front brakes make it a lot more complicated because if you press the brake too hard, you have something called micro locks.
Right.
So the front brakes start jittering a little bit. So it starts going a little bit back and forth. And when that starts happening, you just can't move the car. It's like driving on sand or ice.
Right.
You're just, you don't have control over the car. So you have to be very patient with the brakes and really slowly rotate the car, almost like braking into the corner slowly.
Yeah, so it's more... what you've described there is more like driving a racing car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. It's, I think it's almost like a mini car, you know, because with the gears, everything's just complex. You have to know what you're doing as well. The brake bias, you need to switch it or put more front, put more rear. So in just general, it's just really complicated to get.
Halfway through the season, Mark, are you enjoying the challenge of the DD2?
No, absolutely. It's a magnificent car to drive. Much funner than a senior. No, absolutely. And with my progress and maturity and experience in the Rotax Max Challenge, it just keeps on growing. And so I become better and better and better.
Experience-wise, and the way that these guys race in the DD2s, you're kind of in a cauldron, aren't you? You've thrown yourself in there. What are you expecting out of this weekend at round 5?
Well, of course, to win, of course.
Hello and welcome back to Yas Marina, the Grand Prix circuit that is also, rather more importantly, a kart circuit. It's a championship round for the UAE RMC, and the man who comes to mind when I mention the UAE RMC is our very own Henry Baudet. Henry, Yas Marina, special place.
It really is. The drivers love it. How often do you get to race your go-kart at exactly the same point of the circuit the F1 heroes have been here just a few months ago? It's a fast track. It's the fastest we visit. It's a Formula One venue. What's not to like?
Indeed, and I understand you're expecting 5,000 or 6,000 Henry Baudet fans in the grandstand for you.
Well, they've opened it up especially for the Joe Bradley and Henry Baudet fan club as well, I have to say.
And there are 4 people in.
Yeah, there are 4, and not one of them's my mum or dad. Hello, by the way.
Henry, enough of this tomfoolery. Go and do what you do best. Chat to the great and the good of the paddock.
I shall.
To be competitive on a Rotax Max kart and to win on a Rotax Max kart is not easy. It's very, very hard. Let's just add a bit of complication here and put like 2 ratios of gears that your driver can choose. And this is the problem that Mark Bassier, I say problem, Mark, it was your choice to move into DD2. It's DD2, of course, what I'm talking about. So your first season in DD2, and I've got to say, what I've noticed is you have come closer and closer to the guys at the front. You've got a smile on your face. You must be pleased with that development curve.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm very pleased with my increasing progress in the kart. Of course, going from senior to DD2, it's a bit different, bit of a different chassis a little bit of different axles. It's more hard, you know. It's not as flexible as a senior, and as well the gear changes make it more challenging.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. So what was it that you found hardest to get your head around with regards to what ratio to be in?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The gears are definitely the hardest part because it's not, where you see the revs, and by the time you see the revs, it's too late to switch,
Right.
So you have to do it by sound and feel, So you're hearing me, and then you have to switch, and then switch again. So it just becomes so tiring to the wrist as well.
Yeah, it was Tony Hogg that sort of really played with my head. He said, use the gearbox to slow down as well. I mean, that it's a completely different mindset and it's a completely different technique, I would think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The gearbox definitely slows you down, especially when the revs drop. So you need to be very attentive, when you're switching gears, where you're switching gears. And yeah, it's just overall quite complicated.
Yes, far too complicated for me. We're at Yas Marina, Mark, and it's a very, very fast track. Are you still having to change into that first gear at all?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have to change multiple times, and I think this is one of the hardest tracks to change gears because you'd rather be in first than second because second is still quite slow, but in general, it's just very hard to, get your hands on it,
I would think as well, but I've raced myself, and there was never at any time did you think, I got that perfect? You never think like I do.
No, you never think you're perfect. You always see improvement. My teammate, in the data, you see he's quicker here. Even though you're overall quicker, you always have room for improvement.
The other thing I wanted to talk about, which is a bit different to a Rotax Max, these little things here. Nick, if you want to come in and have a look, I'm talking about the brakes on the front. Now, usually with a Rotax Max kart, it brakes on the rear axle. You can use the brake to get the car to rotate. However, you're stabilizing and balancing the braking efficiency across the length of the kart. So how can you get that element of rotation into that solid rear axle?
Well, basically the front brakes make it a lot more complicated because if you press the brake too hard, you have something called micro locks.
Right.
So the front brakes start jittering a little bit. So it starts going a little bit back and forth. And when that starts happening, you just can't move the car. It's like driving on sand or ice.
Right.
You're just, you don't have control over the car. So you have to be very patient with the brakes and really slowly rotate the car, almost like braking into the corner slowly.
Yeah, so it's more... what you've described there is more like driving a racing car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's I think it's almost like a mini car, because with the gears, everything's just complex. You have to know what you're doing as well. The brake bias, you need to switch it or put more front, put more rear. So in just general, it's just really complicated to get.
Halfway through the season, Mark, are you enjoying the challenge of the DD2?
No, absolutely. It's a magnificent car to drive. Much funner than a senior. No, absolutely. And with my progress and maturity and experience in the Rotax Max Challenge, it just keeps on growing. And so I become better and better and better.
Experience-wise, and the way that these guys race in the DD2s, you're kind of in a cauldron, aren't you? You've thrown yourself in there. What are you expecting out of this weekend at round 5?
Well, of course, to win, of course. But I think a good top 3 would be a nice placement for me. I would like to have the top 3 so I can be competitive in the championship and as well get a podium to take home.
Well, I would have expected no other answer to what you've just given me. Wish you all the very best of luck, Mark. Mark Bassier.
This weekend, the UAE Rotax Challenge welcomes Rotax royalty in the form of Wesley Orr. Wesley, your name, your reputation and Rotax goes back a long, long way in the grand finals for South Africa. You are now the owner of War Motorsports. You've got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 young drivers from South Africa here with you. You've joined the Telios team for this week. Why come to the UAE to start with?
Well, I think it's proven that the level here is so good at the moment. As you can see, the investment that's going into karting here right now is massive. And, I've got a great relationship with Luigi, who runs Telios. So it's a no-brainer for us to partner with Telios when we're doing some stuff in the UAE. I think that, it's just the grid has proved to be really good. And I've also seen in the World Finals that the drivers from here are super strong. Mm-hmm. So we need to bring our drivers up the game, and this is the place to come.
Now, of course, I really started at the wrong place. I should start talking about you. Talk a little bit about your career and your career in Rotax. What Rotax has done for you and your driving over the years?
Well, Rotax was the contribution.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Karting Live TV coverage of the podium presentation for round 5, day 2 of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. As always, we have the podiums for each category, plus the best novice medals and the team awards. Thank you very much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get things underway with Micromax. And finishing in 3rd position, driving for XL Motorsport, it's Adam Al-Sheikh. Adam gets his 3rd place award from Mercy. And now move on to our top 2, finishing in 2nd position, his best result in the championship so far. For XL Motorsport, it's Ivans Veronins. But your winner, win number 5 on the season, and a complete clean sweep of the races this weekend. For George Gibbons Motorsports, Liam O'Hanlon, who already has yesterday's trophy, just to make the photo a little bit better. And the top 3 are joined by the best novice. This week we have been very fortunate to be joined by a group of young ladies from Turkey, all novice drivers. They go home with a medal, finishing as the best novice in Micromax, 22nd place overall, Tugba Yasilte. Tugba finishing the leading novice. 3 novices in the Micromax final. Well done, drivers, trophies and medals in the air. I know it's going to be a bit tough for you, Liam, because you've got 2 hands there, but we'll leave you off. Ladies and gentlemen, your Micromax top 3 and best novice. Thank you very much, drivers. Now, as we get set for the next podium, good to see the drivers from Turkey all celebrating together. We go on to Minimax, another very, very close race, possibly the best of the day, finishing in 3rd position. Another trophy for the Mumbai Falcons, Oliver Butchard. The new trophy cabinet, or the new trophy shelf at home, has its first trophy on it. It's another 3rd place. Top 2. The result decided by 0.03 of a second. The lead changing place on the way to the finish line. Finishing in P2 for Sam Pollitt Racing, Albie J. Stubbs. Albie, yesterday's winner, 2nd today, but your winner. It's not just his, I'm getting told, your winner, Benjamin Karachkovich is here saying, hang on a minute, your winner. It's not just his first win of the season. It's not just his first win in Minimax. It's his first win ever driving for JNKD and running towards the podium. He took it in the last 20 meters. It's Austin Gray. Austin, memo. Next time you win, you can't forget the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three, and they are joined by the leading novice finishing 19th overall for Synergy, Vivan Chowan. Our race winner now has a stitch. Okay, I know you've got a stitch, Austin, but you're going to have to do this. Trophies in the air. That's a bit higher than yesterday, Albie. That's a bit higher than yesterday. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a first ever win in spectacular style. Your Minimax podium and best novice. We now move on to DD2 and DD2 Masters. DD2 Masters finishing in third position for the Mumbai Falcons, Maurice Knyoppers. And I have noticed that Mehmet Yaman from Turkey is watching. Mehmet is another DD2 Masters driver. And next time, Mehmet, maybe bring a set of race suits with you. That's right. Finishing in second position, a great drive from Honolulu Racing's Greg Watt. Greg, even Tony Hogg thought you'd lost weight. So there we are. But your winner, it's been a tough season. He makes it count today at the Yas Marina circuit, driving for Kart Advisor Academy, Kyle Blockley. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 Masters podium. Thank you very much. Before we get to Rotax's Ultimate Class, DD2, I just wanted to say, on behalf of everybody at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, a huge thank you to the team at Yas Marina, all the security, the circuit staff for making us feel so welcome, and also to the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. This, of course, was the first weekend of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy. Our next podium is for DD2. And finishing in third position, once again, for the Mumbai Falcons, Saad Al-Hababi. He brought his trophy from yesterday with him as well. He says the only thing stopping him from beating Tyler Harris is a few trips to the gym. Finishing in second position, also for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Mark Bassier. And today's podium, a mirror image of yesterday's podium, which means, Mark, sorry, you stop dropping trophies. I know you've got lots of them now, but your winner for the second day in a row and the fifth time this year for the Mumbai Falcons, Tyler Harris. Well done. Another clean sweep for the Falcons. Drivers, trophies in the air, please. Well done. Congratulations, your DD2 podium, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We now move on to Junior Rotax, and finishing in third position for the second day running for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Mitansh Jain. Well done, Mitansh. Finishing P2, completing a double runner-up finish. We do hope we see them again at some point as a family. Driving for Sam Pollitt Racing, Louis Ratcliffe. But your winner, admitting he had a couple of nervous moments, but they weren't too bad because he's still wearing his race suit, winning for a second day in succession for the Mumbai Falcons, Arhan Qureshi. And they are joined on the podium by the best novice, finishing 28th in a field of 34 for Synergy, Kabir Kidwai. Well done, drivers. Trophies in the air. Oh, he almost dropped it. Ladies and gentlemen, your Junior Rotax podium and best novice. Well done, well done. Our final podium of the day and the weekend of what has been a very memorable trip, as always, to the Yas Marina Formula One track. No novice award in Senior Rotax. Our novice Zoe Karua was not racing today, but making his way to the podium for the first time, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Amani Kinua. Finishing in second place on a really good day for the George Gibbons Motorsport team. Amani's GGM teammate, the Oak Plate champion Rian Dharmadasa. But your winner, hard to believe, it's just his second win of the season and his first since the opening day of the season. He's your championship leader for Mateus Najem Motorsport, George Nassar. Once again, a full grid of seniors, drivers, trophies in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, your Senior Rotax podium. Well done, thank you, drivers. One more award to give out. It is the Teams Award. As always, every driver, or the leading driver home for every team, in every race, in every class, scores points for their team. It benefits the teams who run drivers in every category, and the idea is to encourage more teams to run drivers in each category. The third place team with 371 points today was Matthias Nagem Motorsport. Second place today with 386 points was George Gibbons Motorsport, but continuing their win streak of 7 in a row, it's the Mumbai Falcons with 558 points. Mumbai Falcons. Make your way up the podium. Harry the Lion Hannam appears to be the only member. Well, I mean, he turns up, does a bit of commentary, does a bit of driver coaching, takes all the credit. Well done. The Mumbai, they don't want to join you on the podium. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we're going to have team photographs. We're going to have a lot of driver photos now. Winners, we need you back to the podium. I know you got flight winners first. Winners first. Sam Pollitt Racing. Be quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, all the podium winners, please come back. We'll need all the podium drivers. Thank you ever so much for joining us here on Karting Live TV. The next round, March 7th and 8th. We go back to the Dubai Kartdrome. Thank you for joining us. It's been a wonderful weekend at Yas Marina. See you next time.